Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. And for those listening on Spotify Premium, did you know that in select regions, you can now skip ad breaks entirely by switching from audio to video? In fact, watching us on Spotify Premium Video is the best way to help us create more stories just for you. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. Right. We'll begin with a full 8 hours of uninterrupted storytelling after a short break. Hello friends. Just a note before we begin to say all of us here at Sleepytime History are on holiday for the rest of December. So we're revisiting a fan favorite from the archives. We think you're really going to enjoy this one. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Alexander Selkirk, a Scottish sailor and privateer who found himself marooned alone on a deserted island for over 4 years. His extraordinary tale of survival is widely believed to have inspired Robinson Crusoe, the iconic castaway in Daniel Defoe's classic novel. Selkirk was not born for quiet shores. In the late 1600s, as the world of maritime exploration, trade, and privateering surged across the Atlantic and into the Pacific, young men with restless blood and a hunger for something beyond the familiar took to the sea. Selkirk was one of them, headstrong, impulsive, and drawn toward danger like a moth to flame. In 1703, he signed aboard the Cinque Ports, a privateering vessel bound for South America, part of a rickety flotilla skirting the edge of legality as it preyed on Spanish treasure ships. But tensions flared, and when the ship dropped anchor near a lonely island off the coast of what is now Chile, Selkirk made a fateful decision. He demanded to be left behind, believing the ship too unsound to sail. Whether it was stubborn pride or sound judgment, his shipmates granted his wish and sailed away. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we reflect not on the isolation of that experience, but on the way Selkirk came to know himself within it, how the stillness of a faraway island revealed an unshakable resilience, and how that long silence continues to echo in stories of adventure and survival to this day. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey softly now, step by step, through the quiet island days of Alexander Selkirk, a castaway not lost, but found in the heart of solitude. The sea breeze that swept through the village of Lower Largo carried with it the salt of distant horizons. And on certain days, when the tides shifted just so, young Alexander would find himself staring out across the Firth of Forth, not at what lay before him, but at what might lie beyond. Born in 1676 to a family of cobblers and tanners, Selkirk had little reason to believe his life would be anything other than ordinary. But something stirred within him, a restlessness, quiet but insistent. He quarreled often, not just with his brothers, but with local authorities too. Sharp-tempered and stubborn, Alexander was no stranger to the feel of discipline or the disapproving eyes of the Kirk session. And so, while many of his peers chose trades and steadiness, Alexander looked instead toward the open sea. It was a time of privateers, men who walked the fine line between sanctioned plunder and piracy. The oceans were alive with opportunity and peril, especially for those willing to serve under a captain's flag in search of Spanish silver or foreign spice. For Selkirk, it was a chance to leave behind the cold stone streets of home and chase something he couldn't quite name. Glory, perhaps, or maybe just freedom. In 1703, when word came that a new privateering expedition was being outfitted in England, Alexander signed on without hesitation. The venture was backed by the English crown, given leave to prey upon Spanish ships in the name of Queen and country. It promised danger, yes, but also the kind of open skies and endless water that called so deeply to men like him. The ship was the Cinque Ports, a modest vessel crewed by rough hands and ambitious minds. Its companion was the St. George, commanded by the renowned and often polarizing Captain William Dampier. Together, these two ships would sail from England down along the west coast of Africa, around Cape Horn, and into the vast Pacific. Their mission: disrupt Spanish trade, take prizes, and return home laden with riches. But that was the map on paper. The reality would prove far more complicated. As the Cinque Ports creaked into the swell of open waters, Selkirk stood at the rails, hair tangled with salt, eyes scanning the pale horizon. He was not yet a castaway, not yet a legend, not yet the man he would become. For now, he was simply a sailor with a restless spirit, aboard a ship bound for glory or ruin, perhaps both. The journey had begun, and with it, a quiet unraveling, one that would lead, step by patient step, to the solitude of an island, and a place in the quieter corners of history. The sails of the Cinque Ports unfurled like pale wings against the morning sky, catching the wind with a low, contented sigh. Beneath them, the ship groaned softly, her timbers old, her hull weathered, yet eager to move forward. It was late in 1703, and the voyage had begun in earnest. Selkirk, now a sailing master aboard the vessel, kept his thoughts guarded and his eyes open. He wasn't new to the ways of the sea, but this voyage felt different. Aboard the St. George, Dampier's reputation loomed large. A brilliant navigator, but erratic, and given to grim moods. The Cinque Ports sailed under the command of Thomas Stradling, a young captain eager to prove himself, though still green in experience. The two men did not see eye to eye, and their crews soon mirrored that friction. The journey southward was long, hugging the African coast before making the treacherous run around Cape Horn. There, in the southernmost latitudes, the two ships were battered by cruel winds and towering waves. The ocean grew iron-grey and merciless, masts strained, rations spoiled. Men clung to ropes with numb fingers, praying through clenched teeth. It was during these weeks of struggle that Alexander began to notice signs, small, almost forgettable moments that spoke of trouble ahead. The Cinque Ports was taking on water more often than it should. Her seams leaked, her hull moaned. Repairs were constant. patching up the wounded vessel with tar and prayer. And yet the voyage pressed on. Once around the Horn, the Pacific opened up like a vast sigh. Warmer winds, calmer seas, and yet no less dangerous. Spanish settlements dotted the South American coast, and privateering now began in earnest. The crews captured a few ships, though not nearly the prizes they'd hoped for. There were quarrels over shares, whispered complaints about the fairness of command, and frequent illnesses that spread through the hammocks like fog through the rigging. Alexander, for his part, remained diligent. He took no joy in the politics of the expedition, but watched it all carefully, quietly. Stradling grew more irritable, Dampier grew more distant, and all the while, the ship beneath them creaked. By the time they reached the Juan Fernandez Islands, a lonely cluster of volcanic peaks off the coast of Chile, the Cinque Ports was in a poor state. Her provisions were low. Her hull had been weakened further. Men grumbled in the shade of canvas sails, exhausted and thin. And there, on the shore of one particular island, known then simply as Tierra, Selkirk made his fateful decision, one not born of rashness, but of careful calculation, perhaps even foresight. But for now, the Cinque Ports rocked gently in the bay, the sea calm, the island quiet. No one yet imagined how far this detour would echo. The morning was still, the sky a soft wash of pale blue, as the Cinque Ports floated at anchor just off the coast of Tierra. The island itself rose out of the sea like something half forgotten. Alexander stood at the water's edge, his boots damp with sea spray. Behind him, a quiet standoff was unfolding. After months of hardship and failing rigging, Selkirk had grown certain of one thing. The Cinque Ports was no longer seaworthy. The hull, he believed, had been too poorly repaired, and the ship, pushed hard and mended often, would not survive another leg of the voyage. He made his case to Captain Stradling, firmly, repeatedly, and when his warnings went unheeded, he made an extraordinary demand. He asked to be left behind. At first, the crew laughed. No man in his right mind would choose exile, even temporary, over the thin hope of reaching richer shores. But Selkirk was resolute. He'd rather survive alone than perish in another storm, or sink beneath Spanish cannon fire. Perhaps he thought his protest would force Stradling's hand, make the captain reconsider the ship's condition. But if so, it backfired. Stradling, annoyed and prideful, granted Selkirk's request with cold finality. Supplies were gathered, a musket, some powder, a cooking pot, a few tools, clothing, bedding, and his cherished Bible. Then, with little ceremony, he was rowed ashore. Selkirk watched as the boat pulled away, the oars dipping rhythmically, growing smaller with each stroke. He may have expected, or at least hoped, for a change of heart, that someone would shout, wave, return. But the sea remained quiet. The Cinque Ports raised anchor that afternoon, her sails filling with the light breeze. Selkirk stood on the sand as the ship that had carried him across oceans slipped out of sight, leaving him with only the whisper of waves and the shifting cries of seabirds. In that moment, the enormity settled upon him. The island was beautiful, yes, fertile, rich with wild goats and cool springs, but it was also silent. There would be no trade winds, no friendly ports, no voices but his own. days would be measured not in bells and watches, but in sunrises and seasons. At first, he made camp near the shoreline, building a simple shelter with palm branches and driftwood, but the nights brought strange cries from feral cats, and rats nipped at his stores. He moved inland to higher ground, where the breezes were clearer and the land more defensible. In his earliest days alone, he felt the weight of regret like a stone in his chest. The choice had been his, a sober, reasoned one, but the consequences were harder to carry. Still, each morning brought light, and with it, something like resolve. Selkirk began to walk the island, to learn its shape, its offerings, its dangers. He listened, he watched, he waited, and somewhere inside him, the sea's restlessness began to change, not into stillness, but into something quieter, something steady. The island was green and rugged, rising steeply from the sea, like a ship frozen in time. It was about 15 miles long, a cradle of volcanic stone and soft winds, dotted with dense woods and hidden streams that ran cool and clear through the underbrush. Selkirk, now alone on this forgotten shore, woke each day with the soft stirrings of nature, the rhythm of ship life, the bells, the calls, the clatter of deckwork was gone. In its place, there was only the hush of trees swaying gently, the chatter of birds unseen, and the slow, steady lap of waves against rock. Those first days were marked by a strange quiet, not just the absence of people, but the absence of direction. Selkirk had been cast ashore with a musket, a small cache of powder and shot, a hatchet, a knife, a Bible, and some bedding. He set about building a shelter along the beach, something simple but serviceable. Branches lashed together with twine made from bark, thatched over with broad leaves. A place to sleep, a place to think. But the shoreline proved less hospitable than it seemed. The rats, descendants of those left behind by old Spanish ships, came at night, bold and persistent. Feral cats stalked the shadows, their eyes catching the moonlight. Selkirk's food stores were not safe, nor was his sleep. He soon realized he would need to move inland. Carrying what he could, he ventured higher into the island's heart. There, he found groves of pepper trees and cabbage palms, and hills where wild goats roamed freely. These goats, likely left by earlier explorers, became his lifeline, providing milk, meat, and hides. With careful patience, he learned to stalk them barefoot across the island's slopes, fashioning snares from vines and eventually running them down with practiced skill. Fresh water was plentiful, and wild turnips, berries, and coastal herbs filled out his diet. In time, the land revealed itself as both generous and demanding, a place where every comfort had to be earned. Selkirk fashioned tools from stone, hollowed tree trunks into cooking vessels, and repaired his clothing with needles made from bone and thread pulled from his own garments. He tanned goat hides for new shoes. He reinforced his inland shelter with heavier timber, carving a cave-like refuge against the rains and winds that swept through during storms. At night, he read aloud from his Bible, not for salvation perhaps, but for the sound of a human voice, even if it was only his own. The verses gave rhythm to the silence, something to hold on to when the vastness of solitude pressed close. He kept count of the days by notching marks into wood, though over time the tally lost its urgency. There was no clock to keep, no ship to wait for, just the slow passage of light and shadow, growth and decay. He was alone, but not undone. And in those first quiet weeks, as the routines took hold and the panic faded, something unexpected began to settle in. Not peace exactly, not yet, but a kind of understanding that life here would not be measured by the noise of ambition or the chatter of crowds, but by the quiet skill of endurance. The island had once seemed vast and unknowable, a wild place of steep ridges, tangled forests, and unfamiliar sounds in the night. But as the months passed, Selkirk began to chart it, not with maps or compasses, but with memory, instinct, and the slow, patient tread of repetition. He learned where the goats grazed and where they drank, tracking their movements through the dew-soaked grass before dawn. He would rise early and move barefoot, quietly, blending into the land. Over time, his pursuit sharpened, and with it, his self-reliance. He no longer relied on his dwindling gunpowder. Instead, he caught the animals with hand-fashioned snares or outran them on foot, a feat made possible by the tough leather shoes he had crafted from goat hide and sewn with bone needles. From their skins he made garments. From their meat he dried strips of jerky beneath the sun. The goats became not just a source of sustenance, but of rhythm. Their presence gave each day structure. Something to do, something to prepare for, something to carry forward. Shelter, too, evolved. The makeshift lean-tos of his first days gave way to more permanent dwellings. He built 2 huts on a gentle rise overlooking the wooded interior, one for sleeping, the other for working and storage. Their walls were made of woven branches, reinforced with clay and lined with hides to keep the wind out. The roofs were thatched thick with palm leaves. A bed of soft grass and woven mats made his rest more comfortable. He began to collect useful stones, shaping each of them into knives, hammers, and grindstones. In time, he even crafted a simple chair and table, not out of indulgence, but out of need for structure and dignity. He wasn't just surviving now. He was living. Wild turnips, cabbage palms, and pepper berries formed the bulk of his diet, seasoned with what herbs he could find along the shore. He learned to preserve his food with smoke and sun, timing his preparations to the patterns of rain and wind. Rainwater was collected in hollowed logs and coconut shells. His cooking pot, among the few items left to him from the ship, remained one of his most valued possessions. He became his own physician too. When ill, he turned to native remedies, roots brewed into teas, berries chewed for strength. There were stings, cuts, fevers, and deep aches that passed with time and patience. Each small recovery felt like a quiet triumph. Days began to flow, not in isolation, but in purpose. His body grew lean and strong, his senses sharpened. He could tell the hour by the way the shadows shifted on the cliffs. And with the work came something quieter, deeper, a sense of contentment. He was not lost. He was rooted. The island no longer felt like a prison. It had become a companion, wild and stubborn, yes, but one he had come to know intimately. Where others might have gone mad in the silence, Selkirk found steadiness. Through the hard work of building, hunting, and listening, he carved a life that was not merely endured, but owned. Time, in the world Selkirk had left behind, was measured in bells, calendars, and the turning of tides driven by human need. But here, alone on Masa Tierra, time softened. It slipped its edges, became slower, rounder. A rhythm guided by the land, the seasons, and the quiet unfolding of each new day. As the first year passed into the second, Selkirk no longer marked days with notches or tracked weeks with care. He lived by signs in the natural world, the flowering of a certain tree, the return of nesting birds, the thinning of the goats' coats before the rains. The island had become his calendar, and he read it not with urgency, but with quiet familiarity. There were long, golden months of calm, when the skies remained clear and the seas lay still, like glass cradling the edge of the world. These were times of plenty, when the goats were easy to track, the berries ripe, and his shelters dry and warm. He would wake with the sun and climb to his lookout on a high ridge, sitting with his back against the stone, watching the horizon. He still hoped for sails, but no longer longed for them. Then came the wet seasons, where thick rains rolled over the island in sheets, drumming softly on palm thatch and turning the paths to ribbons of mud. During those months, he stayed nearer his huts, repairing tools and mending garments. He knew much of it by heart now, and the sound of his own voice, steady and low, became as much a part of the island as the winds or the trees. There were times, too, when solitude pressed heavier, not with panic, but with a deep, aching quiet. Birthdays came and went without remark. Dreams of family flickered in sleep, only to fade with the morning mist. But in those moments, Selkirk turned not to despair, but to routine. The act of doing, building, hunting, preparing, gave shape to days that might otherwise have been lost. He spoke less, even to himself, but he listened more, to the rustle of wind through leaves, to the clatter of stones disturbed by distant hooves, to the low thrum of his own heartbeat when he sat still. In the absence of conversation, he had come to understand something rare, the sound of his own mind settling into peace. There was no audience, no judgment, no one to impress or disappoint. And so, in this space between memory and survival, Selkirk began to reshape himself. Years passed this way, quiet and steady. Hair grew long, skin darkened by sun and salt. His hands, once calloused from rope, now bore the marks of stone, bark, and hide, and his soul, once restless and raw, had settled into something slower, something durable. He had become, in every way that mattered, a part of the island, not its master, but its companion. It was a warm afternoon when Selkirk first saw them, sails, pale and ghost-like, drifting along the horizon. They seemed impossibly far off, and for a moment he thought they might be clouds. But no. His heart stirred with sudden urgency. He scrambled from his hillside perch, heart racing, legs sure-footed from years of climbing these paths. Down to the shore he ran, arms waving, calling out into the wide, indifferent air. He lit a fire, feeding it dry brush and palm fronds until the smoke rose into the air. But the ship never turned. Whether they hadn't seen him or had chosen not to investigate, he would never know. The sails faded westward, leaving nothing behind but the whisper of possibility. He stood long after they were gone, the smoke of his signal fire curling lazily into the afternoon sky. Then, slowly, he returned to the hills, not in despair, but with a quiet sort of acceptance. It happened again and again. On 3, perhaps 4, separate occasions over the years, Selkirk spotted passing ships. Sometimes they were distant and ghost-like, barely more than a glint against the sea. Other times, they were closer. He always tried, always signaled. Fires were built, bright and tall. He shouted, waved garments from the cliffs, sent his hopes arcing like arrows across the water. But no ship ever came for him. One of them, he later suspected, may have been Spanish, and had they seen him, they might not have rescued him at all. A Scottish privateer, marooned or not, would not have found mercy in the hands of Spain. He knew enough of war and its politics to understand that sometimes being seen could be more dangerous than being forgotten. So he continued to wait, not idly, but with a practiced patience. The hope of rescue remained, not as a desperate longing, but as a quiet thread woven through his days. He did not let it rule him. He lived as if no ship would ever come. But still, he watched the sea, and it watched him back. Each vanishing sail left behind a stillness that stretched for days, but the island, ever impartial, offered no comfort nor judgment, just the soft return of routine, tending to the goats, repairing the roof, foraging near the shore. Hope, on the island, had learned to be silent. It did not shout any more. It whispered, like the wind in the grass, constant but calm. Selkirk, too, had changed. His longing for rescue no longer came from fear of the island, but from a deep curiosity. What remained out there? What had become of the world he'd left, of Lower Largo, of the men who had once sailed with him? The answers drifted always just beyond the horizon. It had been years since he had last heard another human voice. Years of solitude, of quiet days among the goats and pepper trees, of firelight prayers spoken into the hush of evening. The island had become a companion, a place of peace, but also of vigilance. And one morning, as he walked along a narrow path he knew well, something shifted. In the soft earth near a stream, he saw them. Footprints, not his. The shape was unmistakable, the deep heel, the deliberate press of toes, larger than his own and newer than the morning's dew. Selkirk froze, the old instincts of caution and alertness stirring to life once more. His solitude, which had for so long been unbroken, was now pierced by something unknown. He crouched low, listening. The forest gave nothing away. Birds still sang, the leaves still rustled, but the stillness now held tension, like the breath before a storm. He backtracked quickly, moving with silent steps up to a familiar ridge. There, he concealed himself beneath low branches and scanned the coastline. Below, on a rocky cove, he saw them, a group of men, 4, maybe 5, unloading a boat. They bore weapons. Their speech, carried faintly on the wind, was not English. They were Spanish. Whether they had come to gather fresh water or to scout the island, Selkirk could not say, but he knew their kind. Spanish ships still patrolled these waters, and privateers like himself were considered little more than pirates. If he were discovered, he would not be treated as a castaway. He would be taken, or worse. So, quietly and carefully, Selkirk vanished deeper into the island's heart. He had spent the last few years taming this land. Now he used that knowledge to hide within it. He knew which paths were softest underfoot, which caves would muffle sound, which trees could conceal the smoke of a small, hidden fire. He moved only at night, slept in different spots, and left no trace behind. The island that had once held him had now become his refuge, and this time not from loneliness, but from danger. The Spaniards did not stay long. After a few days, they left, whether satisfied or uneasy. Selkirk never learned, but even after their sails slipped beneath the horizon, the memory lingered. The knowledge that he was not as forgotten as he had once believed. He became more cautious in the months that followed. The wildness of the island returned a little, not in its physical form, but in his thoughts. He had known peace. Now he remembered caution. Not fear exactly, but a sharpening of the senses. The island had always watched him. Now he watched it too. Still, the solitude returned in time. The echo of foreign voices faded, and once again the rhythm of the land became steady. But Selkirk had been reminded. The world had not disappeared. It was still out there, vast and unpredictable. And though he remained alone, he was not untouched by its presence. It was in the early months of 1709, more than 4 years since Selkirk had been left behind, when the sails appeared once more on the horizon. He saw them from his ridge, where he often sat in quiet reflection. At first, he squinted into the distance, uncertain if it was a ship or just the sea playing tricks again. But as the form drew closer, he stood. There was something different this time, a steadiness in the course, a shape that held. It was no mirage. And so, as he had before, he raced down the hillside. His legs were strong now, goat-like in their balance. He knew every stone, every root beneath the soil. At the shoreline, he struck flint to tinder and built his fire high. The ship responded. Anchors were dropped. A boat was lowered. The men who stepped ashore that day were English, from a privateering vessel named the Duke, under the command of Woodes Rogers. They came ashore wary, expecting perhaps to find wreckage or an ambush. But instead, they found a man dressed in goatskins, darkened by sun and wind, his beard long and eyes sharp. He greeted them in English, though his voice trembled with disuse. It must have seemed to them a ghost from another world, but Selkirk was real, quiet, composed, though deeply moved. They listened, astonished, as he told his story, how he had lived alone on the island for 4 years, surviving on goats and wild roots, building shelters, crafting tools, keeping time not by calendars, but by the growth of trees and the arc of the stars. The crew of the Duke welcomed him aboard with awe and respect. Rogers, in his journal, would later describe Selkirk as a man clothed in goatskins who spoke with a sense and temper uncommon among sailors. In truth, he had changed. He spoke gently, sparingly. His manner had the calm of someone who no longer feared silence. He moved easily about the ship, but seemed almost to glide, as if still walking among ferns and stone rather than pitch and deck. As the ship pulled away from the island, the only home he had known for years, Selkirk stood at the rail, watching it recede. There was no cheer, no cry of triumph, just the wind in his hair, the salty scent of sea air, and a long, quiet breath. His return to the world was gradual. He served as a navigator aboard the Duke, his skills still sharp, perhaps even sharpened by the discipline of solitude. In the weeks that followed, he slowly began to reacquaint himself with conversation, companionship, and the strange noise of society. But something of the island remained in him, a stillness, a steadiness. He had been alone, yes, but never undone. And now, at long last, the horizon no longer held him captive. It moved beneath him once more, wide and open, a path not of exile, but of return. Alexander Selkirk returned to Britain not as a celebrity, but as a curiosity, a quiet man with a quiet tale, told in low tones to those who would listen. His story spread in taverns and seaports, in pamphlets, and among naval men. He had no flair for dramatics, no interest in selling his tale, and yet it took on a life of its own. Writers began to retell the story, each version embroidered a little more than the last. The solitude deepened, the dangers grew sharper, the man grew taller in recollection than he ever stood in life. But even as the tale passed from hand to hand, there remained a core of truth that no fiction could fully disguise. In 1719, 10 years after the rescue, a writer named Daniel Defoe published a novel titled Robinson Crusoe. It bore striking resemblance to the castaway's true ordeal, though shaded with invention. The character stayed nearly 3 decades alone, built fortresses in the wild, and fought off hostile visitors. It was a tale shaped more for thrill than for truth. Still, at its quiet center was something unmistakable. The soul of a man reshaped by silence, strengthened by solitude. The seed of the story had been planted on that distant island, where endurance had grown not from spectacle, but from simplicity. Defoe had drawn deeply, whether knowingly or not, from the life of Alexander Selkirk. Back in Scotland, the returning sailor found it difficult to readjust. He walked the streets of Lower Largo once more, but the lanes felt narrower, the voices more distant. The village had changed, or perhaps it was he who had changed. Eventually, he took to the sea again, not as a lost man, but as one with knowledge few others possessed. He served in the Royal Navy with quiet confidence, no longer chasing anything, only fulfilling what remained of the life the ocean had left him. He served quietly, respectably, but the island had marked him. Those who met him in later years noted something steady in his presence, a stillness behind his eyes, not haunted, not broken, just aware. A man who had known what it was to live without time, without voice. and who had returned with something stronger than fame. In 1721, while aboard HMS Weymouth off the coast of West Africa, Selkirk died of yellow fever. He was buried at sea, the waves folding over him one last time. No monument marked the spot, no grand farewell, just the hush of water and the rhythm of tide. And yet, in the centuries since, his story has endured. He is remembered not just as the man who inspired a novel, but as a figure of quiet fortitude, someone who met the harshest kind of solitude, not with despair, but with calm invention. A man who built a world from almost nothing and who left it, not by rescue, but by readiness. His island, now called Robinson Crusoe Island, still rises from the Pacific, windswept and green, silent under the stars. And somewhere in that silence, the memory of Alexander Selkirk still lingers. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Nellie Bly, a daring woman journalist from the 1800s who set out to manifest Jules Verne's famous novel Around the World in 80 Days, from fiction into reality. It was the autumn of 1889 when Nellie Bly, armed with nothing but a small bag and one sturdy dress, boarded a steamship that pulled away from a New Jersey pier into the cold Atlantic murk. A major New York newspaper had staked everything on her record-breaking attempt to circle the globe, and now there was no turning back. They had not been easily convinced. A year prior, they had told Nellie that women were not suited for such things. But when she threatened to quit, they relented, and for good reason. Nellie, although quite young, was already an accomplished journalist. She had made a name for herself by feigning insanity to infiltrate a notorious Manhattan mental asylum. Her exposé sparked national outrage and led to sweeping reforms. But an asylum was one thing. Circumnavigating the globe was quite another. As the ship pressed eastward, Nellie steeled herself for what lay ahead. Rough seas and rolling decks, distant railways threading unfamiliar lands, monsoons and foreign ports where anything could go wrong. Then on top of it all, and unbeknownst to Nellie, a rival publication had dispatched another reporter in the opposite direction, one determined to beat her to the finish. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow Nellie Bly across churning waters and gaslit railway platforms, through a world held together by rigid convention. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's circle the globe with a woman racing against the clock, the doubters, and 25,000 miles of sheer uncertainty. She was born Elizabeth Jane Cochran in a small Pennsylvania town that carried her family's name. Her father was a mill owner and a judge, a steady man who kept the household comfortable and the future bright. But futures, as she would learn, can shift without warning. He died when she was 6, and the warmth he had provided began to slowly dissipate in ways both visible and invisible. Her mother sold what could be sold and held on to what remained. It was during this time that Elizabeth began to understand something about the world, that it does not pause for grief, and that those who wish to keep moving must find their own footing. She trained to be a teacher, though this path too proved financially fraught. Every early ambition she held seemed to hit the wall of what was possible for a young woman of modest means. But these early frustrations were not defeats. They were simply the sharpening stones of a determined character. This period, before she took on the name that would make her famous, was crucial. It was the time of observation, of seeing how things worked, and more importantly, how they didn't work for those around her. Some tellings of her life suggest that Jules Verne's exhilarating tale, Around the World in 80 Days, entered her imagination early in life. Others say the idea came later, amid the smoke and urgency of the newsroom, when grand schemes felt suddenly possible. Either way, the idea of circling the globe faster than fiction stayed with her until circumstances allowed her to act. It was a potent picture, a man, a fictional one, using nothing but wit and timetables to conquer the map. The challenge was not one of strength, but of nerve, timing, and endurance, qualities Elizabeth was discovering she possessed in abundance. The family moved away from the riverside comfort to be near the city of Pittsburgh, a landscape of industrious grit. Here, the hum of machinery and the bustle of commerce were the new backdrop to her life. She was looking for a way in, a way to make her own means, not just survive on the scraps of family struggle. The tools she possessed were her keen eye, her ready wit, and a strong sense of justice forged in those early years of watching her mother manage after the loss. She had the temperament of a born survivor, clear-eyed, practical, and possessing an unshowy patience. The world was about to discover what this plain young woman, with her firm chin and her experience of hardship, was truly capable of achieving once she found the right vehicle for her ambition. The stage was set, and all she lacked was a role. The opportunity arrived, as great changes often do, through a moment of indignation. The city's newspaper, the Pittsburgh Dispatch, published a stinging column titled, "What Girls Are Good For." It was a dismissive piece, a tired recitation of the limited roles society prescribed for young women, a notion that flew in the face of everything Elizabeth had experienced since her father's death. Driven by a powerful sense of injustice and a conviction that the author understood nothing of the necessity or ambition of working women, she sat down and composed an impassioned response. She signed it simply, "Lonely Orphan Girl." The editor, George Madden, was struck by the piece's fierce clarity and its lack of self-pity. This was not a complaint. It was a well-argued counterpoint, backed by the authority of lived experience. He advertised for the writer to come forward, and when Elizabeth Jane Cochran appeared in his office, she was offered a job. She was no longer just a struggling aspirant. She was a journalist. Madden asked her for a suitable pen name. The editor, recalling the popular Stephen Foster song, proposed Nellie Bly. Accounts differ on the slight misspelling. The song's character was Nellie. Some say it was an editorial error that stuck. Others say she preferred the sound of Nellie. Either way, the name was born. A bright, energetic handle for a reporter who was anything but timid. The earliest stories she wrote for the Dispatch were not the sensational pieces that would later make her name, but deep dives into the conditions of female factory workers. She wrote with a gentle yet firm hand about work and wages, investigating the oppressive monotony and unfair treatment many faced. This required a certain kind of stamina, the ability to walk into a daunting situation, maintain composure, and elicit the truth from people who were often wary of speaking to the press. It was here that she first demonstrated the modus operandi that would define her later adventures. She wouldn't report from a distance. She would immerse herself. She became one of them, absorbing the atmosphere and the details until she could present a picture that was undeniably real. But the paper, wary of upsetting the city's powerful factory owners and advertisers, soon began to nudge her toward less controversial subjects, such as gardening and society reporting. For a spirit like hers, this was a form of professional imprisonment. She chafed under the decorative assignments, finding them thin and meaningless after the weightier matters she had tackled. She showed her displeasure not through outburst, but through a resolute inaction. She simply refused to write the lighter pieces. The editor, sensing a talent he could not afford to lose, made a compromise. He sent her south, out of the direct line of the local factory bosses, to report on a different world. It was a decision that would expand her horizons and further solidify her reputation for courage under duress. When the constraints of Pittsburgh journalism began to feel like a cage, the managing editor made the wise decision to let the new talent run. Her destination was Mexico, a land under the long, steady, and sometimes oppressive hand of President Porfirio Diaz. This trip, financed by the paper, was less a holiday than a working expedition to observe life on the far side of the American fence. It was a crucial lesson in how to travel, how to observe, and how to remain resolutely herself in a foreign land. She approached the assignment with the same intensity she had shown in the factories of Pennsylvania. She observed the grand ceremonies of the capital and the grinding constraint of the populace with a steady, journalist's gaze. She wrote about the poverty and the political climate, noting the vast disparities between the ruling elite and the common people. Her articles were sensitive to the culture, but unflinching in their criticism of the regime's suppressive tactics. She was not a tourist writing pretty descriptions. She was a reporter seeking the underlying truth of a society. The journey taught her the habit of packing light, a skill that would prove indispensable later. She learned to rely on her wits, her self-possession, and her ability to quickly build rapport. She did not speak Spanish fluently, yet she found ways to communicate and gain the trust of her subjects. Her dispatches were relayed back to Pittsburgh, offering American readers a vivid, critical look at a complex neighbor. She showed a remarkable maturity in her reporting, especially considering her youth, focusing on the structures of power rather than sensationalizing individual incidents. However, the frankness of her writing soon drew unwelcome attention from the authorities in Mexico City. She wrote a piece defending a local newspaper editor who had been imprisoned for criticizing Diaz's regime. This was a step too far. The Mexican government, sensitive to international reporting that could destabilize their carefully controlled image, began to take notice. Accounts differ slightly on the exact nature of her departure. Some historical versions say she left under a clear, credible threat of arrest from government officials. Others suggest the dispatch recalled her quickly to avoid a messy diplomatic incident that would endanger their correspondent. The result, however, was precisely the same. She returned to the United States with her notebooks full of careful witness, having confirmed her ability to endure professional risk and political pressure without wavering. She hadn't been defeated. She had simply confirmed that her reporting was powerful enough to genuinely worry a government. This experience honed her understanding of endurance, showing her that sometimes the greatest strength lies not in confronting the danger head-on, but in knowing when to gather one's notes, pack the essential bag, and return home with the story intact. It solidified her reputation for courage and proved that her stamina extended beyond the local factory floor to the international political stage. The world was clearly too small for her merely to write about local affairs. Her next great undertaking was arguably the most courageous, certainly the most personally harrowing of her career. Seeking to expose the dire conditions within the women's asylum on Blackwell's Island in New York, she undertook a form of deep-cover journalism that few reporters would dare to attempt. She didn't seek interviews outside the gates. She sought admission inside. The preparations were simple and terrifying. She feigned illness. She checked into a temporary lodging house and began behaving erratically, She spoke strangely, gazed blankly, and refused to go to bed, yet she never fully broke character, maintaining a thread of coherence just strong enough to ensure she would be deemed mentally unsound, but not entirely beyond hope. It was a precarious balancing act, and she carried it off perfectly. The authorities deemed her a foreign lunatic, and she was committed to the Blackwell's Island Asylum. Once inside, the inner calm that had served her in Pittsburgh and Mexico became her shield. She listened, she counted, and she quietly recorded every detail in her formidable memory. The appalling treatment of the patients was immediately apparent. The food was nearly inedible, often spoiled, and the patients were served a rancid broth alongside bread that was little more than dried crust. The attendants were cruel, indifferent, and at times actively abusive, operating with near total impunity because the outside world paid no attention. The women were bathed in cold water, often roughly, and kept strapped into iron beds in dimly lit, freezing rooms. After 10 days, her newspaper's lawyer secured her release by proving her sanity and identity. Her subsequent series of articles, compiled into the groundbreaking book 10 Days in a Madhouse, became a national sensation. In it, she wrote with grave sobriety about the brutal reality, recalling how the regimen seemed deliberately designed to worsen, not alleviate, suffering. She later wrote that the rules and the atmosphere were so harsh that what accepting torture would produce insanity quicker than this treatment, a deeply resonant sentence that revealed the horror of the indifference she had witnessed. Her work did not end with the publication. She was called upon to assist the grand jury in their investigation of the asylum. Her detailed testimony, bolstered by her undeniable credibility and composure, led directly to official action. Reforms followed swiftly. Funds were allocated to improve patient care, and conditions measurably improved. Her work proved the extraordinary power of immersive, compassionate journalism. She had endured the cold water and the isolation, not for personal gain, but for the betterment of those who could not speak for themselves. Having exposed corruption and championed the forgotten, Nellie found herself restless again. Her reputation was cemented, her pen was sharp, but the world outside the newsroom still beckoned. It wasn't long before she conceived of a project that blended her journalistic drive with her love of the epic and the impossible. She would circle the globe faster than Phileas Fogg, the hero of Jules Verne's famous novel. Around the World in 80 Days was the ultimate blueprint for a challenge of logistics and timing. For her, it was not merely a story to be replicated, it was a record to be shattered. She knew that to truly make a statement about the modern age and the capabilities of a determined woman, she couldn't just match Fogg's pace. She had to beat the calendar. She first pitched the idea of a global circumnavigation to her editors at the New York World. Initially, the proposal was met with skepticism, not over the feasibility of the journey, but over the suitability of the traveler. Her editors, in a manner typical of the era, suggested the journey was better suited to a man, suggesting she would need a male chaperone, or that the trip was simply too arduous for her constitution. This dismissal, though frustrating, only solidified her resolve. She met their arguments with the simple, unwavering determination that had characterized her career. In her own subsequent book, detailing the trip around the world in 72 days, she recalled the moment of final resolve in remarkably simple terms. It was a phrase that sounded almost like a lullaby of determination, stripped of all theatricality, yet possessing immense force. She simply said, she could and would. This phrase, recalling the unyielding spirit of the fictional Phileas Fogg himself, perfectly captured her approach, an unhurried, almost inevitable commitment to the task. It was a gamble of immense scale, requiring precise timing, dependable connections, and an almost brutal resilience to travel fatigue. She would have to trust not only in the new global network of steamships and rail lines, but also in her own singular ability to navigate it with grace and without fuss. The plan was audacious. She would take only the barest necessities in a small bag, refusing the heavy trunks that slowed down most Victorian travelers. This minimalist approach was a journalistic strategy in itself, highlighting her focus on the journey rather than on fashion or luxury. The challenge was not one of comfort, it was one of speed. The world was shrinking due to technology, and she was determined to be the person who proved how small indeed it had become. The grand departure arrived on a chilly November day in 1889. The stage was not a crowded dockside spectacle, but the deck of the Augusta Victoria, a German steamship cutting through the Atlantic swells. She set out with the utmost economy, carrying only what she could manage herself. The world had given her 80 days to circumnavigate it. She intended to return with days to spare. The first leg of the journey moved through Atlantic swells and European timetables with composure. She was surrounded by passengers who were curious about her mission, but she maintained a calm, businesslike demeanor, reserving her energy for the task at hand. The ocean passage was a period of necessary rest and preparation, a time to adjust her internal clock to the unyielding demands of the global timetable she was now serving. She saw the journey not as a collection of sights to be admired, but as a complex machine of connections and transfers that she must master. Upon reaching Europe, the most culturally significant hinge of the entire journey occurred. Her route took her to Amiens, in France, to the home of Jules Verne himself, whose imagination had set this very challenge in motion. The meeting was unhurried and cordial, a remarkable moment where fiction paused to nod to fact. Verne, the master of adventure stories, met the woman who was turning his grand fantasy into a journalistic reality. He expressed genuine support for her mission, telling her, in a friendly manner, that if she succeeded in beating his fictional hero's time, he would be the first to cheer her on. This was no dramatic encounter, but a confirmation, a blessing from the source of the story. It provided a powerful narrative justification for her race. She was not just traveling, she was fulfilling a modern prophecy. Leaving Amiens, the rails carried her on. The pace quickened across the European landmass, heading towards the strategic gateway of the Suez Canal. She had to navigate the precise and often unforgiving schedules of the railway systems, mastering the art of the swift transfer and the necessary wait. There was no time for lengthy sightseeing or delays. Every hour lost was a battle against the calendar. She was beginning to develop the rhythm of a person constantly in transit, the measured patience of waiting for a ship, followed by the focused urgency of making a connection. She understood that speed was as much about avoiding stoppages as it was about the velocity of the vehicles themselves. The Atlantic had been conquered, Europe traversed, and the long, warm expanse of the next ocean was now drawing her east towards the pivotal passage that would take her into the heart of Asia. The transition from the European rail network to the maritime routes of the East brought with it a change in rhythm, from the urgency of the train to the measured patience of the steamship. She soon found herself threading the great artery of the Suez Canal, a remarkable feat of engineering that had reshaped global travel. Standing on deck, she watched the narrow banks slip past, a testament to human will overcoming geographical distance. This segment of the journey was less about raw speed and more about enduring the slow, almost hypnotic pace of a long-distance liner. Once past the canal, the ship entered the Red Sea, and she settled into the sustained warmth of the tropical climate. She watched the sea lift and fall, focusing on the small, necessary rituals of survival at sea, organizing her time, finding a sense of routine amidst the vastness, and learning the quiet patience that all long-haul travelers must acquire. There was a constant, almost palpable sense of moving forward, even when the ship seemed to hang suspended between endless horizons. It was during this long passage across the Indian Ocean that the physical and emotional cost of the journey began to make itself felt. The constant forward momentum could not entirely mask a quiet homesickness, a natural response to being so utterly alone and dependent on vast, impersonal forces. But she nursed these feelings with her usual practicality, recognizing them as a temporary discomfort rather than an insurmountable obstacle. Her primary focus remained on the clock, minding it intently. She meticulously checked the timetables and the ship's logs, calculating her progress against the fictional benchmark. Every day shaved off the 80 was a small victory. She ate with the crew when necessary, spoke with the captains to ensure she understood the logistics, and maintained a clear, purposeful distance from the distractions of the other passengers. The ships that carried her were robust iron vessels, embodying the very spirit of the industrial age that made this race possible. She witnessed the vast commercial network of the British Empire at work, the steady flow of goods and people across the water, and she was simply a determined passenger within that massive system. Her stop in Yemen, at an essential coal and supply port, was a brief blur of noise and activity, a necessary logistical interruption before the final push toward the great subcontinent of India. She would remain at sea via the route from Suez to Aden and on to Sri Lanka, then continue east by ship. 25 days into her journey, the ship finally delivered her to Sri Lanka, marking the point where the journey truly entered the dense, vibrant landscape of Asia. From here, her course threaded across the continent's warm, coastal edges. The speed of the journey began to slow slightly, as the connections were often dictated by the infrequent schedules of interport steamships. But her resolute focus never wavered. She passed through the strategic ports of Singapore and Hong Kong, witnessing the steady lantern glow of night harbors. But her mission demanded courtesy and economy of movement. She moved efficiently from one dock to the next, often without time to explore the cities she briefly touched. It was in Hong Kong that she became aware of a dramatic new development. A rival traveler, Elizabeth Bisland, had been dispatched by a competing American newspaper, Cosmopolitan, racing in the opposite direction, heading west across the American continent and the Pacific. The papers had sensationalized the contest, but for Nellie, it was not a cause for panic or a dramatic spectacle. She simply acknowledged the competition and kept a tight watch on telegrams and tides. Her response was characteristic. She would continue with her plan, confident that her initial lead and her own methodical approach would secure the victory. The focus remained internal, not on beating the rival, but on shattering the fictional record. The time spent at sea was an exercise in self-management. She managed the small details that could have become major headaches, such as arranging the swift transfer of her modest luggage and ensuring the correct local currency was at hand. This practical attention to detail was her true weapon in the race against the calendar. As she sailed on, the steady rhythm of the ship provided a backdrop for her thoughts. The world seemed to be a vast, breathing entity, and she was navigating its veins of trade and travel. The long days at sea demanded patience, a skill she had learned early in her career while waiting for the truth to be told. She was heading towards the final, major ocean crossing, the broad, daunting expanse of the Pacific. The Asian segment had been a crucial test of patience and resourcefulness, and she had passed it with her customary steady competence, ready now for the great ocean to carry her home. Leaving the warm edges of the Asian continent behind, she embarked from Japan for the longest and arguably most psychologically taxing leg of the entire journey. The Pacific Ocean, vast and unpredictable, became a broad, breathing page beneath her steamship, the Oceanic. It was a winter crossing, which brought with it a different kind of endurance test. The cold, the persistent rolling of the great ship, and the profound sense of isolation that only an immense ocean can instill. This stage was a pure test of fortitude. There were no quick transfers, no train tracks to look forward to, only the relentless, deep-sea push of the screw beneath the hull. Yet, she found a way to settle into the rhythm of the Pacific, treating the long, lonely weeks as a necessary suspension of motion before the final, frenetic push for the finish line. She continued her careful tracking of the ship's progress, often reviewing charts and speaking with the captain to gauge their expected arrival time. She was now sailing not just against the calendar, but toward a deadline she had set for herself, a time goal of finishing in under 80 days. The Pacific crossing was a silent confirmation of her original thesis. The world had shrunk, and she, a single individual, was the proof. The arrival in San Francisco was the final, electrifying transition from the maritime world back to the continental dash that would secure her victory. She stepped off the Oceanic onto American soil and into a maelstrom of celebration. The New York world had transformed her race into a national event. The reception was overwhelming, but she allowed herself only the briefest moment to acknowledge the cheers. The time saved during the Trans-Pacific journey meant she now had a solid chance of shattering the 73-day mark. The final leg was a sprint, a high-stakes dash across the entire American continent. A special train was arranged, waiting to carry her eastward with minimal stops. Again, there was no blare or grandstanding from her side, just the relentless, purposeful rhythm of wheels and mileposts. The train traversed the country, propelled by the urgent desire of the newspaper, the engineers, and the whole American public to see her win. She passed through the changing landscapes of the West and the Midwest, seeing them not as scenery, but as distance being rapidly consumed. She arrived in New York in January 1890, having completed the entire circumnavigation in 72 days. The final arrival was a joyous, exhausting conclusion to a mission executed with perfect professionalism. She had won her race against the calendar, and the world had its new record. The triumphant return to New York marked the end of the race, but not the end of the story. Having conquered the world's circumference, the traveller, still known to the public as Nellie Bly, entered a new and unexpected phase of life. Her fame was immense, and she leveraged it not for mere social standing, but for further professional opportunity. A few years after her global sprint, she married the industrialist Robert Seaman, who was significantly older than her. The marriage was not merely a retirement, it was an expansion of her professional scope. When Seaman became ill, she took over the management of his company, the Ironclad Manufacturing Company. This transition from groundbreaking journalist to industrial executive was perhaps the most surprising of her life's many turns. She applied her characteristic intensity and practical intelligence to the business, running the massive firm with a competent hand. Under her direction, the company initially flourished, driven by her modern management style and her personal focus. However, the business eventually faltered. Some managers she had trusted failed her, and the company faced financial ruin, forcing her back into the field she knew best, writing. She returned to journalism with renewed vigor, finding her way to Europe during the upheaval of the Great War. She became one of the first and most prominent female war correspondents, bringing her discerning eye to the tremendous endurance shown by those caught in the conflict. She reported from the front lines in Europe with a clarity that avoided sensationalism, focusing instead on the practical reality and the human cost. In the final years of her life, she turned increasingly toward practical kindness at home. She wrote columns offering advice and support, and she focused her formidable energy on working with orphans and children. The light finally dimmed in 1922 when she succumbed to pneumonia. Her life was a remarkable circuit of ambition, from the struggling farm girl to the industrialist and back to the journalist. She was a woman who did not just report the news, she created it, always preferring action without theatrics. And now, as we let her story settle, we remember that some lives are not measured in years, but in distance covered, in doors pushed open and left open for those bold enough to follow. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the enduring mystery of the Loch Ness monster, that legendary creature said to lurk beneath the peaty depths of Scotland's most famous loch. The Scottish Highlands hold many secrets, but none quite so tantalizing as what might dwell in these cold, ancient depths. Loch Ness descends more than 750 feet into the earth, a vast, inky chasm where sunlight quickly surrenders to the darkness of thick, peat-stained waters. If ever there were a place deep and dark enough to conceal such a beast, this vast enigma of the Highlands would be it. The modern myth began in earnest in the 1930s, when a couple witnessed an enormous creature. Not in the water as you'd expect, but lumbering across the road in front of their motorcar before vanishing into the loch. Newspapers seized upon the story. Photographs emerged. Scientists arrived with equipment, then submarines and sonar. But stories of the Loch Ness monster stretch back to the ancient Picts, who left giant standing stones bearing carvings of a strange aquatic beast. Even Saint Columba was said to have encountered something devilish in these very waters. But what to believe? Could so many witnesses throughout the centuries all be mistaken? And if so, why do scientists return again and again to plumb the depths of this enduring mystery? And why does this story linger? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll endeavor to sort fact from folklore, from monastery chronicles to modern conspiracy and scientific evidence. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey across these mystical waters in pursuit of a legend that refuses to surface. Centuries ago, long before any monk set quill to parchment, before tracks lined the hillsides or visitors came seeking legends, the people who lived beside the great Loch saw no divide between the land and the stories it carried. This was the Scottish Highlands over 1,000 years ago. The air hung heavy with the scent of wet bracken and wood smoke. A cold wind rolled down from the hills, carrying the mineral tang of ancient stone. And there, stretched out like a sleeping serpent through the heart of the great glen, lay the water, black as spilled ink, silent as a held breath. In those days, the Picts carved their beliefs into stone. They had no written alphabet as we'd recognize it. Instead, they left symbols, curves, crescents, and long looping spirals whose meanings scholars still approach with care. And among these runes of their world appears, now and then, a creature. No hooves, no paws, no wings, just a long neck arched with intent, and a body half serpent, half seal, as if drawn by hands familiar with things seldom spoken of directly. These carvings were not warnings necessarily. It's possible the people of the early Highlands didn't treat the unknown as an enemy, but as a part of the order of things. A creature in the water might be dangerous, yes, but danger and reverence often traveled together back then. The wild held lessons, and lessons held value. A carved beast, pressed into stone with deliberate strokes, was a way of acknowledging that the Loch's conditions changed and that its depths might contain a presence older than any settlement on its shore. If you walk the hills today, the stones weathered and half swallowed by moss, you might not immediately notice the shape. But if you look long enough, your mind begins to settle into older patterns. The curve of a neck emerges. The suggestion of movement appears in the chiseled lines. These were not decorative whims. They were statements, small, steady markers of a world where water was as mysterious as the sky, and every ripple held meaning. The Loch itself would have been a companion to these early communities. Its long, narrow body lay between steep ridges that kept the sun low and the water cool. On still mornings, before birds began their fussing, the surface would rest as though half dreaming. The Picts depended on the Loch for fish and for a steady, constant presence in their lives. Yet sudden swells or unexpected currents were a regular reminder that humans were vulnerable there. It's comforting in a way to imagine their days unfolding at the edge of that immense stretch of water. Fires lit against the breeze, children chasing one another over damp earth, hunters returning with meat over their shoulders. And always, just a little way off, the Loch, dark, deep, and inscrutable. Stories did persist, of course, murmured at hearthside and passed gently from elder to child. People spoke softly of the Loch, of ripples that formed when no wind stirred the water, of a vague shape rising in the deep before vanishing again. Some heard these accounts and smiled, thinking it a trick of light or wind upon water. Others listened, not with fear exactly, but a calm acceptance that the world was larger, older, and more mysterious than any mortal mind could fully comprehend. It was into that quiet mystery that the carved figures at the edge of the highlands found their place. On the stones left by the Picts, the same watery enigma was given form. They did not carve the beast as a warning, nor as a monster to be hunted. Rather, the carved creature stood as a testament, a subtle but enduring recognition that the Loch had its secrets. The beast belonged to the water, just as surely as the salmon belonged to the stream, or the stag to the land. And in that belonging, there was a kind of quiet reverence. In that sense, the earliest whisper of what we now call the Loch Ness monster wasn't a monster at all. It was a reflection of an old understanding, one that held room for wonder and left space for shapes moving in the depths, unbothered by the passing of time. The year was 565 AD, and the wild beauty of the highlands was being visited by an Irish monk of immense spiritual influence named Columba. He had travelled north, bringing the new faith to the local people of Loch Ness. The event that would later become a cornerstone of the monster's narrative took place not on the vast loch itself, but slightly away from it, along the connecting waterway, the River Ness. This river flows from the northern tip of the loch and winds its way towards the sea at Inverness. Columba and his followers were resting by the riverbank when their attention was drawn to a commotion in the water. They saw a local man swimming across the river, either for a practical purpose or perhaps to fetch a boat, when suddenly a creature rose up from the depths and rushed at him with immense force. The man was in great peril, and the scene must have been deeply unsettling for the onlookers. Columba, whose faith was already associated with the power of miracles, stepped forward immediately and stood on the bank. With a voice that carried authority and a spiritual calm, he is said to have issued a commanding order to the approaching beast. "Go no further," he is reported to have cried out, "nor touch the man. Go back with all speed." It's important to understand the weight this moment carried in the context of the time. The people believed in powerful forces dwelling in the water, and here was a holy man directly confronting one. The creature, according to the later account, obeyed the command, recoiling immediately as if pulled back by invisible reins, and fled back into the deep water. This extraordinary tale was carefully recorded about a century later by Adam Nan, the monk's biographer and successor as Abbot of Iona. Adam Nan wrote that the event instilled a great fear in the hearts of the local people for a time, leading them to understand the power of Columba's God. Today, we hold this story softly in our hands. Was it an actual memory of a large, perhaps aggressive aquatic animal, which was then cast in the light of a religious miracle to convert the local populace? Or was the story intended purely as a powerful metaphor for the triumph of faith over the unknown terrors of a pagan world? We don't claim to know the truth of the creature's nature, but the story is undeniably the first written whisper of a large, aggressive animal inhabiting the Ness waterways. It established a long, enduring association between the area and an unidentified beast, a thread of narrative that lay dormant in the historical record for centuries, waiting patiently for the modern age to pull upon it. For a vast stretch of human history, the Great Loch remained a place of profound remoteness, accessible only by challenging trails and appreciated by the few scattered highland communities nestled along its irregular shores. But in the early 1930s, that old isolation began to break apart. This moment of change would prove to be the most significant turning point in the monster's story since Columba's time. The crucial development was a practical piece of civil engineering, the widening and improvement of the main road running along the northern shore of the Loch. This narrow track ran along the northern shore of the Loch, often hugging the steep slopes and providing only fleeting, obstructed views of the water. As the road was modernized in 1933 to better accommodate the new age of motoring, the construction work opened up the landscape. Now, for the first time, a smooth, reliable route gave everyday people clear, unobstructed views right across the immense surface of the Loch, and they could stop their cars safely to take in the panorama. Suddenly, hundreds of new eyes were fixed on the deep water that had gone largely unobserved for so long, and with this new attention came a surge of new sightings. The witnesses were not just the local fishermen or farmers who were already used to the Loch's idiosyncrasies. Now they were tourists, motorists, and visitors, people unburdened by local custom and perhaps more ready to accept the extraordinary. The reports that began to accumulate spoke of dark humps breaking the surface, moving with a surprising speed against the currents. They described peculiar, unexplained wakes that appeared and vanished without a boat in sight. The stories shared over tea and in local pubs were exciting, dramatic, and utterly consistent with the idea of a large, unidentified creature. The sighting that captured the most attention and secured the story's place in modern folklore involved a local hotel managing couple, Mr. and Mrs. Spicer, who were driving along the newly improved road one summer evening. They described seeing an unbelievable sight, a creature crossing the road right in front of their car. They recounted a long neck, an undulating body, and a sight so strange it left them stunned. Local newspapers in Inverness, delighted by the colourful and recurring drama, began to print the accounts, and it was here that the name took hold. They referred to the phenomenon as the monster, and so the legend was reborn in the modern era, acquiring a simple, catchy name that resonated with the public imagination. Some perfectly reasonable souls suggested that more eyes simply meant more chances to misinterpret a seal, a log, or a wave. Others felt the old stories had simply been waiting for the right moment, the right lighting, the right audience to resurface. Either way, the Loch's era of anonymity was over. It was no longer just deep and cold. It was watched by the world, and every ripple on its surface now carried the potential for a world-changing revelation. The sudden and dramatic flurry of sightings in 1933, sparked by the new road, immediately caught the attention of the wider world, particularly the fiercely competitive newspapers of London. This was a sensational story that needed to be chased, and one of the major papers seized the opportunity to elevate the regional rumour into a national and soon international fascination. In a bold, expensive move, a London newspaper dispatched a seasoned big-game hunter to the shores of the Loch. His mission was to solve the riddle once and for all, to track, find, and potentially capture the elusive creature. The very idea of a professional hunter setting out to bag a mythical beast in the Scottish Highlands was a perfect piece of thrilling theatre, and the public followed the developing narrative with bated breath. The excitement reached a fever pitch very quickly. The hunter's crew, working diligently along the muddy, peaty shores, soon announced a major breakthrough. They had discovered what appeared to be strange, enormous footprints impressed deeply into the soft ground near the water's edge. The scale of the tracks was impressive and suggested an animal of tremendous size and weight. The immediate assumption was, of course, that these were the definitive proof, the clear evidence left behind by the legendary monster. The newspapers ran with the story, and suspense gathered across the country. The prints were photographed, cast in plaster, and studied intensely, but the thrill of certainty was short-lived, and a distinctly humorous deflation followed. It turned out, upon closer examination, that the impressive footprints were not organic in origin at all. The hunter's claim, so confidently made, crumbled when it was revealed that the tracks had been made by an ingenious yet utterly mundane object, a novelty umbrella stand. Specifically, the prints were identical to the base of an umbrella stand, crafted to resemble a hippopotamus foot. It was a hoax, plain and simple, a deliberate deception meant to fuel the sensational headlines. The revelation was immensely embarrassing for the London newspaper, and certainly for the hunter himself, who had allowed himself to be so thoroughly fooled. Yet, remarkably, this blatant fraud did not extinguish the fascination. If anything, the brief, intense burst of excitement, followed by the absurdity of the hippopotamus umbrella stand, simply deepened the Loch's charm. It proved that people desperately cared about the mystery. Even when tricked, their attention remained fixed on the water. The whole affair, this brief moment of human foolishness, only cemented the idea that something strange was happening in the Highlands. And through all the headlines and the subsequent red faces, the Loch remained wide and utterly unhurried, its waters changing far less than the stories told about it. Following the initial excitement and the embarrassment of the fake footprints, the story of the Loch beast needed something solid, something visual, to hold the world's attention. And in 1934, it received just that. A single, crisp photograph that would soon become the definitive global image of the creature. The picture was said to have been taken by a respected London surgeon, a man whose professional reputation lent a significant air of credibility to his claim. For this reason, it became known forever after as the surgeon's photograph. The image itself is simple, yet powerfully evocative. A clean, dark silhouette of a long, slender neck and a small head raised high above a perfectly still, glistening surface. The rest of the creature's body is hidden beneath the waterline, creating a sense of immense, hidden bulk. This photograph instantly captured the imagination of millions. It seemed to offer irrefutable proof, a clear visual answer to the question of the Loch's contents. It was reproduced in newspapers and magazines around the globe, transforming the creature from a local rumor into an international icon. If someone, anywhere in the world, was asked to picture the Loch Ness monster, it was this image that would immediately spring to mind. But as with all great enigmas, the certainty it offered began to unravel slowly over the decades. By the 1990s, compelling claims surfaced that the picture was a deliberate fake. The evidence suggested it was an elaborate setup, staged using a toy submarine bought from a high street shop, to which was attached a carefully shaped model head and neck. The hoax, according to this account, was orchestrated by a man connected to the earlier hoax with the hippo footprints, who used the surgeon's name to give the picture credibility. When this version of events emerged, many people accepted it as the definitive end to the story of the photograph. The idea of human craft, a well-placed model, and a clever trick seemed a sensible explanation for such a perfect image. However, even today, there remain unanswered questions and details about the confession that are still debated by enthusiasts and researchers. We speak gently here of the power of images. Regardless of its authenticity, the photograph endures. It continues to be important, not because it is factual proof, but because it perfectly caught the mood of the unknown, the sense of a beautiful, impossible apparition rising from the dark water. It gave the invisible belief a tangible, elegant form, and that in its own way is a kind of enduring truth. The picture's legend outgrew its origins, ensuring the creature would forever glide through the public's imagination. With the widespread dissemination of the famous 1934 photo, the pursuit of the creature transitioned from a sporadic affair of chance sightings to a dedicated, organized effort. From the 1950s, a whole new kind of enthusiast arrived at the Loch, the serious watcher. These were ordinary people, often driven by an unshakable belief and an intense, methodical patience. They settled in earnest on the cold, exposed shores, establishing temporary camps and enduring the famously unpredictable highland weather. They came equipped with tools that seemed entirely inadequate for the immense task: simple cine cameras, long-range still cameras, and a great deal of perseverance. Organizations like the Loch Ness Investigation Bureau were formed, formalizing the vigil. Their volunteers meticulously set up observation points, scanning the vast expanse of water through binoculars and camera lenses, day after day. This was not the sensationalism of the big game hunter. This was persistence in its purest form. Their efforts were occasionally rewarded. Observers managed to capture various pieces of film footage that, while not providing final certainty, certainly added fuel to the fire. Some film showed a large shape rolling beneath the surface, or a pronounced wake beginning and ending abruptly without a clear external cause. These fleeting images, often filmed through a haze or at a great distance, became subjects of intense scrutiny. Film frames were enlarged, analyzed, and debated by experts around the world. The difficulty was always one of scale and certainty. The immense size of the Loch and the frequently vague nature of the captured images meant that any conclusion was necessarily tentative, too far away to judge the creature's size, too vague for absolute identification. Yet, these watchers considered the lack of absolute proof not a failure, but simply a call to continue the search. We can picture them now, wrapped in thick scarves against the drizzle, seated patiently in makeshift blinds or old vans, the steam from their kettles curling into the cold air. They were giving their time, their holidays, and their belief to the mystery. They represent a beautiful aspect of human curiosity, the readiness to devote oneself entirely to an unanswered question. Their quiet tenacity kept the legend alive and proved that even in an age increasingly dominated by scientific rationality, there was still a place for the hopeful vigil against the edges of the unknown. As the decades turned, the search transitioned from the hopeful human eye and the passive camera to active, sophisticated machinery. From the late 1960s onward, expeditions arrived with serious scientific intent, bringing technology capable of listening to the deep, where human eyes could not penetrate. The researchers began to deploy sonar, which uses sound waves to map the underwater environment, along with towed cables and powerful underwater cameras. This was an attempt to strip away the ambiguity of surface sightings and reach the core of the mystery. The scientific approach often yielded tantalizing but ultimately frustrating results. Sonar sweeps would occasionally register strange, large shapes deep in the water, massive echoes that appeared to move independently of known objects. The excitement of the teams would surge, but when they attempted to track or identify the echoes, they would often simply vanish, retreating back into the vast, dark volume of the Loch. In one highly publicized event, an underwater camera from an expedition captured an image that looked uncannily like a large, diamond-shaped flipper or appendage. This caused great excitement and led to theories about the creature being a surviving plesiosaur, a long-necked marine reptile from the age of the dinosaurs. However, later analysis suggested the image may have been an illusion, perhaps a shadow or piece of debris, exaggerated by contrast enhancements. The science was as prone to misinterpretation as the human eye. Only the errors were now rendered in technical charts and sonar traces. The most ambitious effort of this era came in 1987 with Operation Deep Scan. This was a massive, coordinated sweep of the entire Loch, using multiple boats spaced across the water, all firing synchronized sonar beams down to the bottom. The goal was to provide a definitive wall-to-wall map of the Loch's contents. The operation logged several curious echoes that could not be easily explained, but again, nothing definitive was found, and no living creature was ever successfully tracked or photographed with certainty. As the sophistication of the equipment grew through the early 2000s, further high-resolution surveys were conducted. The cumulative data from these exhaustive sweeps pointed toward one disheartening truth. There did not appear to be a large, stable breeding population of giant, unknown animals living in the Loch. The data suggested that any large creatures, if they existed, were not there in sufficient numbers to be consistently logged by modern scanning technology. It was a gentle but firm conclusion. There may be no monster, the scientists seemed to say, but that didn't mean there was nothing to look for. In 2019, the ever-evolving search for an answer, science introduced its most refined tool yet, the study of environmental DNA, or eDNA. This method acknowledged the immense challenge of finding a whole creature in a huge dark Loch, and instead focused on the microscopic evidence left behind. The principle is elegantly simple. Every living creature, from the smallest plankton to the largest mammal, continuously sheds traces of itself into the environment. These traces might be flakes of skin, hair, mucus, scales, or waste. In water, these microscopic fragments float and drift, carrying their unique DNA signature for a time. Scientists proposed that if a large, unknown creature had been living in the Loch for centuries, its DNA signature should be detectable in the water samples. An international team of scientists arrived at the Loch and meticulously collected hundreds of water samples from varying depths and locations across the entire expanse. Back in their laboratories, they filtered the water and analyzed the genetic material they found. The process was akin to taking a forensic census of all the life in the Loch, searching for any telltale signs of a plesiosaur, a giant seal, or an enormous unknown fish. The results, when they were finally announced, were fascinating for what they did and did not find. The analysis provided a very detailed list of all the life known to exist in the Loch, confirming the presence of hundreds of species of fish, birds, mammals, and bacteria. Crucially, the researchers found no evidence of DNA from ancient marine reptiles, such as a plesiosaur, nor did they find any traces of large foreign fish, like a sturgeon. However, one particular DNA signature was ubiquitous and astonishingly plentiful: the DNA of the eel. The scientists found traces of eel DNA in almost every one of the collected samples, a result that was significantly higher than the levels expected. As one researcher famously said, there was a very significant amount of eel DNA circulating in the water. This raised an entirely new possibility, a hypothesis both simple and compelling. Could the sightings, the long neck, the humps, the movement, be explained by a giant European eel? The European eel is known to grow quite large, and while a 7-foot eel is rare, the enormous volume of the Loch might offer the chance for an unprecedented specimen to survive and grow to a truly immense size. The study provided a sharp, biological answer, even if it didn't provide a final solution. It did not confirm the monster, but it did point to a highly plausible, natural explanation for many of the sightings. The tools of the search continue to grow more refined, and the questions become more precise. The Loch, meanwhile, remains physically remote and opaque, with no firm answers and many questions still unresolved. And so, we arrive at the end of our journey, but not the end of the story. For over a millennium, from the Pictish carvings to the latest genetic sequencing, the idea of a creature in the Loch has endured. We must now acknowledge that the Loch Ness Monster has grown beyond a simple biological question. She is, in essence, a mirror. She reflects so many beautiful facets of the human spirit: the enduring impulse towards belief in the face of evidence, the power of imagination to shape a landscape, the meticulous dedication of careful science, and the comforting allure of the unknown. The creature is a powerful symbol of what we cannot quite grasp, a reminder that the world still holds wonders even in the age of global connectivity. Visitors continue to flock to the Loch's shores every year. They come not just to see the deep water, but to peer hopefully from the banks, carrying the memory of the surgeon's photograph in their minds. The hotels and villages benefit from the endless stream of explorers, turning a local legend into a valuable international phenomenon. In this way, the creature is no longer just a potential animal. It is an economic driver, a shared cultural narrative, and a piece of Scotland's identity. The Loch itself remains unchanged by all this human activity. It stays cold, profound, and deep, reflecting the immense dramatic sky above. Boats, sonar, and endless debate pass over it without effect. Whether Nessie is a trick of light or something unnamed, she is firmly and beautifully part of the landscape now. The shadow beneath the stones has become the world's most famous gentle legend. The search continues, not necessarily in the hope of catching her, but simply in the spirit of wonder. The story asks nothing of you, but to keep the capacity for hopeful questioning alive. It is a patient puzzle, an invitation to never accept that everything has been found or explained. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Cleopatra, twilight sovereign of a vast empire in decline, and one of the most powerful women in all of history. Born into an ancient kingdom already centuries old, Cleopatra came of age in a gilded Egyptian palace, its emerald courtyards bordered by sandstone columns and grand halls fragrant with incense. From the beginning, Cleopatra was more than a ruler in waiting. She was a survivor in a family where crowns were claimed just as often through treachery as through birthright. By the time she had ascended to the throne, Egypt was a kingdom in peril. The encroachment and influence of Rome was seemingly unstoppable. reshaping the world far beyond its borders. Yet in the shadow of this looming threat, Cleopatra held her own with confidence and a steady, unwavering grace. Her intellect made her a formidable adversary, able to engage generals and scholars alike in their own native tongues. Later accounts would reflect that the contact of her presence was irresistible, that she was dangerous and bewitching. But power comes at a cost, and noble agreements shaped in the cool hush of marble chambers often unravel on the battlefield. Yet against all odds, Cleopatra held power for decades. But what calculations must have weighed on her mind as alliances formed and disintegrated? Could she hold her kingdom together against the rising tide of Roman ambition? Or would she also be swept away? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll marvel at the commanding presence of Cleopatra, a queen for the ages whose courage and resilience lay not in the might of armies, but in the certainty of her own resolve. The Nile moved steadily through the heart of Egypt, a deep blue ribbon weaving endlessly through the golden, sun-baked sands of the river delta. Along its banks, the city of Alexandria rose, a jewel of Hellenistic learning and commerce, where the young Cleopatra VII spent her formative years. She belonged to the Ptolemy dynasty, founded centuries earlier by one of Alexander the Great's generals, a lineage grown old and complex, but still holding the scepter over a vast and precious domain. The air she breathed in the palace courtyards was a mingling of salt from the harbor, the rich aroma of spices traded from distant lands, and the gentle smoky scent of cedar and incense used in the rituals that bound the crown to the gods. She was raised not just as a princess, but as a political instrument, one who had to be as sharp as she was graceful. Her education was deep and wide, covering the history of Greece, the mathematics of the heavens, and the philosophies of the ancient world. Importantly, she mastered the art of communication. She became fluent in the dialects of the Ethiopians, the Medes, the Hebrews, and the Parthians, 9 languages in all, they say. A remarkable achievement that allowed her to speak directly to her subjects and to visiting dignitaries, fostering an immediate connection that was rare for a ruler of her time. Her mind was always working, always assessing. She wasn't simply reading a text. She was learning how to read a room, how to perceive the subtle shifts of loyalty and ambition in the faces around her. This skill was vital, for the family she was born into was a viper's nest. The Ptolemies had a bloody history of sibling rivalries and courtly intrigues, where succession was often decided by treachery rather than peaceful inheritance. The crown she inherited with her brother was already brittle. Egypt itself, though wealthy, was struggling under the relentless, growing influence of Rome. The legions had conquered territories far and wide, and their shadow stretched even to the prosperous quays of Alexandria. The kingdom was an apple ripe for the picking, and the Romans were circling. Yet, even in the face of this immense historical pressure, Cleopatra displayed an unwavering composure. She was trained to rule, and she did so with a steady assurance. Later, the philosopher and historian Plutarch would offer a lasting impression of her persuasive power. He explained that her voice was like an instrument of many strings, capable of adapting its tone and force to suit whomever she was speaking with. This early training in language and observation would soon be tested in the most dramatic of ways, as the forces within her own family and the colossal power of Rome conspired to take her crown. Before long, the quiet tensions within the royal household gave way to open conflict. A faction within the court, led by her brother and sister, gathered strength, poisoning the atmosphere and making her position untenable. Rather than wait for the inevitable, she made a decisive and practical choice. She would leave. This wasn't a panicked flight, but a calculated withdrawal, a strategic step away from a treacherous court. She retreated into Syria, where she began to assemble a loyal mercenary army, gathering the resources and allies necessary for her return. She was a queen without a throne, but never without a plan. Meanwhile, the politics in Egypt tightened around the ruling clique, becoming increasingly hostile to her rightful claim. Then, a massive shadow fell over the eastern Mediterranean. Julius Caesar, the preeminent Roman general, arrived in Alexandria. Caesar was not there to solve a family feud, but to settle a far larger debt involving the previous Ptolemy king. His presence was overwhelming, instantly making the squabble for the Egyptian throne a matter of Roman concern. Cleopatra, aware that a direct military assault might fail and that time was against her, decided to pursue a strategy of personal diplomacy and daring. She knew that to approach Caesar openly meant risking capture or assassination by the faction holding the palace. She had to bypass the military blockade and the enemy eyes. This led to her legendary staged entrance. Instead of arriving with a triumphant procession, she chose stealth over spectacle. Historical accounts vary on the exact method. Some chroniclers speak of her being smuggled wrapped in a long linen sack. Others suggest she was rolled in a carpet, but the core truth remains the same. A powerful queen deliberately reduced herself to an object, trusting her life to a single, loyal servant. The danger of discovery was immense, yet she proceeded with unflinching nerve. When the linen was unrolled in Caesar's presence, the Roman general was confronted not by a desperate fugitive, but by a sovereign with supreme self-possession, ready to plead her case in his own tongue. The immediate impact of this meeting was profound. She won him over, not with beauty alone. Later accounts would focus on her charm and charisma rather than classical looks, but with her intellect and force of will. She presented her case with legal certainty and a clear vision for the stability of Egypt, a stability that Rome itself needed for its grain supply and geopolitical influence. Her brother and the surrounding faction were outraged by her sudden appearance and the influence she instantly commanded. They began to rally their own forces, realizing that the queen who had slipped away had returned with the most powerful Roman on earth at her side. The daring move had worked, but it had also guaranteed a war for the city. The sudden alliance between Cleopatra and Julius Caesar immediately ignited the city. Her brother's forces, backed by powerful Roman officials stationed in Egypt, could not allow the Roman general to simply re-establish his rival on the throne. The ensuing conflict became known as the Alexandrian War. It was a brutal period of street fighting and siege, turning the grand cosmopolitan capital into a battleground. The Roman forces under Caesar were relatively small, and they found themselves pinned down, reliant on the strength of their defenses and the strategic genius of their leader. The fighting was especially fierce around the bustling harbour, where the conflict had a costly consequence. In an effort to prevent the enemy from using the Egyptian fleet to launch attacks or blockade the Roman position, Caesar gave the order to set fire to the ships moored at the quay. The flames, once kindled, spread with tragic speed. The fire was well attested in the historical accounts of the time, and while it achieved its military objective, it also resulted in the loss of vast amounts of valuable Egyptian property, and critically, historical documents. This event is sometimes linked to the legend of the Great Library. For generations, people believed that the vast repository of ancient knowledge was lost in a single catastrophic night. However, contemporary scholarship offers a more nuanced and perhaps sadder truth. The library, while certainly damaged, likely suffered its decline over many centuries through repeated shifts of power, lack of funding, and gradual destruction. The image of the single, devastating fire is dramatic, but history is often made of slow erosion. Through the chaos and the haze of burning vessels, Cleopatra remained in the city, holding to her position. After several tense months, Roman reinforcements arrived, finally tipping the balance. The forces opposing her were defeated, and the young king Ptolemy XIII, her brother, was killed. With the opposition dismantled, Cleopatra was secured upon the throne, now nominally ruling alongside her even younger brother, Ptolemy XIV, but in practice holding the real power in Egypt. Her political gamble had succeeded, and the cost had been steep, paid for in the city's treasure and the blood of its people. But the crown was hers, and she had demonstrated a level-headedness that transcended the simple image of a charming queen. She had proved she could govern during wartime. With the Alexandrian War concluded, a fragile peace settled over the Delta. The immediate threat to Cleopatra's rule had been eliminated, and she now focused on the delicate task of strengthening Egypt's position in a world increasingly dominated by Rome. This period was not one of grand campaigns, but of meticulous statecraft and domestic stability, with Julius Caesar remaining in Egypt for a time, ostensibly to ensure order. Their time together led to a development of immense consequence. Cleopatra bore a son, whom she named Ptolemy Caesar, quickly nicknamed Caesarion, meaning Little Caesar. In Egypt, she affirmed the child's paternity, a move that secured the legacy of her dynasty and connected it to the most powerful man in the West. This connection was a powerful political shield, intending to place Egypt beyond the reach of any lesser Roman governor. However, the matter of the child's father was far more contentious in Rome. While Caesar never publicly acknowledged the boy as his heir, Roman law and tradition made that highly complex. He also did not deny him. The ambiguity quickly became a force in Roman politics. In Alexandria, the birth was welcomed as a dynastic victory, but in Rome, it whispered of danger. The notion that an Eastern queen could bear a child with ties to Caesar hinted at a future that many in the Senate were unwilling to imagine. When Caesar eventually returned to Rome, he took Cleopatra and her young son with him. Her presence in the capital caused a considerable stir. They resided in Caesar's private villa across the Tiber, a clear sign of their closeness, even if it was not formalized by Roman law. The Roman elite, accustomed to conquering foreign powers, found themselves deeply unsettled by a foreign sovereign who commanded such influence over their foremost general. For Cleopatra, the stay was a vital political education. She saw the workings of the Roman Republic up close, observing the shifting alliances, the deep conservatism of the Senate, and the immense yet volatile popularity of Caesar. She had played her hand masterfully. Egypt was stable. She had a powerful Roman patron, and she had an heir with the most valuable name in the Mediterranean world. As the Roman winter of unease began to thaw, she knew the foundations of her power were stronger than ever, but she also understood the depth of the resentment she had stirred up. The Roman calendar turned, moving inexorably toward a fateful day. The Ides of March, the 15th day of the month, arrived in 44 BC, and with a terrible swiftness, the Roman world was shattered. In the city's forum, Julius Caesar was struck down by a cabal of senators who feared his ambition and believed they were restoring the Republic. It was a single, violent act that sent shockwaves across the Mediterranean, fracturing the political landscape entirely. Word of the murder reached Cleopatra in Rome with shattering speed, and for her, the impact was immediate and devastating. The foundations of her strategic alliance had been violently removed. Her protector and the father of her child was gone, and the power vacuum he left behind was terrifyingly immense. With a speed and clear-headedness that defined her rule, she made the immediate, necessary decision. She would return to Egypt. There was nothing left for her in Rome but danger and the hostility of a shattered elite. She departed with her son, navigating the treacherous passage back to the relative safety of her own kingdom. Back in Alexandria, the crown was once again under immense pressure. Her political position, so recently secured by a Roman sword, was now vulnerable to any of the new, competing factions that immediately sprang up in Rome. The Queen adjusted with a sober assessment of her reality. This was a time for prudent management. She ordered the inventory of her ships and the tally of her treasury, ensuring that her kingdom's military and economic strength was fully known and prepared. She had to reweigh all her alliances, studying the new cast of Roman generals and senators who were vying for power: Antony, Octavian, and the assassins, Brutus and Cassius. Egypt's security lay in choosing the correct side, or perhaps in choosing to remain neutral for as long as possible. History itself seemed to lurch after the assassination, plunging the Mediterranean into a moment of global uncertainty as the various claimants to Caesar's legacy mobilized. Cleopatra used that pause with great skill. She focused on securing her borders and maintaining the economic stability of the grain supply. She ensured that Egypt remained whole, a steady light in a sea of Roman turmoil. She understood that her kingdom's value lay in its reliability and wealth, and that if she could hold that together, she would always have something of value to offer the eventually victorious Roman power. The Ides of March had brought death to Caesar, but for Cleopatra, it brought a renewed cold clarity to the enduring challenge of keeping her kingdom alive. After years of Roman civil war that followed Caesar's death, the political landscape slowly resolved into a confrontation between two main powers, the avenging leaders Mark Antony and Octavian, against the forces of the assassins. With the defeat of the assassins, the Roman world was essentially divided, and Mark Antony took charge of the eastern provinces, which included Egypt. In 41 BC, Antony summoned Cleopatra to meet him in the city of Tarsus, in what is now modern-day Turkey. The summons was ostensibly to answer for the kingdom's allegiance during the recent conflicts, but it was also a test of her power and compliance. Her response was not an immediate, hasty arrival, but a carefully orchestrated, strategic display of majesty. She would not arrive as a subordinate, but as a sovereign courted by a powerful ally. The journey up the river leading to Tarsus has become one of the most enduring images of ancient history. Cleopatra transformed her entrance into spectacle, an assertion of power made without a single word. Plutarch, painting the scene with simple, vivid strokes, described the spectacle. The stern of the ship was of gold, the sails were of purple, a color reserved for royalty and power. The oars, he wrote, were silver, moving to the rhythmic time kept by flutes and pipes, pushing the vessel forward in a luxurious procession. The air itself was thick with perfume, wafting from censers on the ship, reaching the crowds that gathered to witness this unbelievable sight. This pageantry was far more than mere showing off. It was a demonstration of the economic power of Egypt, a clear signal that the Queen had the wealth and resources to be a vital partner. The negotiations were framed before a single word was spoken. Antony, expecting to receive a humble supplicant, was confronted by a dazzling, confident queen who was prepared to engage as an equal. The meeting quickly moved past the issue of past allegiances and toward the future. Their partnership began to grow, built upon a mutual understanding of military aims. Antony needed Egypt's limitless wealth and grain for his planned campaign against the Parthian Empire in the east, and Cleopatra needed the protection of a powerful Roman. As their relationship deepened, they established a household that set its own unhurried rhythm on the edge of the Mediterranean. It was a union of two formidable powers, both accustomed to command, forging an alliance that was personal and political in equal measure. This partnership was an audacious challenge to the old Roman order, and a powerful assertion that the East, under the steady hand of its queen, would have a massive role to play in the new world being forged. Over the next years, that shared life became a dynasty. Their household was enriched by the births of 3 children, their twins Alexander and Cleopatra, and later their younger son Ptolemy. The couple spent several years consolidating their authority over the eastern territories of the Roman world, culminating in the boldest statement of their power, a grand public ceremony in 34 BC, later known as the Donations of Alexandria. This event was a carefully staged public ceremony in the great public hall of Alexandria, the Gymnasium, designed to announce their children's and Egypt's place in the global order. Antony formally recognized Caesarion, Cleopatra's son, by Julius Caesar, as the true son of the great general, thus placing him directly in opposition to Octavian, Caesar's adopted son and Antony's rival in Rome. The queen and her children were bestowed with immense titles and vast territories. Cleopatra herself was declared Queen of Kings, a phrase that would linger on Eastern inscriptions and, critically, in Roman anxiety. Her children received kingdoms and domains spanning from Armenia in the east to North Africa in the west. The sheer audacity of the grants sent a clear, undeniable message to Rome. The Eastern world had its own center of gravity, and it was located in Alexandria, not on the Tiber. It is worth noting that this magnificent pageant was both symbol and strategy. The donations were not a whimsical act of provocation, but an attempt to stabilize the sprawling borders of the East, delegating authority to a trustworthy network of client rulers, most of whom were her own children. It was intended to signal confidence and secure a stable eastern frontier, thereby serving a practical Roman need. However, the action was instantly and vehemently interpreted in Rome as an unacceptable provocation. Octavian and his allies seized upon the donations, portraying Antony as a man corrupted and controlled by a foreign, Eastern queen. They painted the queen as a threat to the very stability of the Republic, arguing that she intended to move the capital to Alexandria and rule the world from the banks of the Nile. The carefully calculated pageantry had provoked exactly what it was meant to prevent: a final, terrible confrontation with Rome. Cleopatra had used her children's futures and her kingdom's wealth to build a solid strategic foundation, but the relentless pressure of Roman ambition and the political needs of Octavian's faction made war virtually inevitable. Despite the noble intentions behind the arrangements, the grand titles of the donations simply served to make the inevitable battle for control a matter of personal and ideological survival for the Queen. The simmering tension finally escalated into open conflict. Antony and Cleopatra prepared to face the formidable forces of Octavian, and the final reckoning came to a head at the narrow straits off western Greece, in the naval battle of Actium. The historical record shows that the decision to engage in a sea battle was not easily made, and it was certainly a choice born of imperfect options. Antony's strategy was beset by difficulties. Some sources speak of disease sweeping through his massive camp, weakening his land forces. Other factors included the comparative strength of Cleopatra's well-provisioned fleet and the enormous treasury she had brought with her. The naval confrontation, though riskier, offered a chance for a decisive, rapid victory, or failing that, an opportunity to withdraw and fight another day with their wealth and power intact. On September 2nd, 31 BC, the two colossal fleets met on the water. The battle itself was a massive, confusing melee. Octavian's fleet, commanded by the brilliant Agrippa, was composed of smaller, more maneuverable ships, while Antony's fleet featured larger, heavier vessels. The outcome became clear during the height of the engagement. The strategy of Antony and Cleopatra failed to achieve a decisive breakthrough. In the midst of the chaos, with the main forces still heavily engaged, the Egyptian squadron, carrying the royal treasury and the core of the couple's personal guard, withdrew from the battle and sailed south toward Egypt. Antony followed swiftly, an action that was immediately seized upon by Roman propagandists as an act of cowardly desertion. The Queen and her general were sailing home, leaving their allies and the remainder of the fleet to their fate. The withdrawal was devastating. The remaining land forces, left undersupplied and uncertain of their leadership, soon laid down their arms, effectively ending the challenge to Octavian. Roman poets and historians would subsequently dwell endlessly on the defeat. Horace, writing in the triumphant glow of the victory, gave the queen a memorable, casually cruel label, calling her a fatale monstrum, a deadly wonder. But that sort of tired malice tells us far more about the Roman need to demonize their enemy than it does about the actual woman who fought to save her kingdom. Actium was not simply a loss of ships, it was the total collapse of their alliance's military power. The vast dreams of an Eastern empire centered in Alexandria were suddenly over. The only thing left to do was prepare for the inevitable arrival of the victor. After the crushing defeat at Actium, the couple returned to the City of Light and Libraries, knowing their time was severely limited. This period became one of sober, methodical preparation for the end. Cleopatra, still thinking like a ruler, turned her focus to the most immediate practical concerns. She immersed herself in the ledgers of the treasury, moving and arranging assets to keep them from Roman hands. She oversaw the fortification of the city, not with the belief that she could win, but with the hope that she could buy time. Above all, she focused on the safety of her children, knowing that their fates were the final, non-negotiable pieces of her legacy. Mark Antony, his spirit broken by the defeat and the subsequent disintegration of his remaining forces, faced his final days with a despair that eclipsed his former grandeur. As Octavian's legions finally closed in on the city in 30 BC, the inevitable confrontation occurred. His final mortal wound belongs to the chronicles. What endures is the truth of his loss and the collapse of his greatness. Reports from the time suggest that he was brought to the mausoleum the queen had constructed for herself, where she and her most trusted servants had locked themselves away. He reportedly died in her care, held in her arms, and the palace that had once been the center of world power grew very still with grief. Even in profound mourning, Cleopatra's resolve did not falter. She continued to act as a sovereign, even as the walls closed in. She entered into a series of delicate, drawn-out negotiations with Octavian, who was now fully in command. She tested his terms, attempting to bargain for the lives and titles of her children. Her immediate goal was to secure a future for her dynasty, even if her personal future was lost. She knew the value of the Egyptian treasure and used it as her final bargaining chip, arranging its security and disposal in a way that granted her the most leverage possible. Octavian, however, was unyielding in his demands. He was determined to display his ultimate victory over the East. He granted her no assurances beyond the vague promise of a safe retirement for herself. The final decision had been made in the halls of power long before, but the queen kept arranging and planning, searching for any advantage to protect her line. A mother and a ruler, fighting to the last moment with her mind and her will. With all avenues of negotiation exhausted and the finality of Rome's victory apparent, Cleopatra made her ultimate, definitive decision. She would not be paraded. Octavian had intended for her to be the crowning spectacle of his triumphant return to Rome, a living symbol of his conquest of the East. The queen, however, arranged her own spectacular, deliberate exit from the stage of history, one last act of sovereign refusal. She retreated to her mausoleum, the monument she had built that was both a tomb and a treasury. Her final arrangements were made with the same poise and attention to detail that had characterized her rule. She ensured that she was dressed in her full royal regalia, arrayed as a queen, a quiet, powerful detail noted by the historian Cassius Dio, and a fitting image for our closing moments. The manner of her death remains an enduring mystery, a topic debated by ancient writers and historians for 2 millennia. Was it a venomous snake smuggled in a basket of figs, the bite of which granted her a relatively painless passage? Was it a swift, potent poison administered with a hairpin prepared by her physicians? The exact tool is unimportant. The intention is what truly matters. She chose her time and her terms, denying Rome its final, most cherished prize. With her death, the last great Greek royal dynasty in Egypt came to its end. Her eldest son, Caesarion, the hope of the dynasty, was swiftly cut down by Rome's orders, eliminating any threat to Octavian's legacy. Yet, the bloodline of the queen was not entirely erased. Her daughter, Cleopatra Selene, was taken to Rome, but she eventually grew up to marry a powerful North African king and rule as queen. Her mother's steadiness and royal resolve were carried westward, a subtle yet powerful continuation of her influence in the world. Octavian, now Augustus, absorbed Egypt directly into the Roman Empire, exploiting its immense wealth to solidify his own power. But even as the political landscape changed forever, the city of Alexandria continued on. The great Pharos, lighthouse of Alexandria, threw its pale guiding arm over the dark water. Yet Cleopatra herself never truly vanished. Centuries have passed, empires have risen and fallen, but Cleopatra endures. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Rasputin, a wandering mystic from a Siberian backwater who rose to gain a perilous grip on the heart of a crumbling Russian dynasty. He was born in a remote village far to the east of the Ural Mountains, a place of splintering wooden cottages, long winters, and hard-worn lives bound to the land. From these frozen beginnings came a man unlike any other. Drawn to visions and long bouts of prayer, Rasputin wandered far from home, leaving behind fields and family for monasteries and holy pilgrimages. His presence was strange, his gaze unsettling, and his faith fervent. But by the time he reached the glittering streets of St. Petersburg, Rasputin was already cloaked in rumor. Some called him a healer, others a fraud, but to the Russian royal family, desperate to save their only child from a deadly illness, he seemed like God's divine providence incarnate. Rasputin was soon welcomed into their inner circle, offering prophetic words, long prayers, and a mesmerizing steadiness that seemed to soothe the boy's suffering. As Russia strained under the weight of war, famine, and unrest, Rasputin's influence only grew. Whispers followed him everywhere. Alliances formed and crumbled. Attempts on his life were miraculously evaded. But how did this lowly peasant manage to spark intrigue, adoration, and dread across such a vast empire? How did he secure the absolute confidence of one of the world's most powerful monarchs? And how far would others go to stop him? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace the path of a notorious mystic's unlikely rise to influence. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow Rasputin from the frozen ruts of a Siberian hamlet to the opulent fading light of the Imperial Russian Empire. Far to the east, where the vast Russian landscape stretches into endless frozen plains, a small settlement called Pokrovska rested by the Tura River. It was here, in the cold heart of Siberia, that Grigory Rasputin entered the world in 1869. The centers of power, the glittering palaces of St. Petersburg, felt a world away, a dream perhaps, or a rumor carried on the biting winter wind. His beginnings were humble, rooted in the hard soil and the unrelenting cycle of the seasons. Life here was simple, demanding, and utterly devoid of the ornate complexities that define the distant imperial court. His early years unfolded in the rhythm of peasant life, farm work, the herding of animals, and the deep communal bonds of the village. Yet, even as a boy, a certain restless energy marked him out. He wasn't content with the predictable horizon. The world, he seemed to sense, held a much larger role for him than merely repeating the lives of his fathers. It was a time of deep spiritual exploration in Russia, and the landscapes themselves seemed to encourage introspection. The long stretches of unforgiving terrain, the way the snow muffles the sounds of the world, all conspired to turn a young man's thoughts inward, toward the heavens and the mysteries of faith. He was known for an unusual intensity, an almost magnetic presence that drew people in, though he was often rough-hewn and lacked formal education. He possessed a native intelligence, an instinct for the feelings of others that went deeper than words. Accounts suggest that even in these formative years, he exhibited an unsettled conviction that he was somehow chosen, set apart, for a journey beyond the familiar boundaries of the village. This conviction wasn't born of arrogance, but of a deep, internal curiosity about the meaning of existence, a curiosity stoked by the sermons and rituals of the Russian Orthodox faith. He grew up seeing and hearing the things that the common folk held dear, the saints, the icons, the power of prayer over everyday misfortune, but he was also exposed to the stricter, more severe aspects of faith, the self-denial and the wandering holy men who drifted across the vastness of the empire. These pilgrims, carrying nothing but their faith and a few possessions, represented a path outside the strict confines of village life. They showed that a man could simply walk away from the expected, guided by an inner compass, seeking illumination. The Tura River provided a backdrop to these contemplations, freezing solid in the long winter and thundering with meltwater in the spring. It was an environment that demanded endurance and respect, shaping a personality that was both resilient and deeply attuned to the natural world. He was a man of the land, yet his curiosity kept tugging beyond the narrow concerns of work and weather. The young peasant, known then only to his neighbors, was unknowingly preparing for a future that would weave his fate irrevocably with that of the mighty Romanov dynasty. The world he knew was small, but the journey ahead was vast and unforeseen. At last the moment came when the familiar simply could no longer hold him. As a young adult, Rasputin made the decisive choice to leave the life he was born to. This was not a flight from hardship, for the life of a pilgrim was filled with its own unique trials, cold, hunger, and endless walking. Rather, it was a search for something more profound, a path to spiritual clarity that he felt could only be found outside the village's narrow confines. His journey was a vast, undirected drift through the sprawling, often untamed heart of the Russian land. He walked from one settlement to the next, stopping at isolated monasteries and humble roadside chapels. Along the way, he took in the varying forms of Russian orthodoxy, the formal liturgy of the major churches, and the more ecstatic, folk-tinged practices of the secluded communities. During these wanderings, he turned inward, letting days of fasting and prayer blur into nights spent beneath a sky so wide it seemed to press gently against the edges of his thoughts. It was during this period that the intensity of his presence began to truly solidify, shaping the persona that would eventually captivate the imperial capital. Stories began to form and follow him like dust on the road. People spoke of his hypnotic eyes and the compelling nature of his enigmatic pronouncements. He didn't preach in the polished, educated manner of an ordained priest, but spoke with the unvarnished authority of someone who had seen visions and wrestled with spiritual truths in the raw, unmediated expanse of nature. He was said to possess an unusual power to discern a person's inner struggles, offering advice that, though sometimes cryptic, often struck a deep chord. One of the pivotal stops on this wandering path was a remote monastery in the Ural Mountains. While he may not have stayed long, his time there deepened his understanding of religious life and further honed his identity as a pious wanderer. The experience solidified his reputation among the folk as a man of unconventional but authentic holiness. This wasn't the holiness of a learned scholar, but the earthy, visceral spirituality of a peasant who claimed a direct line to God, a type of religious figure that held immense appeal for the common people, who often felt distanced from the formal church hierarchy. He carried an aura of the wildness of his origins, a man both deeply devout and strikingly unconventional in his habits. This dichotomy of the sacred and the profane was part of his early allure. He was a creature of paradox, and it was this complexity that made his presence so memorable, so talked about, in the small towns and hamlets he passed through. Nothing he did yet was grand or politically significant. It was simply the slow, inexorable gathering of a personal, almost mystical force. He was merely a man following a powerful, unnamed calling, unaware that his wandering would one day lead him straight to the heart of the most powerful family in Russia. The long journey of this wanderer finally led him westward, from the simplicity of the steppes to the stunning cosmopolitan sprawl of St. Petersburg. The year was around 1903, and when he arrived, he carried little in the way of worldly goods, but he possessed something far more valuable in the capital, a modest but compelling reputation. He was introduced into the complex social circles, not as a politician or a courtier, but as a holy man, a healer from the depths of Siberia. This title alone gave him a unique entry into the drawing rooms and salons of the city's elite. St. Petersburg society, at the turn of the century, was a strange mix of old-world piety and new-world ennui. The aristocracy, feeling perhaps a deep sense of spiritual emptiness beneath the surface of their luxury, often dabbled in mysticism and the occult. They sought out psychics, faith healers, and exotic holy men, hoping to find genuine spiritual fire outside the increasingly rigid formality of the state church. Rasputin, with his unpolished manners and his rough, compelling magnetism, offered a genuine article of that spiritual curiosity. He was the real thing, a man who smelled of the road and the earth, yet spoke of God with an intense, unwavering sincerity. His presence was immediately polarizing. When he spoke, his words were simple, often laced with peasant idioms, but there was a weight to them that held the room. He spoke not of theological doctrine, but of personal sin, repentance, and divine grace, touching on the deep, superstitious beliefs common throughout Russia. Circles within the established Orthodox Church took immediate notice. Some high-ranking priests were intrigued, seeing in him a man of genuine folk piety who could perhaps reconnect the church with the common people. Others were deeply suspicious, viewing his behavior as unorthodox and his burgeoning following as a potential challenge to their authority. They found his blend of spiritual fervor and earthy behavior unsettling. Nonetheless, his name continued to circulate, often between the ladies of the court. He became a fixture in the salons of figures like Militza and Anastasia, the Montenegrin princesses who had married into the Romanov family and were known for their deep interest in mystical practices. They were captivated by his claimed ability to see the future and his prayers, which they believed held genuine power. It was here, in these rarefied but spiritually anxious environments, that the former peasant began to forge the connections that would lead him to the very apex of power. He was an unsettling figure in these elegant rooms, a force of nature dressed in peasant clothes, yet he possessed an unmistakable power. He was a mirror reflecting the anxieties of a society poised precariously between the ancient and the modern, trapped between inherited hierarchies and a world beginning to pull them apart. As one noble later recounted in a letter to a friend, this starets was an outrage, and yet one cannot help but listen to the man. This ability to both repel and draw in was his greatest asset. The foundations were laid, his reputation established, and the door to the most important residence in the empire was about to open. The whispers and curiosity of the outer court were merely prologue to the one event that would irrevocably seal Rasputin's destiny, a summons to the Alexander Palace. The reason for this extraordinary invitation was rooted in the most personal and painful secret of the Romanov family. The Empress Alexandra and her husband, Tsar Nicholas II, lived under the constant and crushing burden of their only son's health. Alexei, the young heir to the vast Russian Empire, suffered from hemophilia, a condition that made even a minor bump or fall a potential death sentence. The knowledge that the fate of the dynasty rested on the health of this fragile boy was a source of relentless dread for the royal couple. They had desperately sought help from Russia's most eminent doctors and foreign specialists, yet no one could offer relief or a cure. The Tsarina was particularly consumed by a ferocious desire to protect her son, and her despair made her vulnerable to anyone claiming to possess a power beyond conventional medicine. When the name of the Siberian mystic reached her, a man described as having miraculous gifts of healing, she felt a flicker of hope she could not ignore. The first meeting between Rasputin and the royal family was marked by immense tension and expectation. Yet, when he was brought into the presence of the ailing Tsarevich, something unforeseen occurred. His manner, though unpolished, was profoundly calm and self-assured. He didn't rush or appear intimidated by the opulent surroundings or the majesty of the imperial family. He simply sat, spoke softly, and prayed with the boy. To the astonishment of the Empress and the bewilderment of the doctors, Alexei often seemed to improve after his visits. Bleeding episodes would slow, and the boy's pain would lessen. No one could scientifically explain this phenomenon. Perhaps it was the simple comfort of a man who exuded an air of certainty, or perhaps it was the power of suggestion, deeply felt by the highly anxious mother and her son. The core fact remained: where all others failed, he often brought temporary relief. The Tsarina, a deeply religious and fiercely protective mother, came to a profound and unshakable conclusion. This man was a messenger from God, sent to save her son, and by extension, the Romanov dynasty. His presence in the palace grew from curiosity to necessity, transforming the unkempt Siberian into a confidant who held a unique key to her emotional and spiritual life. With the Tsarina's trust now absolute, the boundaries of the palace seemed to draw back for him alone. This self-taught holy wanderer held his place not by charm or strategy, but through the fierce hope of a mother who believed he could keep her son alive. His origins ceased to trouble anyone close to the throne. In those tense, gilded rooms, he provided what no doctor could. It was this raw and unbreakable bond that gave him his power. With his position in the Romanov household cemented by the health of the Tsarevich, Rasputin's influence swiftly moved beyond the nursery. The former peasant now held a degree of access to the rulers of 1/6 of the world's landmass that was denied to most ministers and generals. It was a situation unprecedented in modern Russian history, and as his access grew, so too did the intensity of the speculation surrounding him. The Tsarina began to seek his advice not just on spiritual matters, but increasingly on political appointments and affairs of state. She viewed him as a prophetic voice, an emissary from the Russian people who could offer the pure, uncorrupted wisdom she felt was missing from the self-serving counsel of the court nobility. He, for his part, operated with a curious, almost fatalistic blend of humility and brazen confidence. He genuinely believed he was playing a divinely ordained role, using his influence to protect the Tsar's family and the integrity of Russia itself. Whispers began to ripple through the vast bureaucracy and among the military commanders. Ministers found themselves dismissed and replaced with men recommended by the Siberian mystic generals, noted that the decisions of the Tsar, particularly after an audience with him, sometimes seemed to be influenced by his unconventional counsel. The nobility, already resentful of the Tsarina's German heritage and her perceived isolation from Russian society, found in him an easy and obvious target for their indignation. The idea of a coarse peasant holding sway over the destiny of their empire was deeply offensive to their sense of order and privilege. The man himself moved through the palace with a strange detachment. He possessed a keen, earthy intelligence and an uncanny ability to read people, a skill honed on the Siberian roads. He could be charming and persuasive one moment, then rough and intimidating the next. He amassed a following of genuine believers who sought his intercession with the imperial couple. He was constantly besieged with requests for favors, positions, and audiences, transforming him into a de facto political broker, operating outside any formal structures. In her letters, the Tsarina often defended him with fierce devotion. She wrote that his presence was essential to her son's well-being, and that those who spoke against him were simply envious courtiers attempting to manipulate the crown. Her complete faith in his sanctity allowed his influence to deepen even as the political storm around him intensified. Her journal entry around the time of the war simply said that the man was their pillar of strength, and she trusted his judgment in these dark days. The true danger was not necessarily his advice itself, but the perception of his power. To the outside world, a foreign-born empress and an isolated Tsar were being led astray by an uneducated, controversial figure. This growing narrative of dark and manipulative influence at the heart of the empire steadily eroded public confidence in the monarchy, just as Russia was preparing to face its greatest ordeal. His position was immensely powerful, yet also incredibly precarious. The year 1914 ushered in a vast, tragic storm that would change the course of history. This was the Great War. Russia plunged into the conflict with a burst of initial patriotic fervor, but the early campaigns were marked by brutal, crippling losses and woeful military mismanagement. The immense pressure of the war effort, the endless drain of men, resources, and morale began to crack the foundations of the ancient Russian Empire. In 1915, the Tsar made the fateful decision to travel to the front lines and personally command his armies, leaving the Empress in charge of domestic affairs in St. Petersburg. This move had the immediate consequence of leaving the government largely in the hands of the deeply unpopular Tsarina, and by extension, her polarizing counselor. The reality on the home front quickly became grim. Food shortages became endemic in the major cities, particularly St. Petersburg, where long lines for bread became a daily symbol of the government's failure. The transport system buckled, industry struggled, and inflation soared. Military defeats continued, and the casualty lists grew longer. The country was experiencing immense collective suffering, and the people desperately sought an explanation, a source of blame for their misery. Rasputin was an easy, visible figure to blame when the nation felt adrift and betrayed. The narrative of the Empress being manipulated by a shadowy Siberian mystic gained traction everywhere, from the breadlines of the capital to the halls of the Duma, Russia's parliament. It didn't matter what his actual involvement was in specific policy failures. What mattered was the perception that the imperial couple were being led by a corrupt, ignorant charlatan. In Nicholas's absence at the front, Alexandra listened to his advice on everything from cabinet appointments to the logistics of supply lines, convinced that he alone possessed the spiritual clarity to guide the nation. One of her letters to the Tsar reveals this desperation, where she insists that the man's advice comes from God, and that all ministers should listen. The political instability deepened as various officials, chosen on his recommendations, came and went in rapid succession, a period sarcastically dubbed the ministerial leapfrog. This constant, disruptive turnover paralyzed the government, making effective management of the war effort nearly impossible. The public and the court alike saw this chaos as direct evidence of the malevolent influence at work behind the throne. He had become a lightning rod for all the anger, fear, and frustration boiling over in a country under existential strain. His name was no longer a subject of drawing-room curiosity. It was a curse word, spoken in hushed but furious tones across the land. The very foundation of the Romanov rule, the divine right of the Tsar, was being undermined by the figure who was meant to be its spiritual protector. Russia was sliding toward upheaval, and his place at the center of power could not last. As Russia descended into the chaos of war, Rasputin's reputation grew darker and more lurid beyond the palace gates. His perceived political influence was only part of the problem. The other was a ceaseless tide of unflattering and sensational personal rumors that flooded the capital. These tales painted a picture of a man who used his spiritual authority and his proximity to the throne to indulge in extravagant and deeply unsettling behavior. Stories of his excesses in taverns, his drinking, and his questionable interactions with his female followers became the common currency of St. Petersburg gossip. Though many of these stories were undoubtedly exaggerated, some even fabricated by his political enemies, they were ruthlessly effective because they seemed to confirm the worst fears of the nobility and the common folk. They fed the idea that the Empress was being manipulated by a false prophet, a man who was spiritually bankrupt despite his claims of sanctity. The very ambiguity of his character, a complex mixture of genuine, earthy piety and a susceptibility to earthly pleasures, made him the perfect subject for this kind of sensationalism. His frequent, intense contact with the court's most powerful women only added fuel to the fire. His enemies, both in the church and in the court, used these rumors to systematically undermine the Empress and the Tsar. They understood that if they could destroy the public's belief in the holy man's character, they could destroy his influence over the throne. The most potent tool in this campaign was the printing press. Journalists and political adversaries ensured that every alleged indiscretion was amplified and broadcast. He was caricatured in the press as a satanic monk, an agent of the enemy, and a seducer of the Empress herself, a particularly damaging claim to the royal family's reputation. The widespread publication of these stories created a psychological distance between the monarchy and its people. Even those who had never laid eyes on him felt they knew the type. A man who had stepped too close to the flame of power and had been corrupted by it. He became the personification of all the corruption and decline they sensed within the imperial system. The irony was that the very figure the Tsarina believed was an instrument of God, sent to save the monarchy, was instead blamed for everything that seemed to be going wrong with it. The resentment wasn't confined to political enemies. Even certain members of the extended Romanov family began to view him as a dangerous infection that had to be purged to save the crown. They saw the public's rising tide of hatred and correctly judged that if the man remained, the monarchy itself was doomed. His life had become a matter of national crisis, a grotesque spectacle that eclipsed the more serious matters of the war and the collapsing economy. The atmosphere of crisis, fueled by military defeats, bread riots, and the toxic cloud of rumor surrounding the palace, finally gave way to a decisive, desperate action. A small, determined group of nobles, entirely convinced that the fate of the Russian Empire hinged on the removal of the Siberian figure, began to plot his death. They viewed this act not as murder, but as a patriotic, necessary surgery to save the Tsar and the ancient institution of the monarchy from certain ruin. The leading figures in this conspiracy were drawn from the very upper echelon of the aristocracy, including Prince Felix Yusupov, a fabulously wealthy, complex figure, married to the Tsar's niece, and Vladimir Purishkevich, a fiercely conservative member of the Duma, who was known for his fiery, passionate speeches. They were men driven by a profound sense of duty and alarm. They believed that Rasputin had become the single greatest threat to Russia's stability, a symbol of the rot that was allowing the country to lose the war and drift toward revolution. Their plans took shape in the shadows, driven by a belief in their own historical mission. They came to believe that cutting out the source of the Empress's sway would pull her back from state matters, allow the Tsar to reassert control, and finally opened the path to the wartime reforms they felt Russia desperately needed. The complexity of their task lay in the near impenetrability of their target, protected as he was by the deepest faith of the Empress. The plot was elaborate, almost theatrically staged, reflecting the melodramatic sensibilities of the aristocratic conspirators. The chosen venue was Yusupov's palace in St. Petersburg. The strategy was to use the alluring presence of Yusupov's wife, Irina, to draw Rasputin to the palace under the pretense of a private meeting or a late-night social call. They felt they needed to lure him away from his usual, somewhat predictable routine. The tension within the group was immense, a mixture of fear, religious conviction, and political fervor. They secured what they believed were the necessary means for a swift and absolute end, preparing a selection of pastries and wine laced with a massive dose of cyanide. They saw themselves as heroes, not criminals, taking a great, fateful risk for the survival of their country. The last stage of the plan involved setting the scene, ensuring the victim would feel secure and unsuspecting. The conspirators arranged for the meeting to take place in a newly furnished room in the basement, complete with oriental carpets and a crucifix, designed to put the spiritual man at ease. The political stakes were as high as they could possibly be. They were convinced they were seizing Russia's future back from a fraud, not realizing their intervention would do nothing to preserve the throne, and in truth, would only accelerate its collapse. The final dark act of this extraordinary life unfolded on the chilly night of December 29th, 1916. Rasputin was successfully lured to Prince Yusupov's palace on the Moika embankment. The pretext was a late-night gathering, and he arrived full of the unshakable self-confidence that had carried him from Siberia to the heart of imperial power. He was brought into the basement room, an intimate setting where he was offered the poisoned treats. What followed has become one of history's most embroidered and sensationalized accounts, blurring the line between fact and legend. According to the conspirators' later versions, the cyanide-laced cakes and wine had astonishingly little effect. They watched in horror as the man consumed the lethal dose, yet appeared to suffer nothing more than mild discomfort, occasionally wiping his brow. This apparent invulnerability deeply unnerved them, leading them to believe that he truly possessed some demonic or mystical protection. Driven by panic and a conviction that their patriotic duty demanded immediate action, Yusupov returned with a revolver. The details are messy and contradictory, but the simple truth remains. A shot was fired. Even after being shot, the legendary accounts claim he was not immediately subdued. Purishkevich, arriving after the initial shot, found him still moving, attempting to escape the palace grounds. He fired several more shots, finally bringing the unlikely mystic down. The conspirators, still highly agitated and fearful of his supposed resilience, took his body, wrapped it in cloth, and drove it to a remote stretch of river outside the city, in a final desperate act to ensure his demise. They dropped the body into the icy, fast-moving water, believing the weight of the cloth and the cold would secure their secret. But the secret was short-lived. The body was discovered a few days later, and the autopsy report only deepened the mystery. There were severe bullet wounds, and no clear sign that the poison had truly taken effect. Some later accounts even claimed he might have drowned after being shot. Whether the bullets or the icy water dealt the final blow remains disputed, and that uncertainty only fed the legend that had already begun to grow around his name. The immediate reaction was a brief, violent sense of relief among the nobility, and a curious mixture of fear and fascination among the common people. The conspirators believed they had saved the Tsar and the dynasty. Instead, they had merely removed the scapegoat. Less than 3 months later, the February Revolution swept away the Tsarist regime. The empire he had been so tightly woven into collapsed swiftly after his death, proving that the rot was far deeper than one man's influence. His dramatic final night became an unforgettable moment in the twilight of Imperial Russia. In the years and decades that followed his sensational end, the man from Pokrovskoye did not simply fade away. He was transformed. He became a figure onto whom people could project their greatest fears and most compelling fascinations. The story of Rasputin endured, precisely because it sat so perfectly in the space between verifiable history and intoxicating myth. To his immediate enemies, he remained a villain, a symbol of the Tsarist regime's weakness, corruption, and fatal reliance on superstition. They painted him as the malevolent force that drove the monarchy to its ruin, a convenient explanation that helped rationalize the vast and complex tragedy of the Russian Revolution. This interpretation served the political needs of the moment, simplifying the collapse of a 300-year-old dynasty into the machinations of one wicked man. To others, particularly those outside the political sphere, he became a scapegoat, a simple and uneducated man caught in the machinery of a failing empire he barely understood. They saw him as a genuine mystic whose gifts were ultimately misunderstood and exploited by a desperate royal family and an envious court. His legacy is an enduring reminder of how individuals can become symbols far larger than themselves. His presence in the palace highlighted the deep divide between the isolated, European-styled court and the vast, deeply superstitious Russian peasantry. He was a bridge between these two worlds, and his death was a violent sign that that bridge had been burnt. The story contains all the elements that grip the human imagination: miraculous healing, deep political intrigue, and a dramatic end that defied the easy closure of a simple death. To this day, he is remembered less for his actual deeds and more for the legend that surrounds him. His gaze, his alleged invulnerability, and his connection to the fall of the Romanovs have ensured his place in the historical imagination. His story is dark and strange, almost a fairy tale. He remains a figure who challenges our understanding of power, how it can be attained not just through force or inheritance, but through charisma, faith, and the desperate vulnerability of the powerful. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the Radium Girls and mankind's earliest foray into the bizarre and uncanny age of radioactivity. At the close of the 19th century, a hidden world was suddenly revealed, energetic rays that could pass through flesh, substances that glowed bright without flame. Scientists in gleaming laboratories uncovered novel substances that defied the laws of nature. And with their discovery arrived a deep sense of awe and excitement, a feeling mankind had stumbled onto something immense. Indeed, a new era was dawning, radiant, luxurious, full of promise, and according to the experts, entirely safe. It wasn't long before the brilliance of this discovery found its way onto department store shelves and into medicine cabinets. It even found its way onto clocks and watch faces, applied by young women with remarkable steadiness of hand. These were the Radium Girls. They worked with delicate precision, painting tiny numerals and clock hands with a luminous paint. By day, their brushes formed ghostly circles of light. By night, traces of their creations glinted vibrantly in their hair. It shimmered on their hands and clothing. This was the telltale spark of radium dust, and it clung to them like starlight. But who were these young women? And what was it about this profession that would leave an indelible mark on flesh and bone? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll step into the glow of a new era and the boundless promise of modern science. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's follow the Radium Girls into this fateful moment in history and the shadow it left behind. In the year 1895, a discovery unfolded in Germany that would completely rearrange how humanity saw itself. Imagine a time before this, when the inner workings of the body were hidden by skin and muscle, a domain of guesswork and philosophy. Then came a man named Wilhelm Röntgen. He was investigating mysterious rays emanating from a glass tube veiled in black cardboard. One evening, across the room, a screen coated with a shimmering chemical began to faintly emit a soft light whenever the glass tube was energized. He realized these rays, which he called X-rays because of their unknown nature, were passing through solid matter. He placed his wife's hand, with her wedding ring upon it, between the source and the glowing screen. For the first time, not just for his wife, but for all of mankind, a living skeleton was revealed in a ghostly, luminous image. It was a moment of profound wonder, a glimpse beneath the veil of life itself. The invisible had been made visible. Doctors were immediately astonished. seeing a path to diagnosing breaks and ailments, without ever having to make an incision. Showmen, too, were quick to see the novelty, offering public demonstrations where people could queue up to see the bones in their own feet, often for a small coin. There was an immediate rush, a frantic embrace of this new, potent energy. It felt like a benign magic, a new tool wrested from nature, and humanity, in its excitement, charged ahead. People were so completely captivated by the novelty of seeing their own inner structure, their very bones appearing on a glowing plate, that they overlooked the faint tingling on their skin after a long exposure, or the curious stubborn burns that sometimes appeared on those who worked closest to the tubes. It was the age of rapid scientific progress, where the thrill of discovery often outpaced caution. The X-ray was a glorious, undeniable fact, and in the dazzle of that first light, the unseen danger was entirely missed. This was the first great step into an age of atomic forces, taken with a bright, unquestioning sense of awe. This wonder, this belief in pure technological good, would soon set the stage for a much more potent and much more perilous discovery elsewhere in Europe. The world had seen inside the living body, but the true measure of the rays remained hidden, awaiting the isolation of a substance far more powerful than any tube could produce. As the marvel of the X-ray was still settling upon the world, an even deeper mystery was being explored in a modest, ill-equipped laboratory in Paris. This was the domain of a dedicated couple, Marie and Pierre Curie. Their laboratory was less a modern scientific center and more a drafty, converted shed, often damp and cold. Yet within its walls, they pursued a vision of science with an unyielding, almost spiritual devotion. They were drawn to the strange properties of a mineral called pitch blende, which seemed to emit a mysterious power that was far greater than could be explained by the known uranium within it. Marie, with her phenomenal intellect and boundless endurance, dedicated herself to the tedious, back-breaking work of separating and refining this raw ore. She would spend her days stirring enormous cauldrons of the black heavy substance, performing the painstaking chemical fractionations that gradually, over years, winnowed down mountains of raw material into minute amounts of a highly active residue. It was a labor of immense patience, a true test of human persistence. Finally, after years of this unrelenting effort, they isolated two entirely new elements. The first was named polonium, after her native country of Poland. The second, and far more powerful, was christened radium. When they finally isolated it in its purest form, it sat in a small glass vial, but it had an astounding, almost living quality. Marie once described its presence, writing that it seemed alive, with its own inner, perpetual light. Unlike the X-ray, which required electricity to be generated, radium possessed a power that simply was. It shone in the darkness, it gave off heat, and it seemed to defy all the known laws of physics. It could burn the skin with a touch, yet it sat so serenely in its glass container. They shared their remarkable discovery openly with the world, refusing to patent the process. They believed this great force belonged to humanity, and their focus remained purely on the scientific possibilities, convinced it would be a healing element. But as the couple and their colleagues carried small amounts of this material in their pockets, they began to notice unexpected changes. Their hands began to scar and crack. At times they felt a strange sense of invigoration from it, as if it radiated some kind of energy. They were pioneering a new path, unaware that time itself would keep a ledger of the cost. The discovery of radium swiftly migrated from the austerity of the laboratory to the glamour of the marketplace. This powerful element became the ultimate mark of modernity and luxury at the turn of the century. The public, still in awe of the X-ray, was utterly captivated by a substance that seemed to possess eternal vitality, a bottled miracle. Entrepreneurs, quick to capitalize on the promise of atomic energy, began adding radium to everything imaginable, claiming it possessed unparalleled curative properties. The glow of the new element became inextricably linked with the idea of renewed youth and robust health. Society embraced the atomic age, not with fear, but with an almost childlike, trusting enthusiasm. There were radium-infused health tonics, promoted as a remedy for almost every ailment, from arthritis to impotence. Beauty creams were marketed, promising to give the user a radiant complexion, convinced this novel substance would confer an inner vitality. Even common household items were not spared. Radium was mixed into chocolate bars, toothpastes, and even butter, all sold with the promise of invigoration. It was the ultimate fashion. To own something with radium was to be at the forefront of science and progress. Yet, this great rush into commercial exploitation was built on a foundation of blissful ignorance. The entrepreneurs selling these wares and the public eagerly consuming them were oblivious to the basic principle that the Curies themselves had understood. This power was so immense that it could not be ingested or applied without consequence. Regardless, the marketing was so compelling, the idea of eternal energy so seductive, that any hint of danger was simply dismissed. If the Curies were using it to fight cancer, surely it must be fundamentally good. The general understanding was so lacking that the only thing people registered was the word radiation and the sense of power and light it conveyed. This pervasive, reckless optimism created an environment where the most dangerous applications were considered the most beneficial. The high price and scarcity of the element only added to its allure, making it a status symbol. While the wealthy were sipping radium tonics, a far more dangerous use was taking shape in factories in a way that would expose working-class young women to it every day. As the First World War engulfed Europe, demand soared for watches that could be read in the pitch black of the trenches and the dark skies where pilots flew by night. This need created the American dial painting studios, workplaces that, at first glance, seemed truly magical. In towns like Orange, New Jersey, young women were employed to apply a luminous paint onto the tiny numbers and hands of watches. This paint was not ordinary. It was mingled with radium. The women, mostly teenagers and young adults, loved their jobs. The workspace shimmered like a perpetual faint fairyland workshop. The air itself sometimes held a faint shimmer of dust, and the girls would often use the precious glowing powder for playful, harmless pranks. They would paint small stars on their cheeks, dust their hair for a party, or even paint their eyebrows. They earned good wages, and the work, though exacting, was sociable. They laughed, shared stories, and sang as they worked. The technique they were taught and actively encouraged to use by their supervisors was called lip pointing or tipping. The brushes they used were incredibly fine, and to get the perfect point for the tiny numerals, they were instructed to place the brush between their lips, draw it to a fine tip, and then dip it into the paint. With every lick of the brush, a tiny invisible amount of the radium-infused paint was ingested. They were told the substance was harmless, a miracle element that was good for their health. One supervisor even boasted it would put a spring in your step. The girls believed this completely. They were handling what they thought was merely an expensive, fancy type of pigment. The danger was so completely unforeseen by everyone. The girls would even notice their clothes and hair, giving off a faint radiance when they walked home in the dark. It was a novelty, a kind of ethereal beauty that marked them as special. Nobody knew that the element, once inside the body, did not pass through. Radium is chemically similar to calcium. So much so, the body mistakes this lethal substance for a building block. In this case, the radium began to be drawn to the women's bones, where it ceaselessly emitted its destructive alpha radiation. The material that made their work so beautiful was beginning to harm them in ways no one yet fully understood. The shimmering atmosphere of the dial painting studios slowly began to darken. Years after the women had first begun their work, a terrible and mysterious illness began to spread among them. The earliest, most disturbing symptoms often manifested in the jaw. Young women who had been healthy and vibrant began to suffer from aching teeth and persistent, crippling jaw pain. Initially, these issues were dismissed as poor dental hygiene or common ailments, but the symptoms quickly grew far more severe and utterly baffling to the doctors they consulted. Teeth would inexplicably loosen and fall out. Eventually, the jawbones themselves would begin to disintegrate, leading to a truly horrific condition that became known as radium jaw. But the decay was not limited to the mouth. The pain began to spread throughout the women's bodies. They suffered from debilitating fatigue, their bones becoming brittle and susceptible to spontaneous, painful fractures that would not heal. The companies, faced with a growing number of sick and increasingly worried employees, were dismissive. They attributed the illnesses to everything from syphilis to poverty, desperately trying to deflect any responsibility. They commissioned their own doctors, who produced reports designed to confuse and obscure the simple, terrible truth. The women's suffering was unique and deeply personal. Their bodies were not merely afflicted, they were, in a literal sense, becoming radiant. Medical examiners who were called in to study the victims were shocked to find that when they held a sensitive instrument near the women, it registered activity. Some doctors even reported that in a completely dark room, the women's bones emitted a faint, ghostly glow. This was the radium, lodged deep inside the bone matrix, still emitting its energy decades after it had been ingested. The women were facing an illness that medical science had no name for, and that their employer flatly refused to acknowledge. They were wasting away and facing unbearable pain. Yet there was no precedent, no justice, and no voice willing to listen, but among them were a few who would not let their story go untold. As the illness ravaged the dial painters, one young woman, Grace Fryer, refused to let her pain be just a private sorrow. Her resolve, even as her body failed her, became the rallying point for a momentous challenge. Grace was one of the first to notice the debilitating symptoms, and by her mid-20s, she was severely crippled, her spine curved, and her body weakened by the bone damage. Yet, her spirit remained unbroken. She was determined to hold the US Radium Corporation accountable. This was an immense undertaking. In the 1920s, it was almost unthinkable for working-class women to sue a major corporation. They faced a battery of legal and medical obstacles. Lawyers were reluctant to take the case, as the science was so new and the companies had so much power to simply delay the proceedings, waiting for the women to succumb to their illness. For 5 years, Grace fought to find a lawyer willing to take on the seemingly impossible fight. Finally, she succeeded in gathering a small group of fellow victims, including Catherine Schaub and Edna Hussman, and found a determined legal advocate. Their case became a landmark in workers' rights, a moment where the personal suffering of a few was forced into the national spotlight. The legal battle was fraught with tension and heartbreaking difficulty. The women, already terribly ill, had to endure endless delays, medical examinations, and the company's aggressive attempts to discredit them. The press, initially sympathetic, was often confused by the science, but the sheer visual evidence of the women's suffering and their incredible resolve began to sway public opinion. Grace's steady focus never wavered. Her commitment was not merely about compensation, it was about the truth of what had happened to them. She and the others had been poisoned by the very industry that had promised them a good living. Despite their pain, they had to appear in court, often brought in on stretchers or in wheelchairs, a devastating testament to the element's lethal power. The case was ultimately settled out of court, just before a full trial could begin, and while the financial settlement provided some support, the victory was more profound than money. It was a public reckoning that exposed company conduct and forced change. Grace's stand, born of personal tragedy, forever changed the landscape of industrial safety and corporate accountability. Her belief that the truth, no matter how painful, still mattered, became the legacy of the Radium Girls. Meanwhile, beyond the factories, the tragedy was not confined to the women in the luminous studios. Across the world, among those who had first embraced the X-ray and radium with scientific zeal, a similar, terrible pattern began to unfold. These were the pioneers, the doctors, nurses and engineers who had celebrated the dawn of the atomic age, convinced of its healing potential. Perhaps the most famous of these early victims was Clarence Daly, a glassblower and assistant to the great inventor, Thomas Edison. Daly had worked tirelessly, helping to perfect the earliest fluorescent X-ray screens. He would often test the tubes on his own hands, immersing them in the invisible rays for extended periods. In the glow of the screen, he could easily see the bones of his fingers, a frequent and unquestioning subject for his work. Slowly, his hands began to suffer from stubborn, painful sores that refused to heal. The condition worsened, developing into a terrible form of radiation-induced cancer. The slow, relentless progression of the illness was heartbreaking. Doctors were forced to amputate one hand, then part of his arm, in a desperate, futile attempt to halt the spread. Daly's death in 1904 was the first widely publicized fatality from the new radiation, and it had a profound effect on his employer. Edison, shaken by the suffering of his dedicated assistant, admitted his own growing fear of the very rays he had helped popularize. "I am afraid of them," he admitted, vowing never to touch X-ray work again. This was a significant moment, the great symbol of American invention, stepping back from a technology he had once championed. In the years that followed, countless other medical professionals, radiologists, technicians, and nurses began to display the same devastating effects. Many succumbed to cancers, severe burns, and blood disorders. They had stood in the path of the unseen light, unaware that their daily exposure was slowly accumulating, irrevocably altering the very structure of their cells. They were the martyrs of science, paying the ultimate price for knowledge that had not yet been acquired. Their sacrifice, the doctors dying from the very tool they used to heal, was a powerful, disturbing counterpoint to the commercial hype. Their deaths were a necessary, if tragic, lesson that the forces of the atom were not merely a source of progress, but a power demanding the utmost respect and caution. The world was beginning to understand that the invisible light carried a terrible, unyielding weight. By the 1930s, the first rush of wonder had cooled. Hospitals and laboratories began to treat the new light with respect, turning curiosity into careful routine. What had once felt like magic settled into method. Protection became ordinary practice. Lead aprons and leaded glass screens were commonplace. Walls were thickened, booths enclosed, and the bright salts were kept in clearly labeled, shielded containers. Air and hygiene improved. Vented hoods drew dust and vapor away from the face. Wet methods kept powders from drifting. Benches were scrubbed on a schedule. Waste was set aside, counted, and recorded. Exposure began to be measured rather than guessed. Staff wore small radiation badges, personal dosimeters, and checked them. Rooms were surveyed with meters and simple wipe tests, swabs across a surface, caught contamination before it spread. Limits were set, then tightened as evidence grew. The working rule was plain: less time near a source, more distance from it, and more shielding where it matters. The result was not dramatic, but it was steady. The same radiology and the same research, done with far fewer injuries and a risk you could see and count. The lessons paid for by the Radium Girls and by the early practitioners helped the world learn how to work in the glow without being harmed by it. The narrative of radium and X-rays was primarily one of surface radiation, of atomic decay, and of the body's devastating mistake. But even as the world was processing the tragedy of the Radium Girls, the focus of physics was shifting to a far more profound and terrifying aspect of the atom, its very nucleus. In the quiet atmosphere of the years before the Second World War, physicists were moving beyond radium and materials like it to the fundamental structures of matter. The Curies had worked with decay. The new science would work with division. Two key figures, Lisa Meitner and Otto Frisch, were central to this shift. Meitner, an Austrian physicist forced to flee the rise of Nazism, worked in collaboration with her nephew, Frisch, to interpret the baffling results of experiments performed by her former colleague, Otto Hahn. Hahn had bombarded uranium with neutrons and found much lighter elements, like barium, in the residue. The results defied existing knowledge. In a moment of deep, intellectual clarity, Meitner and Frisch realized the unthinkable. The uranium atom had not merely decayed, it had been split. They named the process fission. Their calculations showed that when the atom split, a small amount of mass disappeared, but it reappeared as a truly unimaginable amount of energy. The implications of Einstein's famous equation were suddenly made terrifyingly real. This energy was not the soft, perpetual glow of radium. It was the power of a bottled star. The early radium pioneers had faced a danger they could not see. This new generation was contemplating a force that could unmake the world. The discovery of fission was a moment of absolute scientific triumph, quickly followed by a chill of profound unease. Humanity had learned to tap into the engine of the universe, and the timing, as the world edged closer to a devastating war, was a source of grave concern. The knowledge gleaned from the radium pioneers, the need for shielding, for careful measurement, for caution, was about to become exponentially more critical. Fission was a force that made the subtle, creeping destruction of the radium look almost benign by comparison. The ultimate secret of matter had been unlocked, and no one was quite sure what lay beyond the horizon. The year is now 1939. The great global drama of the 20th century is beginning to swell, and the hard-won lessons of the past still flicker in the collective memory. The bravery of the Radium Girls, their struggle for justice, and the public acknowledgement of their suffering had not been forgotten. Their terrible ordeal had carved out a new, essential understanding of the corporate responsibility to protect its workers. The tragic burns of pioneers like Clarence Daly and the brilliance of the Curies, who had given the world both the light and the warning, provided a framework of caution. The initial, pure scientific curiosity that opened the atomic door had been replaced by a mature, albeit apprehensive understanding of the immense, dual-edged power now in human hands. But the new discovery of nuclear fission changed everything. That small, persistent glow of radium, which had once symbolized modern progress and health, now foreshadowed something darker and more profound. Scientists who understood the implications knew that the power of a chain reaction could be harnessed to create a weapon of a scope previously only imaginable in myth. The forces of the atom, which had first manifested as a curious light in a watch face, were now preparing to shape the ultimate human conflict. In laboratories scattered across Europe and America, research into uranium was suddenly classified, secretive, and deeply urgent. The light that had once symbolized pure discovery now hung heavy with the shadow of mass destruction. The story of the Radium Girls, of the pioneers, and of the Curies remains a timeless reminder that with immense scientific power comes an immense moral and ethical debt. Their stories tell us that progress must always be tempered by compassion, wisdom, and truth. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story behind the origins of Merlin, an arcane and obscure figure, born half man, half legend, amid the annals of Britain's forgotten past. This tale begins not in a castle or a royal court, but in the fragmented, fog-drenched centuries following the departure of Rome. Long before King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table entered folklore, the land was dominated by warring chieftains and ancient Celtic gods who clashed with a burgeoning religion from the East, whose followers called themselves Christians. Around this time, rumors spread of a shadow in the forest. Neither good nor evil, this enigmatic being roamed hills and forests, using strange magic to compel beasts and trees alike. Some claimed it was ancient wisdom that afforded these powers. Others insisted it was a gift inherited from beyond the veil. By the 12th century, a Welsh cleric would give shape to this character, naming him Merlin, advisor to kings, and the archetypal wizard of Britain's imagined past. Though we cannot be certain of its origins, the story of Merlin crosses familiar territory. The yearning for order in chaos, for hidden wisdom in uncertainty. But which of these accounts, if any, carries the weight of truth? And what is it about the story of Merlin that we find so compelling? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll explore the mystery of a strange child brought forth into a world steeped in superstition and uncertainty. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Merlin into a time of lost wisdom, ancient gods, and stories just beginning to unfold. The air in Britain was thick with the dust of fallen empires. For centuries after the legions of Rome withdrew, the island fractured, not into nations, but into a kaleidoscope of warring valleys and hill-fort kingdoms. It was a time of brutal, localized power, where a king's reach often extended only as far as his soldiers could march in a day. And in this age, poised precariously between the memory of Latin discipline and the rising tide of Saxon fury, the stories began. They were whispered in ash-darkened halls and around peat fires, tales of a boy born to straddle the divide, a child whose very existence was a contradiction. Historians tell us that this tumultuous era, the 5th century, was one where old gods refused to yield to the new Christ. The native Britons, holding desperately onto their Celtic heritage, saw the world as a place still teeming with spirits, the fae in the woods, the malevolent forces in the deep places of the earth. When a person showed extraordinary talent, or perhaps an unsettling madness, the explanation was never merely human. It was a divine inheritance, a stroke of supernatural power. The legend of the boy's genesis is saturated with this cultural tension. His mother was a mortal woman, a princess perhaps, or a consecrated maiden from an ancient lineage. His father, however, was said to be no man at all, but merely a spirit, or in gentler tellings, an emissary of the old natural deities. The storytellers needed a way to account for the boy's impossible brilliance, his terrifying second sight, and his unsettling connection to the earth itself. The only answer that satisfied the age was a birth that defied nature, a fusion of earth and ether. He was, literally, half holy and half cursed. This myth of origin is a perfect mirror of the island's own soul during that time. Christianity, fresh from the continent, sought to impose its neat order, its singular God, and clear morality. Yet, the soil was still profoundly haunted by the spirits of the groves, the power of sacred springs, and the wild, unpredictable power of older pagan forces. The boy's dual parentage explained his unique position. He could speak to both worlds. He was the bridge, or perhaps the breaking point, between the light of the new faith and the persistent shadow of the old. His name itself, according to some traditions, derived from the wild places, linking him irrevocably to the untamed nature of his mythical father. In the smoky, war-torn Britain of his birth, such a child could never belong to a single tribe or kingdom. His very being was a disruption, a sign of the shifting sands beneath the feet of every king. His coming was not a blessing announced by angels, but a profound cultural truth made flesh. The age was desperate for a prophet, and in their desperation, the people conjured one, forged in the very collision of their opposing faiths. The result was a sorcerer, a visionary, a legend named before he ever spoke his first prophecy. His life would be a long, dangerous negotiation between his mortal blood and his mythic destiny. At the start of the 5th century, there was a king called Vortigern, a man whose reign was defined by paranoia and an increasing inability to contain the chaos he had inadvertently welcomed. To fight off the encroaching invaders from the north, the Picts and Scots, he had committed the ultimate political folly. He had hired Saxon mercenaries, granting them land in exchange for their blades. But the Saxons weren't merely allies. They were conquerors in waiting, demanding more and more as the years went on. Vortigern's grand project was a massive stone fortress, a symbol of his authority, meant to stand against both foreign invasion and domestic dissent. But the fortress was cursed. Each day laborers would painstakingly place stones, one on top of another. Every night they would collapse and fall to the ground. The ramparts crumbled, the foundations shifted, and the whole effort was doomed to failure. The king's terrified advisors, a college of learned men and magicians, offered the same grim counsel. Only the sacrifice of a fatherless child could bind the tower's foundations and lift the curse. Messengers scoured the land, finally locating such a child. He was brought before the desperate king, a figure of small stature, yet possessing an unnerving, adult composure. According to legend, the boy dismissed the king's advisors with a wave of his hand, declaring the fault lay not in the workmanship, nor in any simple curse. Beneath the foundation, the boy claimed he saw not solid bedrock, but a vast underground pool, and within that pool, two great dragons locked in eternal furious battle. One dragon, he proclaimed, was white, representing the invading, relentless Saxons. The other was red, the ancient noble color of the native Britons. It was the struggle of these beasts, thrashing and heaving in their subterranean prison, that caused the king's tower to fall to the ground night after night. The collapsing fortress, the boy made clear, was merely the symptom of this great national conflict. Skeptical but terrified, Vortigern ordered his men to dig. The story tells that they drained the pool, and just as the boy had prophesied, uncovered the massive sleeping serpents. When they were roused, the two mythical creatures began to fight fiercely before the king and his court, fulfilling the dreadful vision in spectacular fashion. The boy's prophecy was validated in the most dramatic, literal way possible. This story, recorded centuries later by chroniclers, is far more than a tale of a magical youth. It's a powerful political allegory. The 5th century was precisely the time when the historical struggle between the native Britons and the ever-advancing Saxons reached its fever pitch. The myth of the dragons gave these tensions a face, transforming a complex, messy historical event into a clear, unforgettable image of primal conflict. The boy, by revealing the dragons, was not just saving a tower, he was articulating the hidden, seismic anxiety of a nation. The tower's collapse represented the crumbling of British authority, and the dragons were the true, monstrous engines of that collapse. It was a first, profound lesson in prophecy. True insight wasn't about seeing the future, but about understanding the present with such terrifying clarity that the consequences seemed inevitable. The child, barely more than a boy, had already mastered the art of myth-making as a form of political truth. The image of the boy standing before a terrified king is one piece of the puzzle, yet the history of Merlin is richer and more tragic than that dramatic court appearance. To understand the man he would become, one must travel north, from the comfortable courts of the south to the harsher forested uplands of what is now southern Scotland. Here, a different, older, and far more broken figure emerges from the wind-scoured hills. Myrddin Wyllt, the wild man. This figure appears in some of the oldest surviving Welsh poems, preserved in the medieval Black Book of Carmarthen, a Welsh manuscript. Unlike the smooth, courtly prophet, Myrddin Wyllt was a poet, and his prophecy was born not from divine foresight, but from sheer, unbearable trauma. He was present at the Battle of Afteryd, likely fought around the late 6th century, a clash of tribal kingdoms so brutal and devastating that it irrevocably shattered his mind. In the midst of the carnage, something in the man snapped. The overwhelming loss, the visceral horror of friend killing friend, drove the poet into a state of profound, shrieking madness. He fled the battlefield and abandoned civilization, retreating into the depths of the Caledonian forest. He became a hermit of the wild, a beast-like figure who lived on berries and nuts, conversed with animals, and wore nothing but rags or skins. His verses survive as a powerful, agonizing lament. These aren't the confident political forecasts of the court magician. They are raw, personal expressions of loss and foresight, tinged with the bitterness of a man who has seen the worst of humanity and can no longer bear its company. He mourned his lost companions, the fall of his people, and the beautiful, terrible power of the natural world that had become his only refuge. His madness was a lens through which he saw the truth. The trauma of war had transformed into a terrible clarity. This deeply human, profoundly wounded figure is the raw material from which the kingmaker was eventually crafted. Over time, as chroniclers sought to weave a grand, unifying narrative for Britain, Myrddin the mad poet was blended with Merlin, the court prophet. The historical trauma of the 6th century, the ceaseless tribal warfare that shattered kingdoms, was elevated and transformed. His madness became second sight. His poetic lamentations became political predictions, and his retreat into the woods was reinterpreted as a search for ancient wisdom, not a desperate flight from pain. The story of the wild man is a crucial, melancholic reminder that the figure of the sage is often rooted in profound personal suffering. Before he was the great enchanter, he was a broken veteran, his gift for prophecy inextricably linked to his experience of war's ultimate devastation. This convergence, the mad poet becoming the celebrated mage, is a testament to the power of story to heal and reframe history. The medieval audience didn't want to hear about a war-shattered hermit. They wanted a powerful advisor. So, the storytellers gave him a new name, a new beginning, and a destiny intertwined not with the trees of the north, but with the foundation of the greatest king. Centuries later, writers would dress this broken hermit for the court. Less beast, more conscience. The transformation of Myrddin Wyllt, the shattered poet of the north, into the grand advisor of Arthur, is a fascinating study in cultural reinterpretation. Historically, the figure of the wild man was a common archetype across Celtic traditions. These were men who, overwhelmed by grief, violence, or spiritual revelation, chose to abandon the structured society of the court and the village. They were hermits who fled bloodshed, and in the solitude of the deep forest were believed to find a profound, often unsettling wisdom. The retreat of the man into the woods following such a great battle perfectly echoed this ancient pattern. He was seen as a man who had traded the superficial, corrupting knowledge of civilization for the terrifying, essential truths of nature. His life in the wild was, initially, a story of utter failure and collapse. However, as the centuries passed and Britain's religious and moral landscape changed, so too did the meaning of the wild man. Later, chroniclers recut him for the court, not a dangerous outlier, but a trusted counselor whose forest-hard wisdom could legitimize rulers and steady the realm. They needed to make the powerful, elemental wisdom of the old traditions compatible with Christian morality. The storytellers of the medieval period began to reimagine him. The broken, war-mad hermit was replaced by the wise, saintly sage. His survival in the forest was no longer interpreted as a desperate flight, but as a purposeful withdrawal for contemplation and profound study. His communion with the animals and trees, a hallmark of Celtic nature spirituality, was reframed into a form of communion with God. The sheer power of his prophecies was thus not demonic, but divine inspiration. This process of Christianization was central to the development of the legend. It turned a potentially troubling pagan figure into a respectable, if still mysterious, advisor. He retained his connection to the elemental power of the earth, the source of his magic. But now, that power was harnessed and directed toward the higher, moral goal of establishing a righteous kingdom. The legend now offered an inspiring new message, that true wisdom was not found in dusty books alone, but required a solitude that purified the spirit. The figure embodied a synthesis. He was a scholar who understood the stars, yet a creature of the forest who spoke the language of the wind. His transformation shows how medieval writers constantly reinterpreted figures from the past to serve the moral and political needs of their own time. They took a raw, painful memory of historical trauma and crafted a usable myth. The mad poet became the intellectual conscience of the kingdom, the figure who understood that true power lay not in the sword, but in the knowledge of where and when the sword should be drawn. The man as we recognize him today, the wizard of great power and political agency, coalesced into the courtly prophet in the 1130s. The agent of this creation was a Welsh cleric named Geoffrey of Monmouth, and his medium was one of the most successful books of the Middle Ages, the history of the kings of Britain. Geoffrey was a master synthesizer, a man of soaring ambition who understood the political power of a well-told story. At the time, Britain lacked a unifying epic history that could rival the grand narratives of Rome or the legends of the continent. The island's past was a jumble of fragmented chronicles, scattered poems, and local oral traditions. Geoffrey took this raw material, the tale of the fatherless boy, the legend of the dragons beneath the tower, the tragic verses of Merlin Wilt, and the shadowy memory of a great warlord named Arthur, and wove it all into a sweeping, coherent narrative. It was in this work that the different strands were formally tied together. The wild man became Malinus Ambrosius, the courtly figure who advised not just one king, but a succession of them. Geoffrey made him the architect of Britain's destiny, responsible for two of its most famous miracles. First, he solidified his role as the visionary who warned Vortigern. Secondly, in Geoffrey of Monmouth's telling, Merlin has a ring of standing stones brought from Ireland and re-erected on the Salisbury Plain. This act cemented his status as a master magician whose power transcended mere foresight. He was an elemental force, capable of physically reshaping the landscape. Geoffrey then decisively linked the prophet to the greatest legend of all. He became the indispensable advisor to King Uther Pendragon and the architect of Arthur's birth. By linking Merlin to this royal lineage, Geoffrey wasn't merely inventing a character, he was performing an act of national myth-making. He gave Britain a foundational story, a proud and impressive past, to rival the histories of its continental rivals. His work was not a pure invention, but a brilliant, artful synthesis. He took local heroes and figures and placed them onto a grand stage. His Merlin is therefore a complex historical reflection. He is part historical memory, a faint echo of real northern prophets or poets, and part national aspiration. He is the idea of the perfect sage, wise, learned, and eternally loyal to the best interests of the British people. The immediate success of the history of the kings of Britain cannot be overstated. It was treated as a genuine historical text for centuries, and it ensured that Merlin's name would endure. His legend, codified and centralized, was now portable. It could be carried into the courts of Europe, where it would be further elaborated by French and German storytellers. Through Geoffrey's work, the fractured historical memories of the post-Roman age were finally given their powerful, unifying voice, establishing the foundational myth that would define a culture for 1,000 years. The creation of Arthur, the once and future king, is the legendary prophet's most indelible act, and the moment when the line between history and myth utterly dissolves. By the time the stories of Arthur coalesced, they had passed through generations of oral tradition, but the version cemented in popular imagination focused on the dark, necessary role Merlin played in the king's conception. The story is simple and morally complex. Uther Pendragon, a fierce warrior king, was consumed with longing for Igraine, the beautiful wife of the Duke of Cornwall. Driven by his desire, Uther besieged the duke's fortress. Merlin, understanding that Uther was the only man capable of fathering the king who could unite Britain, agreed to use his formidable power to assist him, but only under two strict conditions. First, Merlin demanded that Uther swear an unbreakable oath to surrender the child born of the union to him immediately after its birth. Second, he then employed his magic, not for battle or for prophecy, but for deception. He gave Uther the guise of the Duke, transforming the king's appearance, voice, and bearing so completely that he could enter the besieged fortress undetected. Uther lay with Igraine, conceiving the child who would become Arthur, while the actual Duke was killed in battle outside the fortress. This legendary act is where Merlin's role becomes definitive. He is the conscience of power, but also its necessary manipulator. He uses his wisdom and his magic to circumvent morality for the sake of a higher political goal. Historically, the real 6th century warlords who fought desperately to defend post-Roman Britain against the invaders likely inspired the figure of Arthur. Merlin, in turn, embodied the ideal of the learned advisor, the rare mind capable of controlling and directing raw military strength. The myth of the kingmaker gave medieval audiences both moral reassurance and political warning. The reassurance lay in the fact that Arthur, though conceived in sin and intrigue, was born under the guiding wisdom of such a figure. The warning was clear: strength, Uther's passion, must always be guided by wisdom, Merlin's strategy, or both will inevitably fall to chaos. The prophet ensures that the most powerful man in Britain's destiny is shaped not by impulse, but by a calculated act of statecraft and sorcery. His manipulation of the royal lineage establishes him as more than a simple magician. He is a force of sacred destiny, the only one capable of moving the pieces on the grand historical chessboard. He is the master puppeteer, but his strings are attached to the forces of fate itself. In this chapter of his life, his wisdom is his greatest weapon, proving that the most potent power is the ability to arrange circumstances so that the desired outcome becomes an inevitability, not an accident. The sword that is later pulled from the stone is merely the public symbol. The true foundation of Arthur's reign was laid in the deception orchestrated by his brilliant, manipulative mentor. As the Arthurian legends travelled across the English Channel and were embraced by French romance writers like Robert de Boron and Chrétien de Troyes, the formidable, stern advisor of the chronicles began to undergo a subtle but profound change. The figure became more human, more relatable, and tragically more vulnerable. His power remained immense, but his personal flaws were brought to the forefront. This new dimension introduced the ultimate undoing of the great sage, his encounter with Nimue, often known as the Lady of the Lake. Merlin, despite his immense power and knowledge of the arcane secrets of the universe, proved susceptible to the most human of emotions: love, infatuation, and trust. The lady, a captivating figure of immense beauty and burgeoning magical ability, became his obsession. He loved her deeply, perhaps for the first time in his long, unnatural life. In this relationship, the power dynamic was inverted. The master became the supplicant, and the student became the ultimate betrayer. According to the legend, Merlin's love blinded him to the lady's true motivations. Driven by either fear of his power or a desire to possess his secrets for herself, she relentlessly pressed him to teach her the most profound and potent of his spells. He gave in, willingly sharing the entirety of his arcane knowledge, effectively handing over the keys to his own prison. The downfall came when she used the very spells he taught her to imprison him. The location of his confinement varies: a crystal tower, a glass box, a cave beneath a rock, or most poetically, a vast tomb beneath an ancient hawthorn tree in the forest of Brocéliande. He was not killed, but sealed away, eternally entombed, unable to intervene in the fate of Arthur's declining kingdom. Historically, this shift in the narrative reflected the concerns of the period in which these romances were written. Medieval storytellers were grappling with themes of faith, temptation, and the ultimate limits of human wisdom. The tale of his downfall served as a moral parable, echoing the Christian idea that even the wisest and most divinely inspired soul can be undone by desire. It was a cautionary tale, illustrating that intellect and power are no defense against the heart's folly. Yet, it also served to preserve an older Celtic theme, the retreat of the divine, or the magical, into nature. By imprisoning him in a natural place, a cave, a hawthorn, the sea, the legend ensured that his power was not truly destroyed. It was merely sleeping, resting beneath the surface of the world, echoing the ancient belief that magic never truly leaves the earth. It simply waits to be needed again. Merlin's final act was a perfect circle. Born of spirit, he was ultimately returned to the custody of the earth, his power made safe from the chaos of men, yet tragically, also rendered inert at the moment his king needed him most. The end of the great prophet's active life is not marked by a battle or a grave, but by an eternal, magical slumber. This fate, to be sealed away, alive yet unable to move, is a powerful and ancient cultural motif found throughout the folklore of Wales and Brittany. He joins a company of heroes and prophets who, according to legend, do not die, but merely sleep beneath the earth, awaiting the hour of their land's direst need. This sleeping prophet became a symbol of cultural longing for return. His presence, unseen and unheard, was a promise. As long as he rested beneath the ancient oak tree in Carmarthen, or slept in his glass tower under the sea, the hope for the revival of wisdom and the return of unity could not be truly extinguished. This legend grew strongest during times of profound political and national despair. When the country was fragmented, suffering under foreign rule, or torn apart by civil strife, the storyteller's dream of the great healer's return became a powerful solace. The enduring image of his imprisonment speaks volumes about the historical power vacuum that followed the collapse of the unified Arthurian kingdom. With the great king fallen and the round table broken, the people looked back to the age of unity as a lost golden age. The failure to maintain that unity was not blamed on Merlin's death, but on his absence, his inability to intervene. By making him merely asleep, the narrative provided a comfort. The necessary wisdom to fix the world hadn't vanished. It was simply deferred. Local tradition embraced this motif, placing the site of his eternal rest in specific, powerfully evocative locations. In Carmarthen, his spirit is said to reside within an ancient, massive oak, and the common folk held that if the oak were to finally fall, the town itself would be doomed. This physical anchoring of the legend transformed Merlin from a historical figure into a genius loci, the spirit of the place itself. Other stories place him in a glass tower beneath the waves, or deep within a mountain cave. These sites are all places of transition, separating the everyday world from the mythological realm. By locating him there, the legend ensured that his wisdom remained connected to the earth's primal forces, yet removed from the corrosive influence of humanity. This deep-seated mythology reflects a profound spiritual faith in the possibility of redemption, but it also reflects a quiet, enduring political despair. When the present is unbearable, when the land is irrevocably broken by internal feuds and external enemies, the only recourse is to dream of a hero's awakening. Merlin's slumber is the nation's dream of its own potential, a comforting narrative that assures the people that the best of their past is not gone forever, but merely waiting for the right moment to emerge and heal the fractured present. The figure of Merlin did not stop evolving with his magical imprisonment. As centuries passed, his image was constantly taken up and reshaped by generations of thinkers, poets, and artists, each projecting the values and anxieties of their own time onto his enduring form. He became less a man and more a cultural mirror, reflecting the changing intellectual landscape of Britain and Europe. In the early medieval period, the monastic chroniclers viewed him with suspicion, but also with fascination. To them, he was a necessary pagan figure, a mind of incredible, almost terrifying power, whose ultimate purpose was to serve the divine plan by establishing the Christian king Arthur. In this context, his madness and his nature-based magic were reinterpreted as a form of divine inspiration that operated outside the conventional channels of the church. He represented the mystery of God's often opaque will. By the time of the Renaissance, when Europe rediscovered classical learning and embraced rational inquiry, Merlin was reimagined yet again. He became the learned magician of natural philosophy. He was no longer a half-demon savage, but a scholar of immense intellect who understood the secrets of astronomy, engineering, and alchemy. He symbolized the era's belief that magic was simply science, yet to be understood, a profound knowledge of the laws of nature that allowed one to manipulate them. He was an archetype for the Renaissance scholar, a figure who bridged the gap between the spiritual and the purely physical. The Victorian era, with its focus on moral earnestness and romantic melancholy, transformed him into the romantic hermit of the mist. He was the tragic figure, the noble but flawed sage who fell victim to a woman's treachery. He embodied the Victorian fascination with loss, ancient ruins, and the sublime power of the natural world. He was a symbol of Britain's deep, mysterious past, an essential link to a purer, more heroic age that was forever gone. Each age, therefore, did not merely read his story, it rewrote it in its own image. This continuous process demonstrates how myth can perform a crucial historical function. It preserves the emotional truth of history long after its facts have been blurred or forgotten. The facts of the post-Roman era, the chaos, the land grabs, the rise and fall of petty kings, are academic concerns. The feeling of that age is preserved perfectly in the story of the fatherless prophet. Today, Merlin remains, perpetually poised between the world of verifiable fact and the boundless realm of imagination. Modern historians, equipped with archaeology and linguistic analysis, view him as a fusion of desperation and invention. He is likely rooted in the collective memory of a few powerful historical figures, perhaps the tragic northern poets of the 6th century, or an influential post-Roman official who navigated the political labyrinth. Yet, these historical seeds were transformed by storytellers into Britain's archetypal wise man. The two competing narratives of his existence, the legend and the history, ultimately meet in the same profound place, in the human desire to understand chaos through story. The legend assures us he still waits, ready to return when Britain's need is greatest. This belief in his eventual return is the ultimate expression of unfulfilled hope, the persistent cultural fantasy that a single, pure font of wisdom can restore order to a fragmented world. As history tells us, he never actually existed as a single coherent man. He is a composite, a brilliant creation born from the desire to give the chaotic, dark age of Britain a focus, a moral compass, and a sense of destiny. He is the personification of wise counsel to power, the embodiment of the idea that the king must be directed by clear, profound wisdom. Yet, whether one sees him as a sleeping magician or a powerful literary device, his influence endures. He represents a profound moral journey. The wild seer, who began in the terrifying agony of madness, was refined into the calm counselor who engineered a kingdom. His life arc is a dramatic narrative of knowledge achieved through suffering. He is the voice that perpetually reminds generations that true wisdom often begins in madness, in the painful, destabilizing realization of truth, and that the mythological past, even when invented, still speaks quietly and powerfully in the present. The stories he inspired are a testament to the fact that we need the transcendent. We require a figure who can see past the immediate battle to the eventual outcome, a man whose knowledge is his greatest power. Through the ages, he's been known as a powerful wizard, a broken poet, a master engineer, and a fool for romance. But above all else, he remains the magician who shaped a nation's destiny, a legend that is far more potent than any historical fact. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of 536 AD, a year most historians consider to be the worst to have lived through in all of recorded human history. It all started at once and without warning. Subtle though it was at first, some claimed the sun shone blue as the moon, through a perpetual dry haze. Others wrote of a dim, pale light with little warmth. From Constantinople to Peking, and across every continent, early chroniclers conveyed their inescapable sense of dread and a foreboding among the people from village to village and across empires. It wasn't long before the rhythm of the seasons began to fall out of step. Forests went silent, oceans turned to stone, crops blackened and bent in the fields, as though the world itself had forgotten how to grow. And as food stores began to dwindle, many civilizations teetered on the edge of collapse. Others descended into chaos, but this was only the beginning. Before this veritable Armageddon had come and gone, its survivors would have to endure tsunamis and earthquakes, floods and fires, famine and plague, a relentless torrent of suffering that would etch itself into ancient ice and canyon walls, and even into the deep recesses of the human psyche. What unseen force set this cascade of catastrophe in motion? And how close did we really come to the precipice of annihilation? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll follow the path of this long-forgotten cataclysm, piecing together what clues it left behind. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's bear witness to this near unraveling of the world. In the year that came before the darkness, the world was alive with ambition and the steady pulse of empires. 5 great realms, spanning continents, pursued their grand designs as though their way of life was set in stone. In Byzantium, the great city of Constantinople bustled, a beacon of power and progress. The emperor, known to history as Justinian, labored tirelessly, perhaps too much so, to restore the former glory of Rome. Beside him, the Empress Theodora, sharp-witted and fiercely determined, guided his hand. Their ultimate ambition was visible in stone and parchment. The towering dome of the Hagia Sophia was nearing its completion. Great legal minds were gathering the sprawling mass of Roman law into a single, cohesive document. The work was painstaking, but the city thrummed with the belief that this new Rome would endure forever. East of Byzantium, across the Mesopotamian plains, stood the rival empire of Sasanian Persia. At his magnificent court in Ctesiphon, the King of Kings, Khosrow I, held sway. He maintained a sophisticated balance of peace and tension with the Western Empire, their long border a line of mutual respect and constant preparation for war. Farther still, in China, rival courts governed in the north and south, yet the pursuit of lasting works continued across the fractures. Scholars and soldiers played their ancient roles. Vast Buddhist works, filled with profound spiritual depth, were being commissioned, and the great walls that carved up the landscape were extended, fortified, and manned. Life, despite the shifting political sands, carried on with its ancient rhythm of rice paddies, imperial edicts, and the steady beat of the seasons. Meanwhile, in Western Europe, a patchwork quilt of newer kingdoms was being sewn from the remnants of the old Roman West. Frankish kings and Gothic lords negotiated a tough reality, balancing the harsh necessity of war with the nascent structures of law. The world there felt younger, wilder, but settled in its own way, as the foundations of medieval life slowly took root in the old Roman soil. Across the great ocean, a different kind of sophistication reigned. In the Americas, the classic Maya cities were at their zenith. Their pyramids pierced the jungle canopy, and their astronomers tracked the heavens with unnerving precision. In the Andean highlands, 1,000 miles of terraces and roads crisscrossed the mountains, allowing vast communities to thrive at altitudes that would challenge a modern explorer. These worlds were not isolated. Trade was the subtle, binding thread. The Silk Road funneled luxury and ideas from east to west, while the Red Sea and the Mediterranean were thoroughfares for grain, oil, and metals. The seasonal winds powered the merchant ships across the Indian Ocean, linking markets from Arabia to China. Faith, too, shaped the daily routine, providing both consolation and discipline to the vast populations. Everything felt connected, predictable, and enduring. A vast, intricate machine that had found its perfect speed. No one could have anticipated how quickly this balance would unravel. The world was poised at a precipice, blind to the slow, unhurried catastrophe that was already descending upon them from above. The change arrived not with a thunderclap, but with a barely perceptible softening of the sun. It was an unsettling thing, a change so subtle that it frayed routines before anyone could name it. Across the busy capitals and the small industrious farms, the light itself began to feel wrong. It was pale and cool. In Constantinople, the vast market days seemed to shorten, not because of the hour, but because the strength of the sun had been drained away. People had to lean closer to their stalls, and the warm, inviting colors of the fabrics and spices seemed muted. The hearths in the city and the surrounding villages had to work harder, demanding more fuel than a typical year. It was a perpetual autumn day that refused to break into full summer. The historians and chroniclers of the age, men whose job it was to record the enduring facts of their time, were among the first to capture this uncanny sense of unease. Procopius, a Byzantine scholar and chronicler, recorded the observation with a precision that hints at his own unease. The sun, he wrote, gave forth its light without brightness, as though its very essence had been taken from it. It was still there, but it offered light without its customary warmth, creating a dry haze that simply refused to lift. Further west, in Italy, the Roman statesman Cassiodorus, who served as a minister to the Gothic court, noted the same strange phenomenon. From his vantage point, he wrote of pale skies and, crucially, untimely frosts. This wasn't just a matter of dim light. It was a shift in the engine of the weather itself, a sudden destructive cold that struck at the heart of the seasonal cycle. The sight and the feeling of the light, according to some, were enough to settle an inescapable dread upon the populace. The confidence of emperors and citizens alike began to waver, and the strange dimness became a topic of uneasy discussion wherever people gathered. John of Ephesus, a bishop and historian, wrote of a feeling of foreboding that moved from village to village and across the great empires. He recorded how the unnerving sky and the chill air unsettled even those who had faced war and famine before. The very fabric of daily life began to pull taut. The granaries felt the pinch first, their stores suddenly finite and precious under the threat of a ruined harvest. The soldiers of the great armies, used to movement and reliable supply, found themselves colder, hungrier, and more reliant on increasingly strained logistical chains. In the great cities, the poor were the most immediately and tragically exposed, their precarious existence relying on the day-to-day work the weather no longer seemed to fully permit. It wasn't the darkness of a storm or an eclipse which had a known and expected endpoint. This was a sustained, dry dimness that seemed to absorb the color and heat from the world. It was a celestial event that had brought a mundane disaster down to earth, threatening the most fundamental relationship of mankind, the predictable cycle of planting and reaping. The human heart was left unsettled, grappling with the certainty that whatever lay ahead, this would not be a normal year. In the vast stretch of Europe and the North Atlantic, this chain of events quickly translated into a material catastrophe. The air grew colder, and the change wasn't merely a drop in temperature. It was a fundamental shift that made the already challenging northern climate hostile to life. The harvests stumbled. In a typical year, a few poor crop yields could be absorbed by a large, diversified empire. But this event was so widespread and so persistent that it affected every major grain-producing region at once. The fields that had been reliable providers for generations suddenly failed to deliver. Where grain should have plumped and yellowed, only rotten stalks remained, incapable of sustaining the dense populations of the northern kingdoms. The disaster wasn't confined to the fields. The herds began to thin. With the early, untimely frosts and the shortened growing season, the grasses that sustained the livestock were inadequate. Hunting yields collapsed as game died off or moved on. The cold, prolonged winters became a death sentence for animals weakened by a lack of summer forage. This wasn't just an inconvenience. It struck at the core of the ancient relationship between man and land. The winters seemed to lengthen and refused to relinquish their hold. The season of short days and low fires stretched on, pushing the limits of the stored food and timber. In later Norse memory, this period would be crystallized into the chilling myth of the Fimbul winter, the great winter that precedes the end of the world. Though the context was mythic, the memory was rooted in a genuine, desperate time of cold and carefully counted rations. It was a time when the sun, which should have been their savior, seemed only to mock them. Across the sea, in the newly Christianized lands of Ireland, the scribes and monks kept their annual records, the annals. These documents, usually filled with precise details of important deaths, battles, and religious festivals, offered a record of the unfolding disaster with a chilling and characteristic spare finality. One of these Irish annals simply records for the year a failure of bread. No long lamenting descriptions of the sky or the cold, just the single devastating fact that the fundamental staple of life was gone. In the north, this crisis of rationing, salvaging, and sharing was etched into the DNA of the people. They had to rely on resourcefulness and the harsh ancient knowledge of survival. Every log of wood, every last sack of dried food, every living animal became an intensely precious commodity. The long chill stripped away the easy comforts of settled life and forced communities to turn inward, to rely on local ingenuity and the collective will to survive. It was a testament to human resilience that any survived at all. The North endured successive failed harvests, surviving through rationing and mutual aid. Yet humanity refused to forget how to live. Across the vast lands of East Asia, the upheaval of the year 536 was met not with dramatic outbursts of despair, but with the cool, meticulous record-keeping that was the hallmark of the imperial courts. Officials, guided by centuries of order and habit, noted each anomaly with unshaken composure, treating the dim skies not as omens, but as another entry in the unbroken record of natural events to be observed and controlled. The court chronicles began to fill with observations of a strange light that was thin and colourless, casting a pall over the bustling river towns and the great ceremonial quays. The normal, vibrant life of the waterways, which were the arteries of the empire, grew noticeably quieter under this persistent, diffused light. The climate anomalies were too severe to ignore. A single court chronicle, written with a characteristic brevity that conveys the utter shock of the event, observed the unprecedented occurrence of summer snow. Snowfall in the height of the warm season was more than a curiosity. It was a dire omen that signaled a deep, dangerous flaw in the seasonal order. This sudden out-of-season cold decimated crops that had expected warmth and light, turning potential harvests to frozen ruin overnight. The immediate and most pressing concern for the imperial bureaucracy was the resulting grain shortfall. Clerks, their hands steady despite the crisis unfolding outside the palace walls, tallied the losses with the same methodical approach they used for tracking eclipses or tax receipts. Their ledgers recorded the stark reality of the disaster: how much less grain was harvested, how much more was needed, and where the most acute shortages were likely to bite. This was the empire's practical confrontation with the unthinkable. This administrative response highlights a subtle but profound difference in how the calamity was processed. While the Byzantine chroniclers focused on the strange, ominous look of the sun and the moral implications of the dark days, the Chinese officials concentrated on the material consequences. The celestial event was merely the cause. The resulting food shortage and social instability were a problem that required an imperial solution. The very structure of the state, its ability to manage massive public works, its legal codes, and its vast granary system, was put to the ultimate test. To ensure stability, the courts had to carefully manage the flow of food, the deployment of troops to guard supply lines, and the delicate balance of taxation and relief. Rumors of the poor harvests in the countryside would surely reach the capitals, potentially triggering unrest among the urban populations. The imperial system, for all its sophistication, was vulnerable to mass hunger. Their leaders understood that their mandate to rule, the very mandate of heaven, was tied to their ability to sustain their people through such a profound crisis. As the year progressed, the steady hand of the bureaucracy was all that stood between the empire and the precipice of collapse. Their cool, understated observations preserved the record of a world struggling against a force it could neither see nor comprehend. The consequence of the relentless chill was the most ancient and visceral of human trials: famine. It didn't arrive everywhere at once, but rather in scattered waves, a creeping tide of shortage that relentlessly wore down the resilience of communities across the globe. As the scarcity of grain became an undeniable fact, prices climbed with a cruel, inexorable speed. The cost of a basic loaf of bread, which had been the anchor of a family's budget, grew dear, even as its quality diminished. This escalation was a clear signal that the stores were running low, and that what remained had become a weapon in the hands of merchants and rulers. The poor, who lived closest to the edge, were immediately pushed over it. Rulers, from emperors to minor kings, found themselves in an impossible bind. They had to juggle relief with levy. If they provided too much free or cheap grain, they would quickly deplete their reserves, leaving the state vulnerable in the inevitable years of aftershock. If they levied too much tax or too few provisions, they risked provoking riots, rebellion, and a loss of legitimacy. It was a knife-edge decision, played out in the halls of power as rumors arrived of frost in months that should have been safe, a terrifying sign of the world's enduring instability. In the countryside, the desperation was even more acute. The failure of a single harvest could be devastating. The failure of several across multiple seasons was annihilating. Families found themselves facing a terrible calculus of survival. They had to trade distance for the chance of a full bowl, selling off land, tools, or even family members to procure enough food to last another month. The traditional bonds of village life began to fray under the pressure of hunger, forcing mass movement and desperate choices. The memory of the great granaries, symbols of imperial foresight and abundance, began to change from a comfort to a source of resentment. The food was there, but its distribution became a matter of life and death, an act of intense political theater. Every distribution of rations, every opening of a state storehouse, was a moment of intense tension where order could quickly devolve into chaos. The sheer scale of the shortfall meant that no government, however well organized, could feed everyone for long. This period of hunger was a threshold. It was the point where the strange sky and the cold air translated from an atmospheric oddity into a profound human tragedy. It forced communities to confront the reality that the disaster was not a temporary phenomenon, but a sustained era of scarcity. As the hunger bit, the intricate layered stability of the 5 great worlds that had hummed along so confidently began to teeter. Many civilizations found themselves on the edge of collapse, while others were already descending into the chaos that inevitably follows when the fundamental necessity of bread is removed. The ordeal was relentless, etching itself into the bones and the minds of all who survived it. As the famine began to grip the land, the flow of goods that had bound the vast world together started to clog and thin. The intricate network of commerce, the roads, the rivers, the sea lanes, which had seemed so robust, now showed their fragility. Trade routes faltered. The reasons were practical and profound. On land, caravans were forced to turn back. Not only was there less product to carry from the ruined farms, but the roads themselves had become perilous. With food scarce, banditry rose, and desperate people often saw a laden wagon not as a source of trade, but as a target for survival. The necessary certainty that allowed merchants to commit their valuable cargo to long, slow journeys had simply vanished. On the water, the coasting ships waited in harbour. The monsoon winds still blew, but the captains held back, waiting for news of stable prices and welcoming ports that never quite materialized. An empty port was a useless stop. A hostile port, one guarding its gates and supplies, was a deadly one. The easy rhythm of sea commerce, which connected the Mediterranean to the Indian Ocean, was disrupted, leaving critical populations suddenly cut off from vital imports. The failure of trade quickly led to hard bargains and small wars. When food cannot be bought, it must often be taken. Towns began to guard their gates with intense caution, turning away strangers and even people from neighboring districts who might otherwise have been allies. The country paths, once routes of easy passage for farmers and peddlers, grew cautious and dangerous, marked by suspicion and fear. In this landscape of scarcity, migrations began. Whole communities, driven by starvation, left their ancestral lands in search of any place that might have a slightly better harvest, or a ruler willing to provide aid. These movements inevitably create tension as the starving masses put pressure on the reserves of the places they moved into, leading to fresh conflict and further destabilization of borders. The lines on the map that had been established by decades of diplomacy and warfare began to subtly shift as people moved in search of sustenance. The world's suffering felt like a single, monstrous event. But in reality, the survivors were enduring a terrifying sequence of calamities. It would only later become clear to historians, piecing together the evidence from ice cores and tree rings, that another blow was coming, and in quick succession. The initial, vast veil that covered the sun would be joined by a second, equally devastating atmospheric blow, which ensured that the brief respite between the first great famine and the next global disaster would be non-existent. The Earth had taken its first major punch, but the counterblow was already on its way, promising to prolong the long, desperate wait for the world to heal. The light did eventually begin to steady. The sun, while not immediately returning to its former brilliance, grew strong enough to once again warm the fields and permit the seasons to tentatively resume their ancient rhythm. However, even as the sky offered a measure of relief, the earth itself proved restless. The sheer, prolonged stress on the world had seemed to destabilize the planet's crust. As the long cold eased, a new wave of fear gripped the populated areas, particularly along the crowded coasts and great fault lines. Great shocks began to reverberate through the land, toppling the great stones of temples, homes, and fortifications. These earthquakes were often followed by equally devastating tsunamis. Bustling harbors that had been the lifeblood of trade and travel were suddenly ravaged, their waterfronts smashed, and their entrances choked with silt. The lesson of the Earth's instability was written into the very architecture of the cities and ports. The damage was recorded in both the immediate waterfronts of the devastated cities and in the sober, factual entries of local records and chronicles that tallied the cost in lives and ruined property. the survivors faced the monumental task of rebuilding. With resources scarce and reserves depleted by the famine years, this was not a simple matter of wealthy imperial decree. Instead, it became an intense test of community spirit and patience. People had to work with what timber they could salvage and what local stone remained. The new buildings were often more humble, a reflection of a generation that had learned the harsh limits of ambition. The massive, soaring constructions of the past were replaced by structures that prioritized function and resilience. This period was the aftershock in the truest sense. It was the moment when the physical damage of the great cataclysm, which had begun in the sky, was transferred to the ground beneath their feet. It reinforced the terrifying lesson that the world was no longer predictable. Just as a small degree of comfort had returned, the foundation of their lives was literally shaken. The experience of these years, the endurance required to survive the cold, the hunger, and now the trembling ground, began to subtly etch itself into the culture. The memory of the great shocks informed future building practices, making the new structures lower, sturdier, and more resistant to movement. It also instilled a deep, perhaps subconscious sense of vulnerability that would linger for generations. The people who rebuilt their towns were not the same people who had lived in them before. They had borne witness to a near unraveling of the world, and they learned to live with a new, quiet awareness of how fleeting peace and prosperity could be. They put their world back together, piece by careful piece, knowing that it might all shake apart again tomorrow. Just as the earth finally seemed to settle, a new and terrible visitor began to arrive, riding the sea lanes into the bustling ports. It was an illness, a relentless plague that moved with terrifying speed and lingered for years, long after hope should have returned. The disease, which historians would later call the Plague of Justinian, was carried by trade ships, disembarking first in the great Mediterranean hubs like Alexandria, and then quickly spreading to one of the most populous cities of the age, Constantinople. This was a killer that traveled faster than comfort and arrived without warning in the heart of the civilized world. The fear it generated was a palpable thing, a heavier pall than the atmospheric haze of years prior. Chroniclers wrote less about the precise numbers of the dead, though they were vast, and more about the terror. It was a terror that closed shutters early on the busy streets. The markets, which had only just begun to regain their vibrancy after the famine, grew unnervingly thin. The familiar sound of footsteps and voices became infrequent, a chilling echo in the once thrumming metropolis. The sickness did not discriminate. It struck rich and poor, scholar and laborer, and it did so with a devastating efficiency. Work was left half done, tools abandoned in the fields, parchment unwritten on the desks of the government, ships left half loaded at the docks. Whole households were forced into a waiting game for the worst to pass, knowing that a single cough could signal the end. The Emperor Justinian himself contracted the plague and was brought to the very brink of death. His recovery, while celebrated, demonstrated the terrifying reach of the sickness. If the most powerful man in the world was not safe, then no one was. His illness also created a temporary power vacuum at the heart of the empire, contributing to the feeling of a world coming apart. This plague was the final, brutal punctuation mark on the decade of disasters. The initial catastrophe had been atmospheric, striking the crops and the food supply. This new one was personal, striking the body and the core of society itself. The population losses were catastrophic, particularly in the most urbanized areas. The plague did more than just kill. It fundamentally disrupted the economy, the military, and the ability of the empire to respond to its enemies. The memory of the dead, piled up in mass graves, and the enduring weakness of the surviving society would leave a long echo in the centuries that followed. Humanity had endured the cold and the hunger, but this unseen foe that traveled on the breath was perhaps the hardest and most terrifying visitor of them all. Slowly, almost tentatively, the seasons learned their steps again. The sun shone with something close to its old strength. The trees budded reliably, and the great rhythm of planting and harvesting was restored. But the world that emerged from the shadow of the worst year in history was subtly different. The map of human affairs was redrawn, not by grand battles, but by invisible forces. Populations had shifted, drastically thinned by famine and plague, leaving vast tracts of land sparsely inhabited. This created new opportunities for those who remained, but it also fundamentally trimmed the power of the great empires. The Byzantine Empire, especially, saw its strength diminished by the enormous loss of life, making its ambitious goals of reconquest far more difficult to achieve. Conversely, the collapse of stability in one region often emboldened those on the periphery. Neighboring powers and rising barbarian groups saw their chance to expand into areas weakened by the plague and the reduced military capability of the central empires. Power had not been destroyed. It had been redistributed by the sheer weight of suffering. The habits of survival, born of necessity during the long chill, settled into culture. A deep-seated thrift took root. People were more cautious with their resources, storing grain and timber with greater diligence, remembering the terror of the empty winter. Its memory passed down, becoming a cautionary tale and a silent reminder of the earth's potential for betrayal. Lessons in resilience settled into law, craft, and custom. Lawmakers, forced to deal with issues of abandoned property, mass migration, and the rights of the newly orphaned, incorporated new provisions into their codes. The need for stronger, more efficient craft emerged as builders sought designs that would withstand the unpredictable earthquakes. Even the customs of funerals and mourning changed, reflecting the painful, repeated losses of the dark decade. The world had been tested to its limit, and the long echo of the event was a new, shared history of hardship. The people who lived on were a generation tempered by fire, famine, and pestilence. Their stories, their buildings, and their laws carried the invisible scars of the catastrophe. They had not been annihilated, but they had been transformed. The old, assured confidence of the 5 great worlds was replaced by a more measured approach to existence, a recognition that the earth could and would suddenly turn on its inhabitants. The memory of the thin light lived on, less as a terrifying omen and more as a profound lesson in the sheer, dogged human capacity for survival. It was a quieter, less boastful world, but one with a deeper understanding of its own strength. For centuries, the terrible period of the 530s remained a mystery, a time of famine, plague, and perpetual gloom, whose cause was attributed to God's displeasure or the inevitable whims of a cruel world. The puzzle of the thin light was the hardest piece of all, only fully fitting into place much later when science could look back in time. The clues were subtle, yet undeniably present, waiting for discovery in the frozen archives of the planet. Scientists examining ancient tree rings found a stark anomaly. For a decade, the growth of trees across vast regions slowed to an alarming minimum. In the northern latitudes, the rings recorded a sudden, severe, and prolonged chill, a cold snap far greater and more sustained than any typical winter. Further clues were preserved in the pristine ice fields of Greenland and Antarctica. By drilling deep into the ice, scientists could analyze the ancient layers, each one representing a year of snowfall. Within the layers corresponding to the year 536 AD, they found a dramatic and unexpected deposit, a heavy concentration of sulfate. This sulfate, a kind of aerosol, could only have been deposited there by one type of event: powerful, explosive volcanic eruptions. The data began to align. The twin events, hinted at by the severe, prolonged nature of the cold, were likely two massive eruptions that occurred in quick succession. The first around 536, and the second a few years later. The precise volcano is still debated, but the effect was undeniable. The explosions had propelled vast amounts of ash and sulfate high into the stratosphere, far above the cleansing rain. There, these particles spread across the entire globe, creating a veil that enveloped the planet. This natural screen performed a devastating trick. It allowed light to pass through, which is why the sun was visible, but it effectively cooled the world by preventing solar heat from reaching the surface. This unseen force, the smoke we couldn't see, was the ultimate cause of the long chill, the crop failures, and the resultant famine and migration. It was a global atmospheric cataclysm that set the cascade of human suffering in motion, leading indirectly to the societal weakness that allowed the Great Plague to spread so ruthlessly. The ice and the trees told the story of a world caught in the grip of a powerful natural force, a cosmic consequence of geological upheaval. It was an event of such magnitude that it remains a stark, sober reminder of the delicate balance of our planet and the profound, humbling power of nature. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story behind the myth of Count Dracula and the ruthless 15th century warlord whose reign of terror inspired the Gothic legend of an immortal, blood-sucking monster that haunts us to this very day. In the shadowed valleys of Transylvania, mist clings to the steep folds of the Carpathian Mountains. Stone fortresses rise from cliffs like the bones of a sleeping giant, their walls scarred by centuries of siege. It was here, in a land forever caught between empires, that a young prince would quickly learn that survival demanded more than courage or loyalty. It required fear. Born to Vlad Dracul of the Order of the Dragon, Prince Vlad III inherited a throne hemmed in by treachery and threat. His childhood as a hostage of the Ottoman court taught him that mercy was a language seldom spoken. When he returned to rule Wallachia, he brought with him a mind sharpened by captivity and a heart accustomed to suspicion. His reign would be short and brutal, but unforgettable. Stories of his terrible methods spread quickly across the known world. Some saw a patriot defending his homeland against impossible odds. Others saw only a monster who turned cruelty into an art form. Was he a protector shaped by violence, or the very embodiment of it? History leaves us a tangle of both man and myth, further compounded by the classic novel that transformed this obscure nobleman from the late Middle Ages into the modern-day vampire. Tonight, for this Halloween special, we'll trace the origins of a real man whose path winds through mud-choked battlefields, deep forests, and crumbling monasteries in his unholy quest for power. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's uncover the origins of Count Dracula through the moonlit ruins of Transylvania, reawakening a story that refuses to die. To live in Transylvania was to live with uncertainty of weather, of borders, and of what waited just beyond the edge of the firelight. Heavy fog gathers in abundance in the valleys of Transylvania. The Carpathian Mountains rise above in long ridges, draped in pine and cloud. Below, the forests stretch without end, swallowing roads and hamlets alike. On cold nights, wolves howl from the ravines, and the people listening by the hearth make the sign of the cross. In these lands, the living and the dead share uneasy borders. When a neighbor falls ill or a crop withers, whispers follow. Some say the dead refuse to rest. They speak of strigoi, souls who rise again in bodies not yet cold, drawn back by hunger or unfinished wrongs. The priests recite blessings, and families drive iron nails into coffins, just to be sure. The faith here is deep, but so too is the dread beneath it. It is a world balanced between church bells and superstition, between prayer and the fear that prayer might not be enough. To the west lie Hungary and Bohemia, crowned with their kings and bishops. To the east, the vast reach of the Ottoman Empire presses forward like a storm. Between them sits Wallachia, small and stubborn, a land of wooden fortresses and weary soldiers guarding narrow passes through the mountains. Traders and travelers bring word of wars that never end, of shifting loyalties sealed by blood or broken by greed. Every promise in this borderland carries the weight of threat. It was into this world that a man called Vlad Dracul rose to power. His name, meaning the dragon, came from his oath to the Order of the Dragon, an alliance of Christian princes sworn to defend Europe from the Ottoman advance. To carry that title was to bear both honor and peril. The dragon symbol promised protection to Christendom, but it also marked its bearer as an enemy to one of the most formidable empires on earth. Dracul ruled from strongholds, built atop cliffs and river crossings, his banners marked by the coiled dragon of his order. He was a man of strategy and suspicion, ruling a country that could not afford softness. His court was small, his reach limited, but his ambition was vast, to keep Wallachia free. Each day was measured not by the turn of the sun, but by the next demand from one empire or another. The people who lived under his rule were accustomed to uncertainty. Winter brought more than frost. It brought armies. Villages vanished overnight, rebuilt, then vanished again. Stories traveled faster than soldiers. Some told of Dracul's negotiations with the Ottomans, others of secret deals with the Hungarian crown. Few could tell which rumors were true, and fewer dared to ask. In these parts, survival meant listening, obeying, and hoping to be overlooked. High in his fortress, perhaps on a night when the wind moaned through the towers, Dracul might have looked out over the darkened valleys and wondered what it meant to serve both faith and survival. The oath he swore to the Order of the Dragon had bound him to defend his land, yet that same oath chained him to the endless quarrels of greater powers. The dragon's mark was both shield and curse, and in his household a young boy was watching. The boy's name was Vlad too, the son of the dragon. From torchlit corridors and narrow windows, he learned what it meant to rule a place where friends could be bought. Borders could shift overnight, and fear was the only constant. In the fortress halls of Wallachia, a young boy grew beneath the weight of banners and candlelight. His father, Vlad Dracul, carried the symbol of the dragon upon his cloak, a coiled emblem of faith and defiance. For the boy, this was to be more than inheritance. It was to be his destiny. His earliest memories were shaped by whispers of siege and betrayal. Courtiers bowed low, but spoke in riddles. Messengers arrived from distant courts, bearing promises wrapped in threat. Beyond the castle walls, mountains hemmed the land in like the walls of a cage. To be born a prince here was not to be safe. It was to live at the center of a storm that never ended. When his father's fortunes faltered, the storm closed in. In a fragile bid to preserve his throne, Dracul struck a pact with the Ottoman Empire, sending his young sons as hostages to ensure his loyalty. The boy and his brother, Radu, were taken south across the Danube to Edirne, then the Ottoman capital. There, The air was thick and fragrant with incense, and the call to prayer echoed from high domes unfamiliar to their Christian ears. In this foreign court, the boy learned the language of survival. He watched, listened, and remembered. The Ottomans prized discipline and cunning, and he studied both. Tutors drilled him in their customs and tactics. At night, perhaps when the torches flickered low, he would think of the fortress at home, the smell of pine smoke, the murmuring river below the walls, the faces of those he no longer knew if he would see again. Hostage though he was, the boy was also learning to rule. He saw how men bent their will to power, how respect could be taken rather than given. In captivity, he learned patience, the kind that waits, observes, and endures. Years passed. News traveled north and south alike. Word reached him of his father's shifting loyalties, of nobles conspiring in the shadows, and of betrayal. Vlad Dracul was overthrown and killed, his body left in the open as warning. To the boy in Edirne, the message was clear. Mercy had no place in the game of rule. When he was at last permitted to return, he came back to a land broken by rival claims and distrust. Wallachia was fractured. Some nobles backed the Ottomans, others the Hungarians, and few trusted either. The throne his father had died for was still contested, the crown tarnished by fear and treachery. But the boy who returned was not the same as the one taken away. He had learned to measure words, to read men's faces, and to strike when the moment demanded it. At first, his rule was brief, a small flame in a storm of greater powers. Enemies encircled him. Betrayal came from within. Yet even in defeat, he did not yield easily. When he lost his throne, he vanished into the folds of foreign courts, biding his time. Somewhere within him, the child who had watched the Ottomans drill in perfect order remembered that discipline. The years of captivity had not broken him, they had forged him. Soon he would return again, harder, colder, and utterly determined. The land that had swallowed his father would learn to fear his name, and though the world would one day twist his story into legend, it was in these long, uncertain years that the man behind the myth was truly made. The son of the dragon, born of captivity, shaped by loss, and returned to rule a country that had forgotten how to believe in mercy. When the dragon's son seized Wallachia again, the land was weary. Smoke lingered above charred villages, and the roads were thick with mud and fear. Traders spoke in low voices, priests carried more burden than faith, and the boyars, the nobles, played their endless games of allegiance, each swearing loyalty to whichever side seemed least likely to fall. Into this uneasy soil, Vlad planted the flag of his rule. He was still young, but his eyes held the calm of a man who had already outlived trust. The throne he claimed was not offered, it was seized. His first acts were not grand proclamations, but cold reckonings. The boy Ars, who had betrayed his father, was summoned to feast, fed, and judged. Some were made examples, others given mercy so rare it unsettled more than punishment. To rule here required not kindness, but control. The court at the Wallachian capital became a place of purpose. Edicts were written, taxes reordered, soldiers retrained. The walls of his fortresses were strengthened, and the watchtowers were manned day and night. He rebuilt bridges, repaired grain stores, and punished thieves and corrupt officials with relentless consistency. The message was clear. The age of chaos had ended. Order would return, even if it came through fear. His people, hardened by decades of invasion and betrayal, responded with wary respect. The roads grew safer, banditry dwindled, travelers could cross the land without losing their lives or their goods. Yet the same justice that restored stability also bred unease. The prince's punishments were severe, and mercy was rare. He kept a ledger of crimes and names, but the ink might as well have been blood. Beyond the borders, the Ottomans and Hungarians watched with suspicion. Wallachia was small, but it sat like a hinge between two great empires. Whoever held it controlled the passage of armies, the flow of tribute, and the hearts of borderlands that never stopped burning. Vlad played his enemies as he once had played his captors, patiently, cautiously, waiting for their missteps. In those years, his fortress at Poenari rose higher on the cliffs above the Argesh River, a jagged crown of stone. It was rebuilt by his command, its foundations dug by those who had betrayed him. From its towers, a messenger could see the valley for miles, the lifeline of his realm. On winter nights, when the fires in the great hall burned low, he would walk the ramparts and look out over his land, listening to the wind that howled through the mountains like a chorus of ghosts. To his followers, he was a ruler of iron will, incorruptible and unswerving. To his enemies, he was unpredictable and dangerous. Both views were true. He understood that in Wallachia, power alone was not enough. It had to be visible. A single act of weakness could unravel years of rule. And so his authority grew not only through his armies and decrees, but through the legend that began to form around his name. In the villages, people spoke of his justice in the same breath as his cruelty. A merchant who lied about his wares was said to have been impaled outside the city gates. A thief found hanged with his stolen goods at his feet. Whether all the stories were true hardly mattered. Fear became as effective a wall as any fortress. The rivers of Wallachia ran dark that spring. Across the southern plains, the Ottoman armies advanced, their banners catching the wind like a storm front of silk and iron. Vlad's spies brought word of camps stretching for miles, of generals boasting that the prince would soon bow to the Sultan. But Vlad was preparing something the invaders did not expect. To govern Wallachia was to live with the memory of occupation. The villages remembered being burned, their sons taken, their daughters sold. The prince understood that no fortress could stand forever, but reputation might. So he turned fear itself into a weapon, one that struck deeper than any blade. His soldiers moved by night, their movements precise and unseen. Fires rose in the enemy's rear camps. Wells were poisoned, roads destroyed. Food burned, so nothing could be taken. Each act denied comfort. Every silence deepened dread. When the Ottoman vanguard crossed the Danube, they expected surrender. Instead, they found empty fields and abandoned hamlets. Only the crows remained. Those who pressed forward found what history would call the forest of the impaled. Thousands of bodies stood along the road, their shadows bending in the wind. To the soldiers who saw it, the message was unmistakable. This land would rather die than kneel. The chroniclers in distant courts later wrote of it as madness, but those who fought beside him knew it was calculation. The night attack on the Wallachian capital became legend. Vlad led his men through the darkness, striking deep into the Ottoman camp, where the Sultan's banners flew. The attack came like a phantom wind. Torches flared, confusion reigned, and by dawn the campaign faltered and the Sultan withdrew. Within Wallachia the same law held. Order was enforced with ruthless precision. A peasant stealing bread or a noble plotting rebellion could expect the same fate. Justice was swift and absolute, and it gave the land an uneasy peace. Muster rolls were kept to the day, watchtowers manned at dusk, patrols logged at dawn, rations measured to the last loaf. In his absence, his shadow ruled. Beyond the borders, tales of his cruelty spread as swiftly as those of his victories. In Hungary, they whispered of impalements that blotted the sky. The Prince of Wallachia was becoming more than a man. He was becoming a symbol of dread. The truth of his rule mattered less than the fear his name inspired. He rode often at dusk, his armor catching the faint light like a burnished mirror. Perhaps he understood what he had become, or perhaps he no longer cared. To hold power in Wallachia was to dance on the edge of survival, and he had learned long ago that pity was a step toward ruin. The boy who had watched the Ottomans from his captivity now ruled with their same discipline, but where they demanded loyalty, he demanded obedience. In the cold stillness of his fortress, the prince must have known that his reputation was both shield and poison. It protected his throne, but it isolated him from all else. Beyond the walls, the wind tugged at banners until they cracked like whips in the night. In the villages below, mothers told their children to behave, or the impaler would come for them. And somewhere, deep within his stronghold, the ruler who had turned terror into a language was already listening for the next threat in the wind. Power in Wallachia was never still. The prince ruled a land pressed on every side by the might of the Ottoman Empire, the ambitions of Hungary, and the envy of his own nobles. His victories had made him feared, but fear is a restless servant. It breeds obedience for a time, and treachery soon after. Even within his court, loyalty wavered like a flame in the wind. To the south, the Sultan demanded tribute once more, claiming that peace required payment. To the west, King Matthias of Hungary sent letters heavy with praise, but light with promise. Each wanted something from the man caught between them. He read every message carefully, his hand resting on the hilt of his dagger, as though habit alone kept the blade near. For Wallachia to survive, it had to serve two masters and trust neither. The true danger, though, was not beyond his borders, but within them. The boyars, whose fathers he had broken or buried, plotted in whispers. His own brother, Radu, fair-faced and beloved at the Ottoman court, emerged as a rival. The Sultan promised Radu support, promising Wallachia as reward for his obedience. To some nobles, the choice seemed clear: side with the brother who ruled through terror, or the one backed by an empire. The prince answered in the only way he knew. Spies multiplied across the land. Letters were intercepted, envoys tested. Those found wanting met their end without ceremony. Yet even the most ruthless ruler cannot strike at every shadow. Betrayal slipped through cracks in stone, and silence in the darkened hallways of his fortress. Through the winters, the burden of rule grew heavier. The fields had recovered, the roads were guarded, but the cost of vigilance never lessened. Every tribute paid meant humiliation. Every refusal invited war. When Ottoman riders again crossed the Danube, he sent fire and ambush to meet them. When Hungarian envoys came demanding allegiance, he offered them feasts and sent them home empty-handed. Each decision bought time, never peace. The people endured it all: raids, rebuilding, and the uncertain balance of a ruler who protected them with relentless resolve. Some still prayed for him in church. Others prayed to be forgotten by him altogether. Yet none could deny that the frontiers held fast. His soldiers, once ragged and hungry, now marched in perfect lines, their discipline a reflection of their master's will. Late in his reign, stories tell of nights spent alone in the great halls of power, the fires burning low. Around him hung the banners of past victories, trophies from battles both won and survived. Perhaps he knew that no ruler of Wallachia had ever died peacefully, that his enemies outnumbered his allies 100-fold. Still, he sat upright in the carved oak chair that served as his throne, studying maps, plotting moves in a game he could never truly win. When betrayal finally came, it arrived not with armies, but with ink and seal. The Hungarian king, who had once called him ally, declared him enemy, branding him traitor to Christendom. Captured by deception, rather than defeat, the prince was taken north, imprisoned far from his land. In his absence, his brother ruled under the Sultan's hand, and Wallachia bent once more to foreign will. When the prince vanished from his throne, his story began to travel farther than he ever had in life. Across Europe, printers and scribes found a new subject for their presses. In the taverns of Saxony and the marketplaces of Nuremberg, travelers spoke of the ruler of Wallachia, whose punishments outstripped all imagination. The printing press was still young, but its hunger for sensation was endless. Pamphlets described forests of impaled enemies stretching to the horizon, rivers running red, and banquets eaten beneath the hanging bodies of the condemned. Each retelling added another layer until the prince became less a man and more a warning. To some, he was a devil cloaked in armor. To others, a grim defender of Christendom, unflinching where softer kings had failed. In the German states, woodcuts showed him seated at a feast, while victims writhed upon stakes outside his window. The text beneath claimed he took pleasure in their suffering, that his cruelty was boundless. Few who printed such tales had ever seen Wallachia, or even met a man who had. But truth mattered little. Fear sold fast, and paper carried it further than any army. Meanwhile, in the East, Ottoman chroniclers told their own versions. To them, he was not a hero of faith, but a renegade prince who betrayed treaties and mocked the Sultan's might. Hungary, too, had reason to twist the tale. From the halls of Buda to the courts of Vienna, word of his imprisonment spread faster than truth could follow. Diplomats whispered, and printers seized upon the scandal. The prince was painted as a tyrant unfit to rule, sending forged letters and accounts to foreign monarchs. Each story darkened the name further, and none dared question them. It was easier and safer to believe. As years passed, the man himself faded, but the legend flourished. The borderlands he once ruled became places of whispered caution. Travelers claimed the forests still echoed with screams, that the earth itself rejected his rest. In village tales, He was neither wholly dead nor alive, a spirit bound to the mountains, awaiting the next trespass. Such stories clung to the soil long after his bones had turned to dust. By the late 15th century, these tales had crossed languages and borders alike. German printers sold them as moral lessons. Russian scribes copied them as cautionary chronicles. The further they traveled, the less they resembled the life of any one man. A ruler who had fought to be remembered as strong and unyielding had become instead a figure of endless horror, shaped by propaganda, myth, and fascination with the monstrous. In this way, the world began to know the name that history would never shake. The details blurred, dates, battles, even motives, but the image remained. A prince of impalement, a dragon turned to shadow. Long before anyone dreamt of vampires, the myth of Dracula had already begun to breathe. Long after Vlad was gone, the lands he ruled kept his memory close. His castles fell to ruin, his banners to dust, yet his name lingered in the mouths of shepherds and villagers who spoke of him as though he had never truly died. In Wallachia and beyond, death was never the end. It was a passage uncertain and sometimes incomplete. The people of these borderlands had lived too long with war and plague to believe that the grave was final. When a body failed to decay, or when sickness swept through a family soon after a burial, they feared the restless dead. The Strigoi, they said, walked again. Some returned to steal the strength of the living. Others came only to wander, lost and hungry for what they once had. In the dark, even a loose board or a moaning wind could stir unease that someone's soul was not at peace. Priests knew these fears well. They read prayers over the dead, lit candles that burned for days, and sprinkled holy water on graves. Still, the old remedies endured. Villagers placed thorns in coffins, or drove iron through the shrouds to keep the bodies still. A few buried their dead face down, believing that if they rose, they would dig deeper into the earth instead of toward the living. Such acts were not cruelty, but caution, simple insurance in a world where life itself was uncertain. In these same valleys, the memory of Vlad lingered. Some told their children that his cruelty had cursed him, that his soul could find no rest. Others said he watched over the land still, punishing those who broke oaths or stole from the church. The stories shifted with each generation, until it was no longer clear whether he haunted the people or protected them. His name, Dracula, became less a title and more a spell, something spoken softly, never mocked. By the 17th century, the tales of the Strigoi had spread far beyond Wallachia. Travelers wrote of exhumations, where villagers dug up corpses said to move or bleed. In one account, a farmer's wife claimed she heard her dead husband knocking at the door each night until the local priest intervened. When the grave was opened, the body was pink, the mouth wet with what they believed was stolen blood. The villagers drove a stake through his heart and buried him again, satisfied that the visitations would cease. Such stories were retold in monasteries, and from there to curious readers in Vienna and Prague. In the West, scholars and physicians tried to explain it all. They wrote of decomposition, disease, and panic, but the people who lived among the mountains remained unconvinced. The unseen world was too near, too familiar to be dismissed. The line between faith and superstition had never been more than a thread. So, when pamphlets and travellers' tales of the impaler reached those same lands, the two worlds began to merge. The stories of a prince who drank in fear, who punished without mercy, slid easily into folklore, already rich with the undead. Centuries after the real prince was gone, his shadow still lingered in the mountains of Eastern Europe. By the late 19th century, those same lands had become the subject of fascination for Western travellers. An old world of superstition, wild landscapes, and ancient faith. Into this curiosity stepped a man named Bram Stoker, a theatre manager from Dublin with a lifelong interest in the strange and the unseen. Stoker lived in London, at the heart of the modern age. The city hummed with electricity, invention, and empire, yet its people still loved the dark comfort of old stories. Gaslight spilled over the cobbles, but the hunger for Gothic mystery endured. Ghost tales and penny novels filled the shelves. Seances were held in drawing rooms. The line between science and spirit blurred nightly. For a man like Stoker, who spent his days managing actors and his nights writing fiction, it was fertile ground. His work on the novel that would become Dracula began slowly, through years of notes and quiet research. He read widely, travel journals, histories of the Carpathians, and collections of regional folklore. Among them was Transylvanian Superstitions by Emily Gerard, a Scottish writer who described the beliefs of peasants living in the shadow of the Carpathian mountains. She wrote of the Strigoi, the restless dead who left their graves to trouble the living. Her tone was academic, but Stoker saw the power in it. In his notes, he scribbled down fragments: vampires, superstition, disease, fear of the foreign. He jotted the word Dracula, having found it in a reference to a ruling prince of Wallachia. He soon discovered the word meant son of the dragon in one tongue and devil in another. It was a name that carried its own weather, hard, ancient, and magnetic. What he did not know, or perhaps did not care to know, was how little the real man resembled the creature he would soon imagine. Stoker never traveled to Transylvania. His version of the place came from maps, guidebooks, and the fog of imagination. Yet he captured its essence: the steep mountain passes, the isolation, the sense of something vast and unbroken by modernity. In his study, surrounded by papers and candlelight, he shaped his count not as a ruler of men, but as a predator of souls, eternal and unknowable. He worked with the patience of an archivist, but his goal was not history, it was fear. He saw in the vampire a reflection of Victorian anxieties, disease carried by touch, forbidden desire, the invasion of the foreign into the domestic. The Count would arrive in London by ship, bringing the old world into the new, and the struggle between them would form the spine of his story. Friends who read early drafts spoke of the novel's unsettling realism. Stoker used letters, diaries, and ship logs to tell his tale, grounding the impossible in the everyday. When Dracula was published in 1897, it entered a world ready to believe in it. The critics called it original, chilling, and strangely believable. The name that had once belonged to a forgotten nobleman of Wallachia now had a new life. Stoker died without ever seeing the full reach of what he had created. His count would outlive him, cross oceans, and slip into every form of storytelling that followed. Yet in that small study in London, he unknowingly bridged centuries. A medieval prince who had ruled through fear was reborn as a creature who fed upon it. And through the imagination of one writer, the boundary between history and nightmare disappeared forever. In the spring of 1897, the world met Dracula. The novel slipped into London bookshops, thick, somber, and unlike anything else. It carried readers from modern streets into the shadows of centuries past. Told through letters, diaries, and telegrams, it framed a struggle the Victorians craved. Science against superstition, day against a night that would not end. The book landed on nerves already frayed. Empire stretched wide, while certainties at home thinned. Disease, industrial change, and shifting roles made progress feel fragile. Stoker's vampire was more than a monster. He was an idea, invasion, temptation, and the fear that civilization could be undone from within. Reviews called it morbid, extraordinary, disturbingly plausible. Few knew the name came from a Wallachian ruler. Fewer cared. The Count had slipped his origins. He did not remain on the page. Within a generation, the vampire returned on film, most famously in 1922, when a German director recast the tale as a silent nightmare. Rights were challenged. Prints were ordered destroyed. A few survived, as if refusal to die were baked into the reel. Soon after, audiences heard the voice. Bela Lugosi on stage and screen, elegant and hypnotic, turning a cloak into a spell. The role passed through eras, Christopher Lee, Gary Oldman, and many more, each face reflecting the age's anxieties: invasion, desire, contagion, power. The Count stayed the same and always changed. The legend seeped into place as well as page. In Romania, visitors traced the story's edges. Bran Castle, often marketed as Dracula's, and Poenari, the real cliff fortress of the prince behind the name. Guides braid history and folklore. Souvenirs gleam where soldiers once stood. The man who fought to hold a borderland became a symbol of something larger. Our appetite for fear and the wish to outlast time. Books, films, and songs kept beating the same dark pulse. Dracula became a figure of longing as much as terror, the dream of permanence when everything else decays. He outlived the superstition that birthed him and the modernity that mocked it. A dragon's son remade into a myth without an ending. And the landscape endures. Forests still rise deep and dark. Rivers still cut stone. Villages light their evening candles. If the old ruler could see the reach of his borrowed name, he might recognize the victory he sought. In life, he sought to be remembered through fear. In death, he succeeded beyond measure. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of the infamous and inescapable prison of Alcatraz Island and the 3 inmates who just might have made it to freedom. Standing alone in the yawning mouth of the frigid San Francisco Bay and perched atop a barren rocky jut, Alcatraz was built like a great fortress turned inward. Bleak and isolated, this monument to finality made manifest Dante's solemn warning at the gates of the Inferno. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. The prison guards at Alcatraz were meticulous about rules and routine, but routines turn into patterns, and patterns can be exploited. For 3 inmates in particular, these patterns became their doctrine, patience, their religion. Weeks turned into months as they sketched detailed maps and gathered their materials, dining utensils, life jackets, paper mache, and hair swept up from the prison barbershop floor. Every day they charted their progress, telling no one, and concealing their contraband from the guards, even during surprise shakedowns. Resourceful and discreet, they accumulated every small advantage, quietly preparing for one moonless summer night when they would hazard everything to reach the water's edge. But this is where the facts end and speculation begins. Is it possible the battling currents bore them all the way to safety? Or did the odds dogging their escape plan from the outset finally hasten the end that Alcatraz was always meant to deliver? Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll trace this story from cell to shoreline and scale the walls that divide certainty from conjecture. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside these daring figures into the space between safety and freedom. Winds struck the stone like waves, constant and salt-heavy. Out beyond the reach of the city's noise and warmth, the island waited. Bare rock, narrow walls, and iron doors sunk deep into concrete. Alcatraz didn't offer the illusion of rehabilitation. It was not built for hope. It was built to contain. The prison was wedged into a rise of rock just over a mile from San Francisco's shores. That short distance may as well have been 100. The currents between moved fast and cold, cutting around the island in tight swells. On clear mornings, inmates could see the city, hazy, golden, but it was unreachable, and that made it worse. Inside, Alcatraz ran on rhythm, wake-up calls, counts, shifts, meals that came hot and on time, but without kindness. A man in Alcatraz was not there to be changed. He was there because nothing else had worked. Cells were small, mostly identical. Each had a cot, a sink, a small table, and bars so thickly set that the gaps seemed drawn with rulers. There were rules for when to speak and when not to. Rules for standing in line. Rules for turning your head. The sound of keys was constant. Boots echoed on concrete. Beneath it all, the building itself seemed to listen. The men who ran Alcatraz believed in containment, not cruelty. Still, the effect was harsh. The island offered no shade and no softness. Its corridors grew damp in winter and held heat in summer. When the fog rolled in, it moved in heavy sheets, turning the air into something you could taste, wet metal and distance. It had once been a military fort, then a disciplinary barracks. By 1934, it was federal, designed for the kind of man who'd already broken out of other prisons or refused to bend under ordinary pressure. Alcatraz didn't have the most inmates or the worst conditions, but it had a reputation, and that was by design. No one was sent there by accident. Those who arrived were chosen. It was a place where the rules didn't just apply, they were all that remained. Conversations were brief and movements measured. The sea around the island seemed to press in at the edges of everything. There was nowhere else to go, and no one to hear you if you tried. Visitors came by ferry, then passed through gates and inspections to reach the cell blocks. Even the families of staff lived apart, in housing separate from the prison itself. Those who respected Alcatraz often did so, not because it was cruel, but because it was clean, controlled. Disturbances were rare. There was no chaos. Men behaved because there was nothing else to do. It was the full stop at the end of a long sentence. The final boundary. And it worked. For nearly 30 years, no one ever officially escaped. The system held, and the bay held with it. In all that time, there had been attempts, scraps of rope, broken locks, a stolen laundry truck. But they ended in capture or in the tide. The three men who would one day slip beneath Alcatraz's walls arrived by different paths, but each had come to the same end. Frank Morris was the first of the three. Intelligent, composed, and quiet-spoken, he had a knack for slipping through what should have held him fast. He'd escaped from several facilities before, including the Federal Penitentiary in Atlanta. Frank had a long record of theft and flight, and his refusal to be contained was what finally earned him a cell at Alcatraz. The Anglin brothers, John and Clarence, came from Florida. Raised in a large farming family that followed seasonal crop work, they'd spent childhood summers in Michigan, where the water was cold and deep. They knew how to swim. Their criminal record was less dramatic than Frank's, but persistent, mostly bank robbery, attempted escapes, and violations of parole. They were close, born a year apart, worked together, and often jailed together. Their loyalty was unshakable, and that made them dangerous to a system built on isolation. All three men arrived at Alcatraz separately, but within a short span. They were placed in adjacent cells, Frank in one, John next to him, and Clarence not far away. This was not arranged. It was luck, or perhaps the kind of oversight that only seems obvious in hindsight. What began as coincidence became opportunity. In those early months, they kept their heads down. They followed routines, met work quotas, and drew no attention. Alcatraz was not a place where alliances were easily formed, but these three found common ground in observation. They watched everything, the way the guards moved, how far sound carried, which vents whined and which stayed still. They spoke rarely, and never at length. But even in a place designed to prevent connection, patterns emerged. It was Morris who began to test the limits. In his cell, he tapped at the back wall. The concrete flaked a little more easily than expected. Behind it was a narrow service run, just wide enough to crawl, the route they would later use. No one had escaped through it before, but that didn't mean it couldn't be done. The brothers watched him work. Over time, as tools changed hands and routines shifted ever so slightly, the shape of a plan began to take form, spread out over months, quiet and methodical. Another inmate named Alan West was drawn in as well. His cell was near theirs, and he was willing to help, though not all would go according to plan. In those early stages, the four worked in parallel, carving into their walls a little each day. They stored dust in pockets and dumped it in the yard. They built tools from scavenged motor parts, cafeteria spoons, and wood taken from prison shops. Time moved differently in Alcatraz. Days could stretch thin, with sameness piled on top of sameness. But for these men, each hour brought progress. A screw loosened, a vent widened, a tool sharpened just a little more. They lived like the others, rising to bells, working assignments, enduring head counts. But beneath the surface, something shifted. They were no longer just surviving time. They were shaping it. They knew they might fail, that the attempt could cost them their lives. But they also knew this: there was no second plan, no other door. If they were to leave, it would be through this, through the holes they made with stolen tools and steady hands, through the crawl space no one thought to guard, and out into the black water waiting beyond the fence. In Alcatraz, every day unfolded the same way. That was the point. Routines created order, and order dulled the edges of defiance. The bells rang at set hours. Meals arrived in silence. Inmates moved in single file, heads down, steps counted. To live there was to live in repetition. But repetition, if watched closely enough, could begin to reveal its seams. Frank Morris had always been observant. From his cell, he studied the rhythms, how long guards lingered, where shadows fell during each round, which officers rushed their counts and which ones checked twice. Over time, what looked like discipline revealed something else: structure, predictability. And where there's predictability, there are openings. John and Clarence Anglin watched as well. The showers were one such window. Water pressure dipped slightly at the same time each day, likely tied to other routines across the facility. Tools were locked away in the shops, but not always counted thoroughly. Janitorial rounds overlapped with guard shifts, which meant that for a few minutes each afternoon, no one was watching the same place at the same time. They began to test things, small gestures, a scrape masked by the radio, a whispered word passed between shifts. It wasn't the guards they needed to outsmart, but the rhythm itself. If they could understand the structure, they could move between the beats. The cell block offered few places to hide anything of use, so they made space. Behind each man's vent was the utility corridor. By slowly widening the vent holes, scraping at concrete with spoons, and filed down tools, they created crawl spaces just wide enough to slip through. When the holes grew large enough, they concealed them. During cell inspections, the covers held. No one looked closer. The noise of their work was one of the biggest risks, chiseling concrete leaves a trace. But the prison had a detail that worked in their favor, a daily music hour. Each afternoon, radios played over the PA system in the cell block. It wasn't loud, but it was just enough. They timed their loudest work to the music, chipping away beneath the sound of saxophones and violins. As the plan took shape, they began moving materials in small, careful quantities: stolen spoons, motor parts, glue, pieces of wood smuggled from workshops, raincoats taken one at a time from the laundry detail. To keep track of progress, they etched marks into the back walls, hidden where no guard would ever think to check. Over time, the three men, along with Alan West, developed a shared understanding. They didn't speak about the plan aloud. They didn't write anything down, but each knew the tasks ahead: widen the hole, build the tools, shape the raft. Piece by piece, hour by hour, it came together. Evenings were the most dangerous. At night, the prison settled into itself, and every sound felt exposed. But that was also when the plan advanced the most, when head counts were complete, lights dimmed, and the guards settled into their rounds. Then came the chiseling, the fitting, the slow shaping of escape. The concrete at Alcatraz was supposed to last the test of time, thick, reinforced, and unyielding. Yet even the strongest walls can soften under time and salt air. Behind the paint and steel of each cell vent lay a thin skin of cement, poured years before and never meant to be inspected closely. Frank Morris discovered this first, a tentative scrape with a spoon that flaked off more than he expected. Beneath it, a narrow shaft ran up the length of the block, a hidden artery of pipes and cables. It wasn't wide enough to stand in, but it was wide enough to hope. From that first discovery came the slowest work of all. Each night, after head counts and lights dimmed, they chipped at the openings, tiny movements, calculated strokes. Dust and concrete shards were emptied into their pockets, then sprinkled out in the yard during exercise periods. Every fragment removed was another step closer to freedom, and yet also another chance for discovery. They could not afford even one mistake. To disguise the holes, they fashioned false vent grills from cardboard, soap, and paint. Each cover was hand-shaped to match the wall, with shadows drawn in pencil to mimic depth. From a guard's vantage point on the catwalk, the difference was invisible. By day, the covers sat in place as though nothing had changed. By night, they came away, revealing a gap that grew imperceptibly larger with each week. Tools multiplied in secret. Spoons taken from the mess hall were filed into chisels. They needed a drill as well. A ladder was planned too, to reach the upper plumbing once they broke through to the utility corridor. Everything had to be made from scraps, wood lifted from workshops, bits of wire tucked into sleeves, glue mixed from whatever adhesives they could find. Their work became a kind of ritual. Each man took his turn, scraping until his hands cramped, then sliding the tools to the next cell through holes drilled between the walls. Alan West was part of it as well, working on his own vent while the others moved ahead. At the end of each session, the cardboard covers went back up, the dust vanished, and the cells looked untouched. The corridor behind the cells became their secret storehouse. It was narrow, filled with pipes and stale air, but it was out of sight. They stashed tools there, along with raincoats, glue, and bits of wood for the ladder. No guard had reason to go inside. In a place built on constant watch, they had found a pocket of darkness no one bothered to see. Meanwhile, the wall gave slowly, but it gave. Each man measured progress, not in inches, but in handfuls of dust, in the way his shoulders could slide a little further through the opening. Every flake of cement was an act of defiance. Each breath in that cramped corridor behind the cell was a taste of possibility. The rock was built to be permanent, but permanence was an illusion. The men had found the seam in the stone, and now they were prying it open. For all its restrictions, Alcatraz had one flaw its designers never accounted for. The prison needed to function. That meant movement. Workers, supplies, tools, and movement meant opportunity. The inmates learned quickly that control didn't mean perfection. It simply meant paying close attention. The idea of using raincoats came from a sliver of practicality. The prison-issued coats were made of thick rubberized material, watertight, durable, and anonymous. The men gathered them one at a time, stolen from laundry bins or claimed during detail assignments, always careful to replace what they took so as not to trigger suspicion. Over weeks and months, they amassed more than 50. These were stitched into a raft and life vests using needles carved from metal scraps and thread pulled from seams. Paste, heat, and pressure sealed the joins. To test for leaks, they inflated the vest bladders by mouth and watched for sag. When one held its shape overnight, it was judged ready. The raft was folded flat and hidden with the rest of their stash. There would be no practice run. The first attempt had to work. Tools were harder. They fashioned a drill from a vacuum cleaner motor, discarded from maintenance, mounted onto a wooden frame, and spun with a handle from an old metal spoon. It was enough to bore holes through steel plates. Their chisels were spoons, flattened and sharpened. For glue, they used whatever adhesives they could get. Soap mixed with concrete dust, shoe polish, even the residue from old paints. Each component of the plan demanded attention to detail. Measurements were taken by counting floor tiles and estimating pipe widths. They watched how long it took guards to circle back, how often inspections were skipped, how late lights flickered out. They sketched the layout from memory, redrawing sections again and again until the picture felt exact. Maps were traced on scraps, then committed to memory and destroyed. Some things couldn't be made, only understood. The tides in San Francisco Bay were among the most treacherous in the world. The men tracked them carefully. Every paper or report that passed through inmate hands was scoured for weather data, tide charts, any clue that could inform their choice of night. They learned that outgoing tides just after dark flowed strongest toward the Golden Gate. That was the current they needed. West, Morris, and the Anglins operated like a crew. No orders, no rank, just shared necessity. They moved tools discreetly between their cells, kept timings tight, and never spoke of the plan in earshot of others. Secrecy was vital. Any leak, even a whisper, could collapse the entire thing. Other inmates must have known something was strange. Extra time in cells, strange materials vanishing, but no one spoke. Whether out of fear, respect, or simple indifference, no one gave them away. By late spring of 1962, nearly everything was in place. The vents had been widened, The raft was folded, packed, and stashed behind the wall. The ladder for the final roof climb sat disassembled in the corridor. Only one step remained, and with it, the risk that everything they'd worked toward, every scraped wall, every stolen spoon, could be undone in a single moment. Night came early to Alcatraz. After the final count, the cell block settled into a hush, layered with coughs, shifting mattresses, and the hum of fluorescent lights. But in 3 cells along the west end of B block, something else stirred. A ritual of deception more elaborate than anything the guards had reason to suspect. The human eye is trained to expect shapes: a head on a pillow, shoulders under a blanket, a face just visible in dim light. The men used this to their advantage. They had spent weeks building their decoys, not crude mannequins, but near-perfect stand-ins. Their faces were sculpted from soap, dust, and toilet paper, then hardened with layers of paint and paste. The texture was coarse, but from the tier above, they looked like sleeping men. Hair completed the illusion. Glued to the heads in uneven patches, it was just enough to break up the light and mimic the real thing. Blankets were shaped to suggest curled bodies. Breathing couldn't be faked, but most guards never looked that closely. The placement of the heads became a ritual. Each night, when the lights dimmed and final movements echoed away, the men arranged their beds carefully, tested the positioning, checked the shadows. It had to hold up through flashlight sweeps and routine glances. For the guards, it was just another evening on the tier. For the escapees, it was their greatest gamble. Timing was everything. The dummy heads bought them hours, precious time to move through the wall, gather their tools, and reach the utility corridor unseen. A discovery before dawn would trigger a full lockdown. But if they could delay it until morning count, they might already be far from the island's edge. Each man rehearsed the steps in his mind. Remove the vent, slip through the opening, reassemble the cover, enter the corridor, collect the raft, the life vests, the ladder, crawl past pipes, climb to the roof, and disappear into the night. Every link in the chain had to hold. The psychological weight was considerable. There could be no wavering, no second thoughts. To make it work, they had to trust the decoys completely. There would be no going back once they left the tier behind. Others on the block heard sounds from time to time: metal tapping, muffled scraping. One or two might have suspected something, but no one ever said a word. Whether out of loyalty, caution, or simple resignation, the tier remained silent. As the plan neared its final stage, the tension grew. West was struggling in his efforts to widen the vent in his cell. Whether he misjudged the time or underestimated the task, he fell behind, and with each day, the stakes grew sharper. The dummy heads became a strange comfort. Night after night, they lay in place like masks, fooling those paid to notice. It was a trick, but a trick grounded in patience and nerve, and it worked. By early June, the raft had been stitched, the tide chart studied, and the final plan etched into their minds. Soon, it would be time to use it. They slipped back into the same utility run and followed it to the fan shaft they'd already loosened. It wasn't on any prisoner's route. It wasn't meant to be accessed without keys and supervision. But for the 3 men planning their escape, This narrow service passage was the spine of their route, the artery that ran between confinement and open air. Accessing it required more than just breaking through the wall. They had to move without being seen, without triggering motion or noise that would carry through the steel and stone. Every inch of progress had to be earned slowly. They crawled through jagged openings behind their cells, squeezing into crawl spaces designed for maintenance, not people. Once inside, the ceiling closed in low and close. They moved on elbows and forearms, dragging tools behind them, brushing past hot pipes and loose grit. Each movement was pre-mapped. One wrong turn could land them in view of a guard's patrol or trap them in a dead end. But they had studied the space for months, charting from overheard conversations, glimpses through grates, and the rare chance to peek through supply hatches. They learned which pipes connected where, how far to the hatch above the cell block, and the dimensions of the ventilation shafts that might lead further still. The corridor ended near a fan shaft, sealed with a heavy steel grille bolted to the wall. It had been built to keep men like them in, to stop even the thought of escape before it could take hold. But the bolts were old, and the frame had corroded in places. Bit by bit, they loosened the fittings, hiding their work under grime and dust to avoid detection. The drill they had made helped carve through the metal plates. Once it gave way, the last physical barrier between them and the rooftop was gone. To climb the final wall, they would need a ladder. No one could carry such a thing openly, so they built one in sections. Wooden slats stolen from work duty, broom handles, bits of metal, each part concealed in the corridor behind their cells, awaiting assembly. It was makeshift and crude, but it only had to hold their weight long enough to clear the fence and reach the roof. Above them, the rooftop lay exposed to the elements and watched by guard towers. They couldn't linger. Everything, every slow, deliberate step taken over months, led to the hope that in a single fluid sequence they could move unseen from cell to rooftop to water. But timing was essential. If the guards were distracted, if the fog hung low, if the floodlights shifted just long enough, they might have a chance. They tested every element except the final climb. That would be their leap into the unknown. By June 11th, the route had been opened. The fan grill was off. The raft was folded and ready. The tide charts suggested the currents might favor them. There was no certainty, only preparation, nerve, and the raw audacity of believing they might just slip the boundaries of America's most secure prison. Earlier that day, nothing in the rhythm of the island suggested anything extraordinary. Wind swept across the parade ground, gulls hovered near the chow hall, and the guards walked their patrols with the usual clipped precision. The cells were counted, meals served, and chores assigned. Within the rigid patterns of Alcatraz, normalcy was its own camouflage. For the three men preparing to vanish, it was a day of stillness and exacting focus. They said nothing. They behaved as always. There could be no deviations, no nervous glances, no rush of motion to betray what was coming. They folded sheets, scrubbed trays, and reported for duty like any other Monday. Even West, who had fallen behind in his preparations, gave no sign of desperation. But beneath that still surface, The day carried a strange weight. Every moment became a final one. Last meal in the mess hall, last glance down the tier, last chance to test the weather. The sky was favorable. The fog had settled low over the bay, dulling the lights from the city and muffling the noise that drifted across the water. In their cells, final checks were made. The heads were already placed. The raft lay ready behind the utility wall, their makeshift paddles lashed to it. Each man wore a flotation vest under his clothing, invisible unless searched. West had the most to lose that night. His vent wasn't fully cleared. He'd tried, but the concrete had resisted. He chipped away slowly throughout the day, measuring time in muscle and dust. But as night approached, it became clear he would not break through in time. The others could wait only so long. The longer they delayed, the greater the risk. By nightfall, all that remained was to climb. Lights out came just after 9:30 p.m. on June 11th. The guards moved through the tier, glancing into each cell as they passed, their eyes registering shapes and shadows. What they saw, 3 resting heads, each turned away, gave no cause for alarm. Behind the cells, the men were already moving. Morris first, then the Anglins. West remained behind, frantically working to widen the last edge of his vent. It had seized up with cement dust, hardening just enough to trap him inside his own plan. He scraped and twisted, but time was running out. At some point, the others had to go. They passed through the utility corridor one final time. No turning back now. The raft, folded and bound, was slung between them. The paddles had been wrapped in cloth to avoid a telltale knock against the pipes. They crawled through the service passage, blinking through heat and dust, reaching the top of the block. The roof hatch opened without sound. Fog drifted low over the yard. They crouched, barely visible against the concrete, as they assembled the ladder and peered across the open space. The guards in the towers were silhouettes behind thick glass, scanning the darkness in slow, rehearsed arcs. Over the edge and down, the ladder held. Feet touched down in the outer yard, an area inmates were rarely allowed near. They made for the fence, dropped to their bellies, then climbed. A final sprint to the shoreline. The wind was up, pushing the brackish air inland. Water slapped against the rocks in uneven rhythms. They inflated the raft with a stolen concertina fashioned into a bellows. One man worked the pump, while the others held it steady. The water waited just beyond the last patch of dry ground. Cold, black, filled with currents that could snap a man sideways in seconds. At around 10:30 p.m., they pushed off. No one saw them go. The fog swallowed everything: water, stars, the faint light of the city beyond the bay. The raft, patched and stitched from raincoats and prison scrap, rode low, but seemed to hold. Inside, the prison slept. It wasn't until morning that the first guard noticed something was off. The count didn't align. One figure didn't stir. A stick tapped against the bars, again and again, before the papier-mâché head rolled from the pillow and struck the floor with a hollow knock. An alarm, a scramble. Lights on, doors unlocked, radios hissing. The dummies were found. West was found, still in his cell, slumped and defeated. But the others were gone. A hole behind the wall, a passage to the roof, a ladder near the yard. At the shoreline, the guards found footprints, 3 sets, leading into the rocks. Then, nothing. For the first time in its history, Alcatraz had failed to hold its men. By dawn on June 12, 1962, Alcatraz was no longer the fortress it claimed to be. Guards swept the prison, alarms blared, and search boats skimmed the waters between the island and the mainland. Helicopters traced the coastline, while search parties fanned out across Angel Island and the edges of Marin County. Every tide pool and inlet was scrutinized. Every clue pulled close and examined. What they found offered fragments, but no answers. A paddle washed ashore. A packet of personal photographs, sealed carefully in rubber, floated in the shallows. Near Angel Island, scraps of raincoat material were recovered, possibly parts of the raft, but no bodies were ever discovered, and that, more than anything, kept the door to speculation wedged open. Frank Morris and brothers John and Clarence Anglin had disappeared without a trace. Officially, they were listed as missing, presumed drowned. The currents of the San Francisco Bay were known to be cold and violent. The swim alone was perilous, roughly 1.25 miles to the nearest shoreline, across churning tides and swirling undertows. No confirmed escapee had ever made it alive. The odds were, by any measure, brutal. But there were doubts. Even within the FBI, whispers persisted. The Anglins were strong swimmers, raised on the rivers of Florida. The raft, for all its crude materials, had been cleverly engineered. The tide charts suggested that, if launched at the right moment, their path could have led them to Horseshoe Bay. Some even believed they had inside help, unproven, but not impossible. Their family held to that hope. Over the years, the Anglins' relatives claimed to have received unsigned postcards, phone calls with no voice on the line, even blurry photographs showing 2 men in Brazil. Some dismissed these as hoaxes. Others believed them signs of something more. The FBI kept the case open for 17 years. In 1979, it was passed to the U.S. Marshals Service, which still considers it active. By now, the 3 men would be over 90 years of age if they survived at all. No death certificates have ever been issued, no bones found, just rumors, theories, and an enduring question. In popular imagination, the escape became legend. Hollywood took it up, romanticizing the men as underdogs against the machine. Books were written, documentaries aired, conspiracy theorists pored over tide charts and grainy mugshots, drawing red lines between half-seen connections. Alcatraz itself, long since decommissioned, opened as a tourist attraction, and the escape became its most asked-about story. Some insist the bay claimed them, that the raft punctured or drifted off course, and the men, too exhausted to swim, slipped beneath the waves. Others believe they made it to shore, disappeared into America, and lived out quiet lives under borrowed names. Every few years, a new tip surfaces, an old letter, a faded photo, a deathbed confession, but none ever lead to the men. And perhaps that's why the story endures, because it straddles that fragile line between certainty and conjecture, between what can be proven and what can only be imagined. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well. Welcome to Sleepytime History. True stories from the pages of history for a full night's rest. If this is your first time listening, let us know where you're tuning in from. And if you like what you hear, please consider subscribing or rating us on your preferred podcast app. You can also help us choose an upcoming feature by voting in our Spotify poll. Thank you for your support. It helps us immensely. All right, it's time to settle in, relax, and take a wander through the pages of history and storytelling. Tonight, we're going to be exploring the remarkable true story of Yasuke, a once enslaved African man who was bestowed with the noble title of samurai and rose into the inner circle of feudal Japan's most ruthless and powerful warlord. After traveling across continents and oceans in the service of Jesuit missionaries, Yasuke arrived among the misty, warring islands of Japan. At over 6 feet tall with a dark complexion, Yasuke set foot into this homogeneous and insular world as something completely alien, a figure who seemed to have emerged from another realm entirely. This enigmatic visitor soon beheld towering castles rising from the hilltops, their colorful banners snapping in the wind. He witnessed armies clashing in battle, each warrior bound to an immutable code of courage, honor, and loyalty to his daimyo. This was feudal Japan in the late 1500s, a land fractured by shifting alliances and rival warlords. Yet alongside the seemingly endless violence was ceremony and grace, a world of order woven into the chaos. In this delicate balance of battle and beauty, Yasuke would somehow navigate its unfamiliar and unforgiving culture and customs, eventually securing his place in legend as Japan's first foreign-born samurai, and a powerful one at that. But in a world where jealousies ran deep, ambition burned hot, and even the most discerning warriors could fall victim to treachery, Yasuke's meteoric rise placed him in an increasingly perilous position, one from which few could hope to emerge unscathed. Tonight, as we drift into sleep, we'll wander through the courts and military campaigns of a turbulent age. So settle in, take a deep breath, and let's journey alongside Yasuke into the shifting tides of a realm divided. A boy stands on the banks of a wide river, its surface glinting with light as it winds toward the distant sea. Traders pass along the shore, their shouts rising above the calls of birds, while fishing boats drift lazily in the current under a blazing African sun. The world around him is alive with movement, every sound and gesture part of the day's unbroken rhythm. This boy may have been Yasuke. His birthplace is uncertain. Some historians suggest the coast of Mozambique, where Portuguese influence pressed ever deeper inland. Others believe he may have come from Nubian lands along the Nile, where kingdoms rose and fell with the currents of empire. What is known is that Yasuke was swept into the great upheavals of the 16th century, a time when the oceans themselves became vast routes for trade, faith, and human bondage. Perhaps he was taken during a raid, seized as spoils of conflict, or sold in desperation during a time of famine. Bound to others, he would have been marched to the coast, where European and Arab traders gathered their human cargo. The sea journey that followed was brutal. Storms roared against the hull, space below deck was suffocating, and the horizon seemed endless. Yet Yasuke survived, and in surviving, grew into the imposing figure later described in Japan. By the mid-1500s, Jesuit missionaries had spread across Asia. Yasuke became part of their entourage, perhaps at first a porter, later a guard. Some accounts hint that he traveled through India, maybe as far as Goa, where Portuguese forts overlooked crowded harbors, brimming with voices, colors, and smells from across the known world. Here Yasuke would have absorbed new languages, adapted to foreign customs, and honed the discipline that set him apart. Before long, Yasuke's path carried him further still, to Japan, a land divided by warlords, yet bound together by ritual and honor. As his vessel neared the coast, he would have seen steep green mountains plunging into the sea, villages of thatch clinging to the shore, and castles perched defiantly above the waves. In the spring of 1579, Yasuke entered Kyoto, the beating heart of Japan's political and cultural life. The city was crowded with narrow streets and bustling markets, temples rising above tiled roofs, and the steady rhythm of drums. Into this world of lacquered gates and carefully ordered ritual came a figure so unusual that the city itself seemed to pause. At over 6 feet tall, Yasuke towered above the throngs. His dark complexion stood out in a society where almost every face was pale, his stature magnified by years of travel and hardship. The Jesuits who accompanied him moved through the streets with measured dignity, but their African companion drew all eyes. Crowds pressed forward to catch sight of him, murmurs turning to shouts, until the crush of bodies caused walls to collapse and roofs to cave beneath the weight of those desperate for a view. To the people of Kyoto, Yasuke was a marvel. Japan in the late 16th century was not an isolated land, yet most had never seen anyone from beyond Asia. Here, suddenly, was living proof of a wider world. As for the Jesuits, they could not have foreseen the stir his arrival would cause. Word spread quickly from Kyoto's crowded streets to the ears of men in power. In a land consumed by rivalry, nothing unusual escaped notice for long. Japan at this time was fractured, a patchwork of provinces locked in ceaseless struggle. Warlords rose and fell, each grasping for greater territory. Kyoto itself was no safe haven, for armies had marched upon it many times, and ambition never slept. In this setting of tension and possibility, Yasuke's presence became more than a curiosity. It became a matter of intrigue. What must Yasuke have thought as he walked those streets, the air filled with incense from shrines, the cries of merchants hawking wares, the rustle of silk robes as nobles passed by? He had already crossed continents, seen empires stretch across oceans, and endured hardship at sea. Yet here he was, an object of astonishment, a man who seemed to embody the vast unknown beyond Japan's shores. Some of those who glimpsed him likely felt fear, others wonder, still others envy at the attention he drew. For Yasuke himself, the experience may have been both alien and strangely familiar. Crowds had gathered before to marvel at him in India and other ports along the way. But in Kyoto, the attention was magnified, for this was a society acutely aware of appearance, difference, and ritual. In that moment, Yasuke became a living emblem of novelty and strength. He had arrived not as a conqueror, nor as a pilgrim, but as something entirely new in the eyes of those who beheld him. Kyoto buzzed with speculation. Who was this man? From what distant land had he come? And above all, what place could he possibly hold in a country so bound by hierarchy and custom? Before long, word of Yasuke's arrival reached the ear of Oda Nobunaga, the most formidable warlord of his age. Nobunaga was already a figure of legend. Born the son of a minor daimyo, he had risen through sheer will, cunning, and relentless force. By the late 1570s, he stood poised to unify Japan, a fractured land long torn by civil war. He was known as ruthless, but also curious, a man who admired imported weapons, encouraged foreign trade, and welcomed ideas that unsettled more traditional lords. It was perhaps inevitable that he would wish to see Yasuke for himself. The Jesuits arranged the meeting. Within the halls of Nobunaga's Kyoto residence, courtiers and retainers gathered as Yasuke was brought before their master. The air was heavy with incense. Lacquered screens painted with golden landscapes glimmered in the lamplight, and all eyes fixed upon the foreigner. He stood taller than any warrior present, his dark skin striking against the pale robes of the Jesuit priests. Accounts from the time suggest Nobunaga tested him in subtle ways. He ordered Yasuke to strip his upper body and be scrubbed, perhaps to determine whether his color was natural or painted. When the truth was revealed, Nobunaga is said to have laughed with delight. He admired not only Yasuke's complexion, but also his stature, his calm presence, and his apparent strength. To a leader who valued loyalty and ability above strict convention, such qualities held far more weight than ancestry. Nobunaga conversed with the Jesuits, learning of Yasuke's travels across seas and continents. Though language barriers must have stood between them, Nobunaga saw in Yasuke something more than novelty. Here was a man forged by adversity, disciplined by long service, and capable of loyalty to those he served. In a society where honor and martial skill defined worth, these were qualities any warlord could respect. For Yasuke, the meeting was pivotal. He had endured years of displacement and uncertainty, moving through cultures not his own. Now, in the presence of Japan's most powerful warlord, he was no longer only a guard in Jesuit company. He had become an individual worthy of direct attention, summoned into the gaze of a man whose ambitions stretched across the islands. In the days that followed, Nobunaga kept Yasuke close. Observers wrote of his fascination, noting how the warlord spoke freely with him, tested his strength, and even gave him gifts. Nobunaga was not a man to waste time on idle diversions. His interest was genuine. For Yasuke, the moment marked the first step toward acceptance in a world that, on the surface, seemed closed to foreigners. This meeting set in motion a transformation. Yasuke had arrived in Japan as a companion to missionaries, admired and gawked at by crowds. Now he stood in the inner circle of one who would shape the nation's destiny. Within the guarded halls of Kyoto, amid the banners and armor of Nobunaga's retainers, Yasuke's journey took a turn that would carry him far beyond anything his earlier life could have foretold. In the months that followed, Yasuke's presence at Nobunaga's side became more than spectacle. He attended councils of war, dined within the castle walls, and moved with a freedom few outsiders had ever known. Nobunaga's curiosity had shifted into recognition, and soon into something rarer still, formal acknowledgement. Granting samurai status to a foreigner was unprecedented. The warrior class was tightly woven into Japan's fabric, each bound by duty to a lord, lineage tracing back through generations. Yet Nobunaga had never been a respecter of old rules. He had opened his courts to Portuguese firearms, studied foreign maps, and surrounded himself with men chosen for ability rather than noble birth. Yasuke fit this pattern perfectly. His strength was obvious, his bearing disciplined, and his loyalty proven in years of service with the Jesuits. Contemporary accounts describe how Nobunaga delighted in Yasuke's presence. He ordered a residence prepared for him, complete with servants, clothing, and provisions. He gave Yasuke fine robes suited to the court, and later armor and weapons befitting a warrior. These were not gestures of amusement. They signaled something far deeper: acceptance into the military household of Japan's most powerful warlord. Why did Nobunaga grant such extraordinary honor? Some suggest he saw Yasuke as a symbol of his own openness to the wider world. Just as the Portuguese matchlock had transformed warfare, Yasuke stood as proof of the unknown, brought into Nobunaga's circle and turned to advantage. Others believe Nobunaga was drawn to him as an individual. His composure, his readiness to serve, his sheer presence. In either case, it reflected Nobunaga's willingness to cross lines others dared not. Yasuke himself must have felt the weight of this transformation. Only months earlier, he had been regarded as a curiosity by the crowds of Kyoto. Now, he was bound to a daimyo of immense power, entrusted with weapons, honored with rank, and placed in the heart of Japan's struggles. To be given a katana, the very soul of a samurai, was to be admitted into a brotherhood defined by honor, courage, and service unto death. Within Nobunaga's court, Yasuke's acceptance caused astonishment. Retainers who had inherited their places by birth watched as a man from beyond the seas was welcomed beside them. Some may have bristled at the breach of order. Others marveled at the boldness of it. Nobunaga did not care. His household reflected his own will, not the customs of old. The decision also carried a practical edge. Nobunaga was embroiled in campaigns across Japan, and strength was always welcome. Yasuke's size and skill made him formidable in the field, but his presence also carried symbolic weight. To have a foreign-born warrior at his side demonstrated Nobunaga's reach, his cosmopolitan authority, his defiance of tradition. It was as if he declared that no boundary of class, of race, of origin could limit his vision. From this moment forward, Yasuke ceased to be merely a servant or bodyguard. He became samurai. He walked among men of rank, ate at their side, and bore the armor that marked him as part of their order. In a land where birth was destiny, his rise was nothing short of extraordinary. Life within Nobunaga's castles was a study in contrast. Behind high stone walls and timber gates, order prevailed, even as the provinces beyond seethed with unrest. For Yasuke, now a member of the household, daily life revealed a rhythm of ceremony, strategy, and preparation for war. The great fortress at Azuchi, built upon the shores of Lake Biwa, embodied Nobunaga's ambition. Rising tier upon tier, its walls painted in brilliant colors, it was both a military stronghold and a display of splendor. Courtiers moved through corridors of polished wood, monks debated matters of faith in lofty chambers, and soldiers drilled in the courtyards. Here Yasuke found himself immersed in the daily workings of one of the most powerful centers in Japan. His duties varied. At times he stood among Nobunaga's personal guards, a visible presence whose height and bearing marked him apart. At others, he joined feasts in great halls lit by lanterns, where lords from across the provinces gathered to pledge loyalty or seek favor. Musicians played flutes and drums, dancers moved with deliberate grace, and food was served in abundance. The Jesuits who visited Nobunaga's court recorded their astonishment. Louis Froys, a missionary chronicler, wrote of the African samurai with admiration, noting his strength and discipline. Foreign envoys, too, marveled at him, for his very presence reflected the scope of Nobunaga's rule. Within the warlord's circle, Yasuke became more than a warrior. He was a symbol of Nobunaga's openness to the wider world. Amid splendor, the reality of war was never far. Nobunaga held councils of strategy, maps spread before him, messengers bringing word of shifting alliances and rival armies. Yasuke would have seen the precision with which plans were laid, the stern discipline expected of every commander. He witnessed the energy of a man determined to break centuries of division and bring the nation under one hand. Castle life also exposed Yasuke to the codes of etiquette and ceremony that underpinned samurai society. Bowing at the correct angle, addressing lords with the proper words, observing rituals at shrines, each detail mattered. For a foreigner, mastering these customs was no small task, yet Yasuke adapted. His discipline, already proven through years of service, now served him in navigating the subtleties of a culture vastly different from his own. Nobunaga, though ruthless in battle, valued refinement. He collected art, hosted tea ceremonies, and engaged in discussions of poetry and philosophy. Yasuke, standing at the edge of such gatherings, absorbed a world in which elegance and violence coexisted. In the same halls where poems were recited, armor was polished for the next campaign. At Azuchi and other fortresses, Yasuke's presence was more than tolerated. It was celebrated. Nobunaga took pride in showing him to visiting dignitaries, not as an oddity, but as proof of his own authority and discernment. To have a foreign-born samurai by his side was to declare his power extended beyond the traditional order. For Yasuke, life in the castle must have carried both wonder and burden. He had traveled further than most men could imagine, and now he stood at the center of a court where splendor and strategy intertwined. The red glow of torches against painted walls, the sound of armor clattering in the courtyards, the faint scent of incense drifting through corridors. These became the texture of his days. Life at court was only one side of a samurai's duty. For Yasuke, the other side came with the clash of weapons, the smoke of burning villages, and the weight of armor carried into battle. Nobunaga was constantly on campaign, striking at rival warlords who contested his rise, and Yasuke marched with him into the fractured provinces of Japan. The armies of the 16th century were vast and disciplined. Long lines of ashigaru foot soldiers carried spears, their armor simple but effective. Archers loosed arrows in volleys, while musketeers armed with Portuguese matchlocks unleashed thunder that echoed across the valleys. Among them rode samurai of higher rank, bearing polished armor and banners marked with the crests of their lords. Yasuke, dressed now in lacquered iron plates and carrying his own katana, became one among these warriors. Accounts do not detail every battle he fought, yet they speak of his presence in the field. To fight beside him would have been a reassurance. To face him, a daunting prospect. On horseback or on foot, Yasuke's strength and discipline were said to shine in the chaos of combat. Campaigns carried the army through rugged landscapes. They marched across river valleys where mist clung to the water, climbed mountain passes where roads twisted between pines, and advanced on castles perched high on ridges. Supplies followed in long trains: rice, arrows, powder for muskets, each step measured and calculated. Yasuke learned to live by the rhythm of the march, to endure fatigue, and to keep vigilance when campfires glowed against the night. War was relentless. Villages fell under siege, castles resisted with desperation, and alliances shifted with the tide of fortune. Nobunaga demanded discipline from all who served him, and Yasuke's loyalty did not waver. Whether standing guard before his lord or pressing forward in the melee, he proved himself again and again. Witnesses recorded their impressions. Records tell of the African samurai's strength and courage, astonished at his ability to adapt so swiftly to the codes and practices of Japan. For Nobunaga, Yasuke became more than a bodyguard. He was a warrior in his household, one whose presence lent weight to his reputation as a lord open to skill wherever it might be found. By the early 1580s, Nobunaga's star burned at its brightest. He had crushed rivals, expanded his dominion, and filled his castles with treasures that spoke of ambition beyond any daimyo before him. Yet power bred resentment. Beneath the order of his household, beneath the splendor of Azuchi and the triumphs of his campaigns, discontent stirred. Among Nobunaga's generals, one in particular nursed grievances. Akechi Mitsuhide had long served with loyalty, commanding armies and administering provinces. Yet Nobunaga's sharp tongue and harsh manner cut him deeply. Tales spread of insults delivered in public, humiliations inflicted even after victories. As the years passed, Mitsuhide felt his resentment grow as a quiet ember fanned into flame. Yasuke would have seen the tensions from within the household. He stood close as councils were held, as Nobunaga berated his commanders, as alliances were forged and broken. Perhaps he noticed the hardening of Mitsuhide's expression, the restrained silence that masked a deepening bitterness. The Jesuits, too, sensed unrest, though even they could not have foreseen what was to come. The summer of 1582 brought signs of change. Nobunaga prepared to march west against the powerful Mori clan. His armies stretched across the provinces. Mitsuhide was given command of forces to support the campaign. Outwardly, it was another demonstration of trust. Inwardly, it was the final spark for rebellion. The betrayal was swift. Instead of leading his troops to join the larger campaign, Mitsuhide turned them back toward Kyoto. His banners unfurled not in support of Nobunaga, but in defiance. "The enemy is at Honnoji," his soldiers cried, naming the temple where their lord rested. With that declaration, Japan's most feared warlord found himself suddenly encircled. Yasuke, stationed near his master, would have felt the shift like a blade drawn in the dark. The loyalty of years was about to be tested in a single night. Nobunaga, who had trusted his general, now faced betrayal, from within his own household. The seeds of resentment had flowered into treachery, and the fate of an empire hung in the balance. On a humid June night in 1582, Nobunaga lodged at the temple of Honnoji in Kyoto. It was a rare moment of calm in his relentless campaigns, the warlord resting with only a small retinue. Yasuke was there, standing among the guards who kept watch over the wooden halls and lantern-lit courtyards. The city outside lay unaware that history was about to shift. At dawn, the first signs of danger appeared. Shouts rose in the streets, the distant thud of marching feet grew louder, and soon the banners of Akechi Mitsuhide's troops came into view. Thousands advanced on the temple, their spears and matchlocks bristling. Inside, confusion turned quickly to grim resolve. Nobunaga realized at once the depth of the betrayal. The temple was lightly fortified, his household caught unprepared. Yasuke and the guards scrambled to meet the assault, but the sheer scale of Mitsuhide's force left little hope. Arrows rained down, muskets cracked, and the temple walls shuddered as flames took hold. The wooden beams of Honnoji groaned as fire spread. Smoke filled the corridors, choking the air. Yasuke fought fiercely in the chaos, his armor glinting in the firelight as he tried to hold back the attackers. Yet even his strength could not stem the tide. Nobunaga, refusing the dishonor of capture, chose the path of seppuku, the ritual death of a samurai. Within those burning halls, one of Japan's greatest figures ended his life by his own hand. For Yasuke, the moment must have been shattering. The Lord who had lifted him from obscurity, who had granted him the honor of samurai, was gone in an instant. Around him the household fell, retainers cut down, the temple consumed. Still he fought, not for victory, but for loyalty, until the last hope of defense was gone. Mitsuhide's men pressed into the smoldering ruins, seizing those who survived. Yasuke was among them, captured but not killed. Perhaps they hesitated at his stature, or perhaps they saw little point in executing a foreigner. Unlike many of Nobunaga's household, he was spared, though stripped of his place and his arms. The fall of Honnoji marked the end of Nobunaga's meteoric rise and the beginning of chaos that would sweep Japan. For Yasuke, it was the breaking of the world he had known. The man who had trusted him, who had crossed the boundaries of tradition to welcome him as a samurai, lay dead amid the ashes. The household that had given him belonging was scattered. The temple smoldered long after dawn, blackened beams jutting against the sky, the air heavy with the smell of fire and death. Kyoto reeled from the shock. Nobunaga's enemies rejoiced, his allies scrambled, and the future of the nation shifted on its axis. Yasuke, the African warrior who had stood at the heart of it, now faced an uncertain fate. When the flames of Honnoji faded and Nobunaga lay dead, the victors turned their attention to those who had survived. Yasuke, battered and exhausted, was taken into custody by Mitsuhide's soldiers. For many of Nobunaga's retainers, capture meant death, executions carried out swiftly to erase loyalty to the fallen lord. Yet Yasuke's fate diverged from theirs. Some chronicles suggest that Mitsuhide dismissed him, remarking that the African warrior was a man of little consequence. Others claim he was delivered back into the hands of the Jesuits, his sword stripped away, but his life spared. Whatever the case, Yasuke did not meet the fate of so many others in Nobunaga's service. He disappeared from the battlefield of history almost as abruptly as he had entered it. What happened to him afterward is unknown. Some scholars believe he returned to the Jesuit mission, resuming the role of bodyguard and companion as he had before his rise to samurai. Perhaps he once again stood watch at the doors of churches, protecting the priests who debated faith in distant halls. Others wonder if he lingered in Kyoto, living quietly in obscurity, his brief blaze of renown fading into the background of a country in turmoil. There are even wilder suggestions that Yasuke traveled north, joining another lord in service, or that he attempted to return to the seas, seeking passage back through India and Africa. None of these stories are supported by firm evidence, but each reflects the allure of his mystery. A man who had stood at the right hand of Nobunaga could hardly vanish without leaving echoes. What is certain is that Mitsuhide's triumph was short-lived. Within weeks, he was defeated by Toyotomi Hideyoshi, another of Nobunaga's brilliant generals. The flames that consumed Honnoji ignited a struggle that would carry on until Japan was finally unified under Tokugawa Ieyasu. Yasuke, however, left no trace in this new order. His name is absent from records of the later campaigns, as though history closed its ledger upon him the moment Nobunaga fell. For listeners centuries later, this absence is part of his enduring fascination. A boy taken from Africa, carried across seas, elevated to the highest rank available to a foreigner in Japan, and then suddenly gone. Did he die in obscurity, remembered only by a handful of missionaries? Did he live long years unknown, perhaps still carrying the katana once entrusted to him, though never again wielded in battle? We cannot know. The threads of his life dissolve into speculation, leaving us only the fragments of Jesuit writings and Japanese chronicles. Yet sometimes the power of a story lies not in its certainty, but in its mystery. Yasuke's disappearance reminds us how easily a life can be lost to history, even those that once burned brightly in the courts of kings and warlords. From the ashes of Honnoji, Japan's destiny marched onward. For Yasuke, the path faded into silence. The African samurai, who had risen from bondage to stand beside one of history's most formidable warlords, left behind questions that still stir the imagination today. Beyond the written record, Yasuke endures as a symbol. For some, he represents the global exchanges of the 16th century, when oceans connected continents in ways both violent and transformative. For others, he is a figure of resilience, a man who endured loss and dislocation, yet carved a place for himself in one of the most closed and hierarchical societies in the world. His story whispers of possibility, that even in the harshest of circumstances, dignity and courage can find recognition. Legends have grown around him. In later centuries, plays and tales embroidered his life, casting him as a warrior of almost mythical power. Modern retellings have made him a hero in novels, films, and art. Each reinvention speaks less to what can be proven, and more to the enduring allure of a man whose life seems too improbable to be forgotten. The truth, stripped of embellishment, is enough. Yasuke was real. He stood at Nobunaga's side, was granted the weapons and rank of a samurai, and fought in the defining conflicts of his time. His disappearance from record does not erase the fact that for a brief, brilliant span, he lived a life that crossed the boundaries of continents and cultures, leaving a story still told centuries later. That's all for tonight's journey through history. Whether you're fast asleep or still drifting there, thank you for listening. And until next time, rest well.